Chapter 181. Xianxia had heard that if he stayed in a hotel, there would be a call from a prostitute at night. "Sir, do you need a massage?" If you said yes, then there would be a girl who would let you hee at night. It was said that you could also negotiate the price. This was what he heard from the experienced drivers in the forum. There was another mode, which was the situation Xianxia encountered. They did not call and directly knocked on the door. Those who were able to call him usually had some sort of relationship with the hotel. The latter was a pioneer in the business of cutting through thorns and thorns. After a while, they came to Xianxia. For a while, he was looking forward to staying in a hotel, but he did not have a chance. His sister was very strict. If he did not return home at night, his sister would make a fuss. Tonight, the phone in the guest room was very quiet, and there was no call from a prostitute. Unexpectedly, there was a knock on the door. Xianxia intended to ignore her. If the girl outside the door was treated coldly, she would naturally retreat. Unexpectedly, the other party's determination to do business was unusually firm. There was a kind of ruthlessness in the knocking of the door. Just as Xianxia was about to open the door and spit a mouthful of salt soda water at the other party, a soft voice came from outside the door. "Little pervert, open the door. Sister will take you out to play." This prostitute's voice was so familiar. "Bah, screw the prostitute." This was his sister's voice. Xianxia lifted the quilt, put on the cotton slippers and ran to open the door. His sister stood outside the door. She was wearing a white slim t-shirt and a light gray pleated skirt. Her 1.72 meters tall figure was slim and graceful, like a white lotus blooming in the middle of the night. This did not seem to be a good word. Knowing that they were going to stay in Hangzhou for the night, they each brought a set of clothes. "What are you doing? Why don't you sleep at night?" Xianxia said. Qin Baobao's watery eyes flashed, and her eyes swept over her brother's strong body. He was wearing only a pair of boxers at this time. His figure was tall, his chest muscles were well proportioned, and his abdominal muscles were prominent, but not exaggerated. She glanced to the side. "Get dressed quickly. Let's go out to play." Xianxia stretched out his hand to touch his sister's smooth forehead. Go out to play in the middle of the night? Was there really no water in his brain? "I'll give you 1 minute. Hurry up and put on your clothes." Qin Baobao pushed her brother into the room and went in herself. She turned around and closed the door. Xianxia changed into a clean t-shirt. He simply washed the t-shirt that his sister had used to wipe her snot and hung it in the room. Whether it could be dry tomorrow was up to fate. Qin Baobao pulled her brother out of the hotel. It was 23:45 in the evening. The receptionist was napping on the desk. They passed through the door and were greeted by the cool night breeze. The hotel was built near the lake, far away from the streets. Xianxia was pulled by his sister as they shuttled through the tree-lined path. The light behind them gradually faded away as they came to a secluded place. "Why did you bring me here?" Xianxia looked at the pitch-black surface of the lake, which rippled in the night wind. The pitch-black lake, the deep and serene night, and the cute little sister. Xianxia inexplicably thought of "Moonlight on the Lotus Pond." It was definitely not some divine song, but the "Moonlight on the Lotus Pond" from a junior high school textbook. He could not remember the content clearly, but the impression of the tranquility, gentleness, and hazy mood was etched in his mind for many years. Qin Baobao stood charmingly by the lake, her eyes rippling. She did not answer her brother, but looked around to make sure that there was no one around. Her slender hand pulled at her waist, and her pleated skirt slid down her tight thighs. Hey, what are you doing? Taking off your skirt without saying a word?" Xianxia's eyes lit up. "Swimming." Qin Baobao took off her short sleeves, revealing a warm and soft body in front of her brother. Plain white, tall, exquisite, and curvy. She was wearing a white swimsuit. Xianxia stared at his sister's figure that could walk a catwalk and breathed a sigh of relief. "So it's just swimming." This swimsuit was fashionable and sexy, especially the knot design of the swimming trunks, which made men have the urge to tear it off. Qin Baobao stretched out her leg to test the temperature of the water. She turned her head and said happily, "It's quite cool." She carefully stepped into the lake, feeling her way around the lake. From Xianxia's perspective, His sister's back view was beautiful after she took off her pleated skirt. Her slender waist, snow-white and delicate back, and her hair was tied into a bun. The black lake and the black sky contrasted with her plain white figure, making her look like a fairy who had sneaked into the human world to take a bath. Qin Baobao walked deeper and deeper, and the lake water blocked the beautiful scenery. The moonlight was dim and the lake rippled. Qin Baobao stood in the waist-deep lake and turned her head to look back. She said sweetly, "Ace, come down quickly." Qin Zhe liked to swim, but he had a psychological shadow of the wild pool. He always felt that there was something hiding at the bottom of the dark water that would secretly tug at his feet. The psychological shadow came from his childhood. Qin Ma's hometown was in the beautiful countryside of Jiangnan. There were golden ears of rice, oranges hanging from branches, and sparkling reservoirs and wild fish ponds. In the middle of summer, he would run around the mountains with his friends in the countryside. They could soak in the reservoir for a day. When they were thirsty, they would steal a watermelon from the watermelon field and throw it in the water. At night, they could also fish for eels and frogs. Unfortunately, Qin Zhe did not meet the boy with the steel fork, and there was no mackerel there. It was most dangerous for children to swim in the wild. The auntie in the countryside threatened Qin Zhe by saying that there were water monkeys in the water that would grab the children's feet and drown them. Qin Zhe was scared. Every time he went into the reservoir with his friends, he would be on tenterhooks. Although he had never met the so-called water monkeys, the shadow of his childhood remained in his heart. "Come down." His sister waved and called, just like a female ghost in the water, luring a substitute into the water. "I'm coming, I'm coming." Qin Zhe took off his short-sleeved shirt and trousers, leaving only a pair of boxers, and jumped into the water with a plop. The lake water was ice-cold and refreshing. After autumn, although it was hot during the day, the temperature difference between day and night was large. Qin Zhe felt the coldness of his pores contracting and splashed water on his face. Humph! Qin Baobao stood not far away and hummed a song. She looked at him with a provocative expression, playful and proud. Qin Zhe angrily counterattacked. His arms spun like windmills, splashing out waves of water. Qin Baobao immediately returned the favor, but her splashes were quickly drowned by her brother's ferocious attacks. His sister had no power to fight back. She whimpered, "I don't want to play with you anymore." She swam away like a salted fish. Qin Baobao swam happily, sometimes diving into the water like an ethereal and beautiful mermaid. Qin Zhe was swimming alone not far from the shore. He tried the breaststroke, butterfly stroke, and dog paddle. Sure enough, swimming in the lake was enjoyable. The small swimming pool was not enough for him to stretch. In fact, when he saw the blue waves of the Thousand Island Lake during the day, he had the impulse to jump in and swim. Considering the image and the rules, he did not dare to put his thoughts into action. His sister knew how to play. With this thought, Qin Zhe straightened up and looked around. He found that Qin Baobao was getting farther and farther away. He was still wandering on the shore, and the water was only up to his chest. His sister had already swam 20 or 30 meters away. "Hey, don't swim too far," Qin Zhe shouted. I know. His sister swam in the water for a while and then paddled back. She swam more than 10 meters away from Qin Zhe. Her physical fitness was frighteningly good. Although the outdoor swimming pool was vast, there was one thing that made Qin Zhe very uncomfortable. Stepping on the soft mud at the bottom of the water made him, who was slightly obsessed with cleanliness, very worried. Sure enough, he could not have his cake and eat it too. Just as he was sighing, he suddenly heard his sister scream. Qin Zhe was shocked and turned his head to look. Qin Baobao was struggling in the water. It seemed that something was pulling her under the water. After a few flops, she sank into the water and disappeared. The ripples spread and the water quickly returned to calm. Qin Zhe's hair stood on end. His heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand. Qin Baobao. He plunged into the water and swam towards the distance. Fear exploded in his heart. He was not afraid of the water monkeys. Not to mention the water monkeys, even if there were transformers and aliens hiding in the water, Qin Zhe would blow them up with one punch. He was afraid that something bad would happen to his sister, and he would regret it for the rest of his life. His waist seemed to be entangled by someone who forcefully pulled him into the water. Caught off guard, Xianxia drank a few mouthfuls of water and became furious. An ethereal and beautiful mermaid emerged from the water, accompanied by a bell-like laughter. Qin Baobao stroked her bangs and pointed at Xianxia, who was vomiting water. She giggled heartlessly. F***ck. Xianxia wanted to strangle her. He pressed his sister's forehead and pushed her into the water. He was furious. "Do you believe that I won't beat you to death?" Qin Baobao staggered up in the water. She was not angry. Instead, there was a trace of joy. Her eyes were amazingly bright. Seeing his sister like this, Xianxia was even angrier. He wanted to hit her. Qin Baobao said coquettishly, "Sister was wrong. Don't be angry, little bumpkin." Qin Baobao had always been flexible. "Little bumpkin?" He pulled a long face. "Baby son." Qin Baobao immediately changed the way she addressed him. "I think you're just itching for a beating." Xianxia glared at her. Qin Baobao hugged her brother's hand to prevent him from being fierce. She said softly, baby brother, you're not normal today." Xianxia was puzzled. "Sister asked for the worst fortune today." Qin Baobao said, "But you didn't show it to me. The fortune said that sister can't get married in this life. What should we do, Ace?" Qin Baobao gazed at him as if she was expecting something. "If she can't get married, then so be it. Our family doesn't lack money. That's not the right answer." Qin Baobao twisted her waist. The night wind was cool, and the lake water was even colder. They stood in the waist-deep lake and stared at each other. "Little red guy," the elder sister called out softly. Her eyes were blurred like an ink painting. Sister didn't say anything for a long time. There was a subtle atmosphere brewing. Sister wants to learn the kissing scene. Qin Baobao's white face was tinged with a touch of red. Xianxia was silent. He didn't say anything. Qin Baobao didn't dare to say anything either. Her bright eyes were filled with nervousness and expectation. Xianxia pretended not to understand. "Why do you want to learn the kissing scene? Aren't you a singer? Sing well and don't bite off more than you can chew." Qin Baobao hurriedly said, "You can practice first." She moved closer to her brother. Xianxia hesitated. His gaze swept past his sister's face and fell on the dark lake in the distance. Qin Baobao blushed. She held her brother's face with both hands. She looked calm, but her trembling eyelashes showed that she was nervous. Seeing that his sister's evil plan was about to succeed, Xianxia suddenly pushed her away. "I'm going back to sleep. I don't want to bathe." He staggered toward the shore. Qin Baobao looked at her brothers fleeing back and screamed, "Xianxia, you useless thing." Chapter 182. Xianxia realized that ever since he returned from Hangzhou, his sister had stopped talking to him. If there was anything, she would ask Wang Zijin to pass on the message. The young lady from the Wang family had been the mouthpiece for a week and was at a loss. "I just didn't swim with you to the end. I didn't expect you to be such a sister." After the National Day holiday ended, the gloomy pace of work resumed. The internet was full of complaints. It seemed that being a salted fish at home was the common desire of the people. The world was really cruel. Most people were not even qualified to be salted fish. In mid-October, the weather gradually turned cold. His sister still did not talk to him, but it was much better. When their eyes met occasionally, she would snort to express her disdain for her brother. There was a lot of noise outside the community. It was said that the government was going to build a viaduct connecting Yen and here. The construction workers knocked the ground open and reconsolidated the foundation. It made it very inconvenient to travel. There were many unfamiliar faces mixed in. Qin Baobao's schedule gradually increased. She often had to go abroad and would only come back after 2 or 3 days. Her career was getting better and better. She should be happy. However, Qin Baobao was a little depressed. Xianxia treated it as a child who had never left home and was not acclimatized. She would get used to it after a long time. A few days ago, the stock market fell. The market fell by 2%. The red stock market instantly turned into a prairie. Dozens of stocks fell. The individual investors were scared out of their wits. They finally remembered the fear of being dominated by the stock market and the shame of having their hard-earned money trapped. Not to mention the individual investors, even some financial companies with a weak foundation were shocked and reduced their positions. Only the veteran investors with decades of experience held on. They drank tea while looking at their stocks that fell. The tone of the bull market had basically been set. According to experience, it was normal to fall and rise in the middle. However, the general trend was rising, so there was no need to panic. The more powerful ones were able to see the whole picture through the national policies, the Securities Regulatory Commission, and other information. Of course, there were also those who were half-baked, such as Su Hao, the vice president of a profit-making company. This is the summary of all the projects in the company's investment department for this quarter. Su Hao pointed at the information projected on the screen by the projector and said in a cadence, "I propose to cut all the projects with shallow profits, half-dead projects, and loss-making projects. Focus your money on blue chips." A new broom sweeps clean. Coupled with his ambition to seize power, Su Hao was motivated to jump up and down in terms of benefits. Due to the huge benefits of the stock market, he handed his company over to the vice president to manage. After the National Day holiday ended, he had been working at Julie. Suyu sat on the left, playing with his mobile phone in boredom. When he heard the words, he looked up and said, "You have cut off 3 projects. Investment is not how you play." "What is the purpose of the investment?" Su Hao scoffed at his sister. "Profit? Only projects that can see profit are good projects. The stock market was turbulent last week. How much did the company lose?" He raised 3 fingers. 3 million. Yes, the market has indeed recovered a little. But can you guarantee that it won't fall again next week? Currently, only the blue chip stocks are stable. We should invest our funds in places with less risk. The managers of the various departments looked absent-minded. Su Hao took a deep breath and switched to the projector. An investment project appeared on the screen. On the homepage, there were 4 bold words, "Black Donkey Technology." "Especially this stock," Su Hao said. "I don't know what the meaning of your investment is." In 1 month, 2 million of funds lost 200,000. Last week, it fell directly to the limit. It shrank another 200,000 on the same day. I have carefully studied this stock. I can see that it is a garbage stock just from the K-line chart. Li Linfeng, you applied for this project. What do you say? Su Hao pointed the spearhead at Li Linfeng. "Vice President Su, I applied for this project, but it is too early to say that it is a garbage stock." Li Linfeng was very calm. In fact, the K-line chart is one of the reference standards, but it can't be regarded as an important indicator. As an old fox in the stock market, Li Linfeng looked down on Su Hao, who did not have the self-awareness of a layman, but liked to point fingers. What was the use of looking at the K-line chart? This kind of fool playing the stock market would sooner or later be eaten up. No matter how big the family was, it would be lost. Su Yu clapped his hands and was too lazy to listen to Su Hao. Vote. Those who agree with Vice President Su's opinion, raise your hand. The words, Vice President Su, made Su Hao's balls ache. His gaze swept across the conference room, hoping to get the support of the managers. At the very least, there would be some who would side with him. However, there was none. The managers looked at each other. Some chose to remain silent, some were absent-minded, and some simply looked around and pretended to look at the scenery in the distance. Su Hao was a little depressed. These core members were his sister's henchmen. When they first set up the investment company, he scoffed and waited to see his sister make a fool of herself. Because at that time, the stock market was low. In just half a year, the stock market rose from 1,500 to 3,200. The signal of the bull market had spread throughout the country. Now, anyone on the street would ask, "How is the stock market recently?" They would all give a thumbs up and say, "Stupid people have a lot of money. Come quickly." Su Hao managed the 2 subsidiaries of his father's company, food and clothing. Once, he saw the quarterly financial report of the investment company that his sister faxed to his father. The profit was 10 times his own. Su Hao could not sit still. Investing in companies turned out to be so profitable? You could do this without risking anything? It was much more promising than the business he worked so hard to build. Evil capitalist market, all of you back off. Let me do it. Su Hao was full of ambition to seize power. There was another awkward silence. Su Hao had held 3 meetings in the past few days. There was no doubt that a general without an army could not get everyone's support. He knew his own situation, but he wanted to see if anyone would defect to him. He only needed to raise his hand to signal. However, no one did. It seemed that he had underestimated his sister's ability to control people. The meeting ended with a tiger's head. No one expected that the Black Donkey Technology project that Vice President Su had criticized in the meeting the day before. In less than 10 minutes after the market opened the next afternoon, the stock rose strongly and reached its upper limit. It was a slap in the face. That was not all. On the 3rd, 4th, and 5th day, Black Donkey Technology reached its upper limit again and again. It was so strong that it was a mess. It was on the today's upper limit list. The market price was originally 4 yuan per share, but it was still rising. Such a strong stock attracted the attention of financial institutions and individual investors. However, at this time, it was impossible to buy positions. It reached its upper limit every day when the market opened. Throughout October, the hottest topic was the stock market. The news broadcast, the netizens discussed it, and the joke makers ridiculed it. A lot of strange news appeared. For example, a news report said, in the second half of this year, the stock market is very good. The market has broken through the barriers and swept away all the diseases. The boom in the capital market indicates the recovery and reshuffling of the country's economy. A high school student invested his pocket money in the stock market and earned 20,000 yuan in half a month. It was equivalent to 3 months of his parents' salary. The stock market has brought a huge investment market to everyone. Whoever believed it was a fool. Such news was everywhere. Some people or some organizations were hyping up the stock market, calling for more people to enter the market, just like celebrities who bought news to flatter themselves. From this, one could see how hot the stock market was. Stock-related forums and tieba were very lively. Everyone was talking about how much money they had earned and how much money they had earned. Those who deserved it sighed and said that the stock they had sold yesterday had reached its upper limit. It would be great if they could hold it for one more day. Someone posted a post to attack these people who were showing off. Are you comparing who is more miserable? Come, let's see who is more miserable. The content of the post: you people who are pretending to be miserable have actually made money, but you are shouting as if you have lost everything. I dare say that no one is more miserable than me. You know Black Donkey Technology, right? It's the growth enterprise market bull stock that has reached its upper limit for more than a week. I bought this stock last year when I applied for new shares. It reached its upper limit for 2 days before it started to fall. Originally, I wanted to sell it. Although I was a little reluctant, it was better than being trapped. Moreover, if I sold it at that time, I would have made a profit. But many financial websites and stock forums were saying how good this stock was and how promising it was. I did not sell it at that time. Moreover, it did rise for a period of time. After that, I continued to invest tens of thousands of yuan, and then, there was no more then. Not long after, it plummeted and continued to fall for 3 days. I lost everything. I did not have the heart to cut my own flesh, so I was trapped. A netizen replied, "Damn, you are the one who is showing off. This is awesome. The Tower Master is rich. OP has reached the pinnacle of life from now on. I am envious, jealous, and hateful. Please carry me. Please sit tight. I will send you up. If I don't want to pee, I want to help you. Too cool. Damn. Looks like this stock will reach its upper limit for a long time. It is going to explode. OP, how many shares do you hold?" The OP replied, 100 lots. 100 lots per lot. 100 lots means 10,000 shares. How much did OP pay for each share when you bought it? 666. Damn, it is shocking. I am envious of the big boss who bought the Black Donkey Technology. The OP cried, "You guys are going to end it like this in the future? Then why did I say that I was miserable? The problem is, on the first day it reached its upper limit, I saw that this stock was finally rising. I was so happy that I cried and sold it. You guys don't know how bad it was. The market rose so much, but it did not rise. Of course, I had to sell it. But who knew that it would reach its upper limit that day, less than an hour after I sold it? To prove that he was not lying, he took a screenshot of his own transaction, which attracted pity and ridicule from netizens. I was caught off guard. I am laughing. My saliva is all over the screen. This is really a sad stock market. Ha. OP, did your wife ask for a divorce? OP, you must be thinking of dying. OP, please tell me the extent of your psychological trauma. OP, to be honest, stock news cannot be trusted. It is all the lies of capitalists. Generally, you should listen to the opposite. If the news says that a stock is good, you should sell it. If the news says that a stock is bad, you should buy it. The tricks of capitalists are unfathomable. Little newbies are trembling. At this time, someone replied in the post, "A bunch of trash. I have seen through everything." The accompanying picture was a blackboard with dense words written on it. Basic analysis, technical analysis, financial report analysis, and a combination of various information and news. All the information was gathered into one sentence: recommended Shigur Black Donkey Technology. Chapter 183. The post instantly exploded with exclamations. F***C, the post owner is so awesome. What else can I say? I have nothing to say except 666. I'm so jealous. Boss, do you still need a pendant on your leg? Post owner, what's your penguin ID? Do you have a public account? Do you have an instructional video at night? I want to invest with you. I'm willing to pay. This stock has been trading for more than a week. It's estimated that the momentum will continue. If you really buy it, don't sell it. Get rich with one stock. There were dozens of replies in an instant, and the post was pushed to the front page. More people saw the post, clicked in, and then found the picture. Some rational people questioned, "Post owner, your picture doesn't show the time. How do we know if you just wrote it?" That's right, your posturing skills are so low. Sigh, I've screwed up. Post owner, posturing is not popular now. People with skills are showing off in front of people. Not only did the floor manager fail to show off, he became a fool instead. He said helplessly, "Actually, this is not my original picture. I saw it on the internet. But I can guarantee with my integrity that this picture is definitely a prediction before Nyo made his move." Does the post owner have integrity? What is integrity? It doesn't exist. The post owner is still struggling. The post owner said angrily, "Lazy cat video, the 13th episode of Star Gossip. Take a look. This was written by Qin Baobao's brother." Really? When did Big Boob Girl record Star Gossip? What is Star Gossip? It's an original variety show on Lazy Cat Video's official platform. There's nothing special about it. Few people watch it. Let's take a look. Big Boobs Girl should watch it too. This matter started from the stock forum and quickly spread. Star Gossip was dug up, and with the stock market on the background, it instantly conquered a large number of netizens. A small blackboard with a stand was made into a dynamic picture and spread through forums, Tieba, Weibo, chat groups, and other channels. For a long time, it became a tool for netizens to show off. Like a joke, it was posted when they had nothing to do. As a result, the number of views of that episode increased by hundreds of times. Countless netizens who didn't understand came to watch. A new god of stocks has been born, with 100 sixes. This is ridiculous. This is a video from a month ago. At that time, Black Donkey Technologies K-Line was like a salted fish. Qin Zhe is too amazing. I always thought that he was a scholar who wrote songs, but damn, you're telling me that he's a science student. I haven't had a good day. He only knows how to act tough every day. Unfortunately, I can't outdo him. I'm suddenly so envious of Qin Baobao. She has a younger brother who can write songs and earn money. Why is she still a celebrity? Just stay at home, drink and be merry. I don't envy my younger brother at all. After all, the elder sister is just a floating cloud. The daughter-in-law is the king. I want to take Qin Zhe home. Then Qin Baobao's Weibo exploded, and so did Qin Zhe's Weibo. The netizens gathered to watch. Stock God, I bought Jinmu technology today. Will it go up tomorrow? Stock God, everyone says that the bull market can make money, but I've already lost 3,000 yuan. Can I still be saved? Stock God, please take me to show off and fly. Qin Zhe, I love you. Take me to the stock market. Hubby, let's go home and kiss each other. No, let's go home to the stock market. As long as Stock God takes me to the stock market, I can do whatever I want. Some were jeering, some were sincere, and some were just joining in the fun. Lazy Cat Video's official site. Leader, a Star Gossip program has exceeded 10 million views. Which program? Isn't the highest hit only 5 million? It's the 13th episode that's off the charts. It's driving up the total. What's going on? Take a look yourself. It's Qin Baobao's episode. The most shocked person was Xue Mei. She was the host of the program. If it wasn't for the sudden rise of black donkey technology, she would have forgotten about it. Cameraman Lao Wang was very glad. He remembered that he had confidently said that black donkey technology was a junk stock. Fortunately, his words were removed during the post-production. Otherwise, he would be an internet celebrity now. An internet celebrity who was laughed at by others. Su Yunhan also joined in the fun. She forwarded the picture of the blackboard and added the caption, "My brother is the best. My brother is the best." Qin Baobao, in less than half an hour, there were thousands of replies. Brother? When did Qin Zhe become your brother? Godbrother? Upstairs, you're new to the internet. You don't know that Qin Baobao is known as the Crazy Brother Show-Off. This is obviously teasing Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao, humph, do you think my nickname is for nothing? To be honest, if I had such a brother, I would show off every day too, 8:30 p.m. Qin Baobao finished her second commercial performance this week. She drank water in the private room that was temporarily used as the backstage. From the beginning to the end of the banquet, she sang on and off for 2 hours. Her throat was a little hoarse. She had sung all her songs since her debut. The group of animals clamored to hear her sing exaggeratedly. F***K exaggeratedly. This song was only interesting when she sang until she was hoarse. It hurt her throat the most. But there was no other way. The customer was God. The customer's request had to be satisfied. Singers were not like celebrities who could make millions or tens of millions just by shooting a film. Commercial performances and advertisements were the bulk of a singer's income. It was tiring. How could making money not be tiring? When she made more money in the future, she would use coins to smash the little red guy to death. Seeing him annoyed her. Thinking of this, Qin Baobao felt that she was full of energy again. At this time, the door of the private room was pushed open. A pot-bellied uncle wearing an expensive Armani suit walked in. He smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. Qin Baobao knew this guy. He was the boss of a foreign trade company, a listed company, and also the owner of her commercial performance. Tao Guojun. When he received her, he was also full of smiles. It was just a hypocritical politeness. But now his smile was particularly sincere. His bean-sized eyes seemed to burst out with enthusiasm. Miss Qin, this performance was very wonderful. My employees were very satisfied with your performance. Inviting you was the best choice. Tao Guojun flattered. Qin Baobao and Li Yanhong looked at each other. The former smiled politely. President Tao, you flatter me. I want to thank you for this opportunity. The two chatted casually. Tao Guojun talked about his bitter journey from the beginning of his business to today's scale. It was a history of blood and tears. Qin Baobao talked about what she saw and heard in the entertainment circle. In any case, they were just wrangling and chatting about their own things. Qin Baobao didn't like such boring social interactions. But it didn't mean that she didn't know how to do it. Back when she was a female secretary, she had to help the general manager block wave after wave of guests and accompany them in the meeting room to talk about philosophy and ideals. Qin Baobao had long been trained and experienced. Li Yanhong was even more bored listening to them. But she was full of smiles and was neither arrogant nor impatient. When she went to the toilet, Tao Guojun coughed and revealed Qin Baobao's true intentions. He said, Miss Qin, the stock market has been booming recently. You must be speculating in stocks. Qin Baobao smiled. I'm not, but my brother is speculating in stocks. Tao Guojun's bean-sized eyes sparkled when he heard this. He chuckled and said, Teacher Qin's younger brother has a thunderous reputation. Yes, my brother is the best. Qin Baobao suddenly shut up. Didn't she make up her mind not to talk about him? But the words didn't go through her mind and she showed off like a conditioned reflex. Tao Guojun said, It's like this. I want to ask Teacher Qin Zhe to help. As long as he has nothing to do on Weibo or other platforms, I'm willing to pay an advertising fee to help promote our Kaiyue company's stock. Qin Baobao looked at him with a dumbfounded face. Was the damn fatty's brain damaged? Asking Qin Zhe to advertise? Putting aside whether his brain was damaged or not, his eyes were definitely blind. She was a first-tier actress. She was known as the brother-flaunting crazy demon. Ba, otaku goddess. Her popularity and fans couldn't be compared to a little redneck. You didn't ask me to advertise, but asked him to advertise? This didn't make sense. Tao Guojun clearly marked the price and said, 2 million. As long as Teacher Qin Zhe helps me advertise, I'll pay 2 million for the advertising fee. Qin Baobao was stunned. Was this damn fatty's brain damaged? When was my little redneck worth 2 million? Either I'm crazy or the world is crazy. Seeing that she didn't speak, Tao Guojun thought that the price was not satisfactory. He deliberated and said, 3 million? Qin Baobao smiled. She forced a smile and said, Then I have to ask him first. There must be something wrong when things were abnormal. Sister hadn't been blinded by 3 million yuan. She decided to ask her brother what was going on first. If there was no problem, she would definitely agree. Why wouldn't she accept free money? The phone was dialed for a long time before it was connected. Qin Zhe said in a lazy tone, Yo, what a rare guest. Why did the big star Qin Baobao call me? I'm flattered. Sister was indifferent these days. Qin Zhe was holding back his anger. Qin Baobao glanced at Tao Guojun and made sure that he couldn't hear her brother's strange voice. She said, Ace, I have something to tell you. I'm not free. I'm cooking. Ah, it's like this. I'm not listening. Bastard, you're chanting. Yes, President Tao of Kaiyue Foreign Trade Company is beside me. He wants to ask you for a favor. Qin Baobao said in her heart. Hold it in. Sister has to hold it in. She couldn't argue with her brother in front of outsiders. She pretended to ignore him. I'm not helping. It's very simple. He wants you to help him advertise Kaiyue's stock. He's willing to pay 3 million yuan for the advertising fee. What do you think? Little redneck, I'll deal with you when we get home. Her brother didn't continue to say strange words. He was silent for a moment and said, Reject him. Qin Baobao didn't ask for the reason. She said apologetically, I'm sorry, President Tao. My brother doesn't agree. If it's about the price, we can talk about it again. Tao Guojun was unwilling to give up. Miss Qin, why don't you ask him again? He can just tell you the price. Qin Baobao still didn't understand why he was so persistent. She didn't say anything and said, Okay, I'll go back and talk to him. I'll inform you if there's any change. Tao Guojun sent her out with gratitude and watched her get into the MPV and leave. Qin Baobao was very familiar with that attentive and slightly ingratiating smile. Every time the boss of a small enterprise visited the general manager, he would always have this smile. She was even more confused. Chapter 184. Qin Baobao sat in the spacious nanny van with a genuine leather massage seat. A 32-inch car TV was installed on the partition between the driver's seat and the passenger's seat. Below it was a bar counter and a refrigerator. The interior was luxurious, completely matching her status. This nanny van was the car that the company had given her. Li Yanhong placed the glasses on the bar counter, opened the refrigerator, and took out a bottle of champagne. She poured a glass for herself and Qin Baobao. She liked this nanny van very much. It was luxurious inside and out. She was satisfied with both the senses and the real experience. In the past, she had never dared to dream of sitting in such a car, drinking and chatting, but now she could. Everything was because of the beautiful girl beside her. Yes, in Li Yanhong's eyes, Qin Baobao was a girl, although she was a little older. But she was very clean. She didn't deliberately scheme against others, but she wasn't an innocent and naive girl either. She could see the two valuable qualities of politeness and rationality in her. Li Yanhong had seen many celebrities who sold their bodies for the sake of climbing up the social ladder. They shouted with conviction, "It's not me who's wrong, it's the world." She had also seen many narrow-minded and jealous women who couldn't bear to see others doing well. No matter how enchanting these women were on the outside, their hearts were dirty. People who kept themselves clean were always likable. This liking wasn't because she helped her earn money, but a kind of intimacy and yearning that came from the heart. Bao Bao, let's celebrate the perfect end of the commercial performance. She raised her glass. Just as she finished speaking, her cell phone rang. Sorry, I have to take this call. Qin Baobao opened the contact list. There were several times when she wanted to call her brother, but she resisted. She frowned slightly with a conflicted expression. Ding dong. Su Yunhan sent a message. Bao Bao, do you still need a leg accessory? Please take me. Qin Baobao was confused and replied with a question mark emoji. Su Yunhan, I also want to invest in the stock market. Please take me. Stock market again. What was going on? I don't know how to trade stocks, Qin Baobao replied. Are you playing dumb? It's not like I'm asking you to help Sister Su trade stocks. You just have to tell your brother and give Sister Su some pointers. I'll be very grateful. Qin Baobao sighed. What happened? I just finished a commercial performance and my phone has been turned off. A moment later, Su Yunhan sent a few pictures over. One was a high-definition screenshot of celebrity gossip. There was a blackboard in the shot. Qin Bao recognized it. It was the small blackboard in her brother's room. She remembered the content on it, but what could it mean? Qin Baobao clicked on the second picture in confusion. She immediately understood. This was a screenshot of a certain stock's K-line. Most of the K-line charts fluctuated gently with red and green intersecting. However, at the end of the chart, there were 8 consecutive bright red upper limit boards. The name of the stock was Black Donkey Technology. Your brother is so awesome that he has no friends. Bao Bao, how did your family raise him? It's unbelievable. Can you take me with you to trade stocks? I'll be satisfied if I follow your brother and drink some soup. Everyone on the internet calls him the god of stocks. It would be great if I had a brother like him. Su Yunhan chattered on and on without stopping. Qin Baobao pursed her lips. What was so good about her? She was a black-hearted maggot. Why would a big star like you trade stocks? It's not like you lack money. Su Yunhan sent a vomiting blood emoji. Who doesn't want more money? Besides, this is not a small amount of money. It might be equivalent to half a year's income. Take your brother's stock, for example. If I invest a few million, I won't have to work for a year. Now, the most discussed topic in the circle is trading stocks. There are losses and gains. Do you know that Su Lu has been trading stocks with her godfather and earned a few million? Godfather? Yes, the boss of a public fund. It's a secret that everyone in the circle knows. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. What a fickle woman. Su Yunhan laughed and changed the topic. But your brother is still the best. Qin Baobao's lips curled as she typed in a message. That's my brother. She suddenly reacted and deleted that sentence. Then she typed in a new message. All right, I'll ask him when I'm free and ask him to recommend you a few stocks with potential. Qin Baobao opened Weibo and found that her Weibo had exploded. Her latest Weibo post originally only had a few thousand comments. Now it was in the tens of thousands. After looking at it for a while, she knew the whole story. Her brother's blackboard had written the analysis and prediction of the future of Black Donkey Technology. It could be seen as a prophecy post. Then, a month later, the post came true. Black Donkey Technology had reached its upper limit for a week. Even among the many stocks, it stood out. Then, her brother became the prophet emperor. No wonder Tao Guomin was so attentive. It was laughable that she had thought that the darn fatty's brain was damaged. His brain was not damaged. In fact, he was very smart. Think about it. Borrowing Xianxia's Prophet Emperor to promote her own stocks. Then, there would be countless people who would follow the trend and buy it. At that time, let alone 3 million, it would be more than 30 million. At the same time, she also understood Xianxia's reason for rejecting. This kind of thing was too bad for his character. A good stock would definitely not be promoted. Perhaps at the beginning it would rise steadily due to the chase. But not too long later, it would burst because of the fake bubble. At that time, how would people look at Xianxia? Even she would be scolded. Li Yanhong hung up the phone and sighed. In today's society, it's easy for a man to have a change of heart when he has a bit of money. Qin Baobao asked casually, "What's wrong?" Li Yanhong said helplessly, "My niece. She and her husband don't have a good relationship and want a divorce. Her mother called me to complain. My niece and her husband have only been dating for 4 years until they got married. Logically speaking, marriage problems should only appear after a few years. Her husband earned some money from his business this year. It was originally a good thing. But because his wallet is full, his heart is restless and he is playing with women outside." Qin Baobao deeply agreed. That's why a man's money still needs to be managed by a woman. This depends on the situation. Li Yanhong acted as an experienced person and taught Qin Baobao. Some men like to be managed by women, but some are wild monkeys. The stricter the management, the greater the rebound. But we can't just ignore it. Then what should we do? Qin Baobao humbly asked for advice. It depends on the woman's own methods. Love needs to be safe. There is no such thing as a lasting and unchanging love. Li Yanhong pointed at the Louis Vuitton bag that Qin Baobao casually threw aside and gave an example. Take this bag for example. When you first bought it, you treasured it so much that you never put it anywhere. But now, it's no longer that attractive to you. Then what will happen to you? The best way is to change to another one. In the eyes of many men, women are the same as bags or mobile phones. After a long time, they will lose their novelty. What should we do in this situation? Some women start to manage men's finances because they lack a sense of security. Some women learn all kinds of skills to keep men. Some are even more powerful. They emphasize that not fighting is fighting and retreat in order to advance. Qin Baobao stared at her blankly. "Sister Li, can you explain it clearly? I don't understand. You don't have a boyfriend. Why are you learning this?" Qin Baobao was anxious. "Aya, just say it quickly. Managing the economy is the worst strategy. Learning skills is the best strategy. You can make yourself comfortable and make your man comfortable. Retreat in order to advance, and fight without fighting is the best strategy. Attacking the city is the worst strategy, and attacking the heart is the best strategy. But it's inevitable that there will be a grassland above your head. So, the best strategy is enough." Qin Baobao was even more confused. "What skills are these?" Li Yanhong chuckled. "You've never had a boyfriend before?" Qin Baobao shook her head. "TSK, that's really a waste of your youth." Qin Baobao felt suffocated. How could she waste her time? Of course, it's the skill of rolling in the sheets. Li Yanhong winked. Qin Baobao understood. She spat and thought to herself, "Old witch. Other than rolling in the sheets, what other way can you control a man?" This question stumped Li Yanhong. How can you control a man without rolling in the sheets? You can't do that, right? Then use money. Everything will be easy with money, Li Yanhong said. What if he doesn't lack money? Then roll in the sheets. Alright, this was an endless cycle. Qin Baobao was a little discouraged. Li Yanhong comforted her. Baobao, although the company has a contract stating that you can't date for 3 years, there are still loopholes. Dating in private is also fine. As long as it's not exposed by the media, the company will turn a blind eye. Qin Baobao sighed. She thought to herself that it wasn't about the contract. She was just afraid that someone would have to make a trip to Germany if they rolled in the sheets. After returning from the Thousand Island Lake, she and her brother had a cold war for half a month. They basically didn't speak. The last time something like this happened was when she was beaten up by her parents. Thinking about it, she felt awkward. She said something that she shouldn't have. Perhaps it would be more tactful if she said, "Ace, do you want to eat the rouge on your sister's lips?" Ah, it wasn't a matter of being tactful at all. She shouldn't have said it. Now, she didn't know how long the Cold War would last. With that little pervert's pretentious personality, he probably wouldn't take the initiative to reconcile with her. Qin Bao Bao said faintly, "Sisterly, if there's a man who always wants to take advantage of me and coax me to kiss him, I'll tell him to kiss me. But one day, when I take the initiative to hint at him to kiss me, he runs away." He didn't get your hint? Li Yanhong asked. He's AB***. Qin Bao Bao gritted her teeth. He knows. Then there's a possibility. This man has a change of heart. He likes another woman. Of course, he won't be intimate with you. Li Yanhong analyzed. Qin Bao Bao's expression changed slightly. She forced herself to ask, could it be that he wasn't interested at that time? Li Yanhong laughed. Men are all creatures with their lower bodies. Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of an opportunity. If he didn't have a change of heart, could it be that he turned over a new leaf and became a monk? Qin Bao Bao sighed as she looked at the scenery passing by quickly outside the window. Maybe he really did turn over a new leaf. Ding! There was a notification. The person who sent the message was the pig at home. I've thought about it. It's safer to leave my money to you. This is my securities account number. You know the password. But I still want to invest in stocks. Sister, please don't take it out. The haze in her heart was suddenly dispelled by the sunlight. Qin Bao Bao looked at it carefully several times and memorized the account number. She held the phone tightly as if she was holding a treasure. Chapter 185. Qin Zhe did not expect that the investment plan on the small blackboard would cause such a stir. The result was that his fame skyrocketed, and he was more eye-catching than ever before. Whether it was the video of To Qin Bao Bao or the finals of I Am a Singer, they all paled in comparison to this time. Borrowing the popularity of the stock market, he was worshipped by the netizens as the god of stocks. There were people leaving comments on his Weibo all day long. Thousands of people were shouting 666 and asking him to take them to the stock market. Of course, most of them were heckling to worship the prophet emperor. In fact, most of them were just onlookers. Coincidentally, he could barely be considered a public figure and had a very popular sister. The netizens were no stranger to him. If it was a normal person, they would at most sigh and shout 666. The three animals in dormitory 303 kept calling him Qinggu, crying and shouting for him to give them shares. They said that if they bought his shares, they would be able to reach the peak of life. There were also some unfamiliar university classmates who called Qin Zhe one after another, but he did not pick up. Out of all the calls, he picked up Li Donglai's call. The little guy opened his mouth and muttered, "What the F***, Qinggu, you have this ability? Don't say anything else, just accept my kneeling." Qin Zhe said helplessly, "How did you know? Didn't you not pay attention to the entertainment industry?" Li Donglai said, "I don't pay attention to the entertainment industry, but I pay attention to your sister." Qin Zhe said, Li Donglai quickly changed his words, "I mainly pay attention to Qinggu. Sister Qin is paying attention because she loves the house and its crow." This guy did not ask for the recommendation shares, he just called to shout 666 and poured out his admiration for him. As for the stock market, he did not care. He had a rich aunt, so he never lacked things like pocket money. There was a heated discussion in the university group. Ever since A.M. a singer, his classmates all knew that his sister was Qin Bao Bao, and all the teachers and students knew that Qin Bao Bao's brother was Qin Zhe, from our university. "Qin Zhe, take me to the stock market. Qin Zhe, don't forget me when you're rich. We agreed before the internship." Qin Zhe, unbelievable. Qin Zhe's grades were average when he was in school. How did he suddenly become the god of stocks? We didn't even know that he could write songs when he was in school. That's amazing. I wonder how much he has earned. If I tell everyone that Qin Zhe is my university classmate, no one will believe me. The homeroom teacher in the group said, "Knowledge is wealth." Qin Zhe is a good example. Temporary results couldn't represent the future. Compared to him choosing a bull stock, I was more optimistic about his analysis and speculations. Basic analysis, technical analysis, and off-the-field analysis, he was able to do all of them incisively and vividly. This was something that many people could not do. Even if it's not a bull market, I believe he can still make money in the stock market. Monitor, don't say anything. I'll drink this chicken soup first. Everyone, get up and drink the poisonous chicken soup made by Monitor. I'll cry out loud. I grew up drinking the poisonous chicken soup made by Monitor for the past 3 years. The students laughed and joked. The homeroom teacher sent a sweat-wiping emoji. You guys alas? Xianxia joined in the fun and sent a funny emoji. Everyone, drink this bowl of poisonous chicken soup. As soon as he came out, the group exploded. Boss, you finally came out. Hurry up and push the stock. Xianxia, I'll repeat it again. Don't forget me when you're rich. Xianxia, I don't want you to push the stock. I want our sister's photo. Hurry up and send it. Photo +1, photo +2, photo +3, just like that. The students started to talk about baby Qin. Basically, it was the boys who were joking about whether Xianxia's sister had a boyfriend. If she didn't, how about introducing her to them? If she did, how about changing her boyfriend? If she didn't want to change, how about considering one more boyfriend? Xianxia didn't care about the jokes. He casually sent out a few stocks. These stocks have potential. I suggest you hold them for at least half a month. After half a month, you can decide if you want to sell or not. The group was in an uproar. The homeroom teacher, I'm so scared. Awesome Monitor. Hurry up and buy them. Ha! On the second day of Xianxia's promotion, he expected that his colleagues would have a big reaction. As soon as he stepped into the office, Yang Jian winked at him. Guru, please take this newbie to the stock market. It's all thanks to you that we can become rich. He rushed over to hug Xianxia's thigh. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Get lost. The other colleagues in the office also joined in the fun and teased Xianxia to take them to the stock market. Some were joking, some were serious. More than 10 years ago, the employees of investment companies and securities companies were forbidden to invest in the stock market. It was still forbidden now, but it was not as strict as before. You can't invest in the stock market, but you can let your family invest in the stock market. In the past, your family couldn't invest in the stock market. At that time, there were few listed companies. Securities companies and investment companies could access a lot of insider information. If left alone, the market would become a tool for some groups to accumulate wealth, which was not conducive to the healthy development of the stock market. Li Linfeng's face was glowing, and he was smiling every day. Anyone could see that he was in a good mood. How could he not be happy? The company made a lot of money in stock investment. While he created rich performance, he could also show his ambition. Su Yu was unique in management and was willing to delegate power to the managers of various departments under him. Li Linfeng strolled into the company and patted Xianxia on the shoulder. Boy, do you know how much your commission is this month? He raised a hand. Yang Jian guessed, 50,000. Li Linfeng nodded. This is just the current commission. If Black Donkey technology continues to grow, your commission will double. Xianxia smiled. Boss, it's just a drizzle. Li Linfeng was a boss who didn't like to put on a dignified show. He was very easygoing in private. Xianxia got along well with him and could communicate the meaning of draft without changing his face. Yang Jian vomited blood. I can't compare with you. Li Linfeng rolled his eyes. After lunch, Xianxia leaned over the desk to write a schedule. Suddenly, he felt someone approaching. He turned his head and saw that it was the famous cold beauty Su Yu. Her eyes fell on Xianxia's plan, and her cold face showed a smile. What are you writing? Nothing. Xianxia closed the proposal without batting an eyelid. Come to my office. I have something to tell you. Su Yu nodded, turned and walked out of the office. The office skirt wrapped around her perky buttocks, full of charm. Yang Jian gave Xianxia a thumbs up. Su Yu rarely did not sit behind her desk, but sat on the reception sofa with Xianxia and personally made a cup of black tea for Xianxia. Xianxia was a little flattered. To be honest, I set up an investment project according to your plan, and I was ready to lose money or even lose everything. So you said? Qin Zhe could only reply with a smile. He couldn't say, "Thank you for your love. Nan Man is very optimistic about you. I love the house and its crow. It's a pure surprise that this project can have such a good result." Su Yu sipped the black tea and her posture was very elegant. "Yesterday, Nan Men came to me and said that she wanted you to manage a department alone." Qin Zhe was taken aback. "It's not appropriate." Su Yu nodded. "So I refused." Qin Zhe, "But I think it should be appropriate to arrange you in the position of deputy manager. What do you think?" Su Yu asked. Su Yu has a habit of talking to the person involved in the work scheduling of any employee. Just like she once talked to Li Linfeng changed his view of her. Qin Zhe hesitated for a moment. "Can I be President Su's assistant?" Su Yu raised her eyebrows. "My assistant needs to prepare a variety of documents for me, such as the company's financial statements, market research, performance reports, project summaries, and so on." Su Yu smiled and said, "Let me guess, it's because you've been asking me for important company documents recently." Qin Zhe, "These things you're looking at are not what a salesman should look at. What do you want to do?" Qin Zhe didn't want to answer her question. He simply gave the beautiful president a side profile and pretended to look at the screen hanging on the wall. 6 LCD screens were hung directly opposite the desk. 2 showed the general trend of the stock market and futures, and the other 4 showed the detailed trend of individual stocks. His black donkey technology was one of them. It opened directly to the upper limit. Under the background of the general bull market, as long as you don't make a bad move, you can basically make money. Especially this year's stock market, which was aggressive and showed signs of breaking the bull market record. In the words of many insiders, you can make money lying down. Therefore, compared with the stock market, Qin Zhe prefers to watch the changes in the futures market. The abundance of idle funds not only boosted the stock market, but also the futures market. It's just more turbulent and thrilling, not as stable as the stock market. The 5-minute trend chart of a precious metal attracted Qin Zhe's attention. It was a thrilling and exciting multi-year offensive and defensive battle. At the opening, there were people divided into 10 prices. Each price had more than 1,000 orders, but in just an hour, someone bought all the orders. Then the bears gradually gained the upper hand. Although the bulls occasionally resisted, the selling pressure was too strong, and the price finally began to fall slowly. Many parties temporarily ceased their activities, not knowing whether they were ready to give up or prepare for the next wave of offensive. Su Yu saw his absent-minded appearance and frowned. No one likes to be ignored when they speak. "Do you have research on futures?" Yeah. Qin Zhe said. He is a financial student. Of course, he must understand stock futures. Qin Zhe began to switch from stocks to futures a month ago. After knocking on the stock god skill, many things in futures were also well understood. He wants to set up his own investment company in the future. The scope of business can't be limited to stock investment. No one can say how long the bull market can last. Just by speculating in stocks, he can make a well-off life. After all, it is hard to make money in a bear market. It has nothing to do with technology. That precious metal is being manipulated by the investment department too and is a bear. Su Yu said, "What do you think?" The market is a little turbulent, but at present, the bears have the upper hand. Qin Zhe expressed his opinion, but it's best not to fight. The flow of idle funds to the market will also benefit the futures market. Bulls are the general trend. The two talked, and the market was turbulent again. Chapter 186. Chen Guang was the manager of the second investment department and graduated from Shandong University. He came to Shanghai in 2008 and had been in the international financial capital for nearly a decade. He had witnessed the stock market crash in 2008. He had also witnessed the record-breaking bull market in 2007. He was most proficient in the futures market. Before joining the investment industry, he worked in a private equity firm and was also in charge of futures. He was famous for his unconventional methods in the futures market. However, his bold and unconstrained thinking and risky style gave the former owner a headache, so he was unable to move his position forward. Futures were always more exciting than the stock market. The margin system, margin call system, and the restrictions of forced liquidation at maturity could make you rich overnight, but it could also make you poor in an instant. Using money to play with your heart, aside from gambling, there was nothing more exciting than futures. The T+0 system also allowed more room for manipulation, and it was a test of the standard of a trader. Futures are ferocious beasts, and stocks are the same. In Chen Guang's view, stocks are even more unreliable than futures. The former's information channels are more transparent, while the latter's information channels are more fake. For example, the financial reports are commonly falsified. Glancing at the LCD screen on his desk, his face suddenly changed. "Boss, there's a change in the situation. The multiple investors are too ferocious. The sudden influx of funds has already reached the average price. How should we deal with it? We can't make a decision." One of the three traders, Little Li, barged into the office. Chen Guang stared at the constantly changing chart on the LCD screen. First, there was a small yang oscillation, followed by 3 yang lines. Anyone with a bit of technical analysis would know that this was the 3 suns rising, and it was a huge benefit. Thus, it attracted the attention of individual investors and the trading volume rapidly increased. Chen Guang felt that he was in a race against time. He had to do something. Currently, the price was close to the average, and the moment it broke through the 12-day average, there would be a huge change in the mentality of the investors. At that time, it would be too late to say anything. "How many positions do we have left?" Chen Guang suddenly asked. 8,500 hands. Trader Xiao Li said. At this moment, the trading volume increased once more and the price broke through the 12-day average. Inform accounts 1 to 6 to retreat in batches. Don't continue fighting. Chen Guang made a prompt decision. Through the perfect 3 suns grand opening movement, he was certain that the banker was operating behind the scenes, and his methods were very experienced. Chen Guang did not have the intention to compete with the other party since the difference in funds was huge from the start. In the president's office, Su Yu sipped her black tea and glanced at Qin Zai's focused face. She asked, "Who do you think will win, the bulls or the bears?" "It's a one-sided situation. Many forces are coming at us aggressively. If the airheads can remain calm for a few minutes, the situation may change. I'm just afraid that they'll be scared and run away, giving up their base." Qin Zai's eyes flashed with wisdom. Su Yu muttered, "Are you confident?" She majored in macroeconomics and was more like a strategist in the headquarters. This was also an important reason why she had delegated power to the managers of the various departments. Qin Zai nodded. Su Yu put down the teacup. In Qin Zai's stunned eyes, he got up, walked to the desk, and grabbed the landline. When the landline on Chen Guang's desk rang, he took a glance and saw that it was the CEO's office number. He immediately picked it up. Su Yu's cold and pleasant voice went straight to the point. "If it's not closed, then stay for a few minutes." Chen Guang was briefly stunned before he looked at the crazily rising chart and hesitated. "CO Su, we've invested quite a bit. It's not your performance if we lose money." Su Yu continued, "Don't hang up." Chen Guang called out to Little Wang, "Wait a little longer." "Boss, what are we waiting for? If we don't come out now, our losses will be huge." Little Wang was at a loss. "You want me to reject CEO Su's request?" Chen Guang pursed his lips and held onto the phone. "CEO Su has never asked about the operation. What's wrong today?" Little Wang was both curious and puzzled. "How would I know?" 5 minutes later, the price was still rising. For the time being, there wasn't any sign of it falling. Seeing this, Chen Guang's heart throbbed. Little Wang's face was distressed and tangled as if he had lost millions. Scratching his ears and cheeks, he shouted, "Boss, it's over. We can't withdraw even if we want to." Just as Chen Guang was about to speak, he suddenly heard a beeping sound from the phone. CO Su had hung up. His heart suddenly trembled. Did she give up? Then his phone rang. It was Su Yu's number. "CO Su." Chen Guang wiped his sweat. He didn't know what this woman was doing. Although she said that she didn't need to take responsibility, it was still millions of yuan. Even he was sweating for her. Su Yu reported 6 numbers without rhyme or reason and said, Instruct the traders to place orders at these 6 prices. Every time, 20 to 30 orders will alternate. Chen Guang rushed out of the office and came to the staff office of the investment department. He shouted and repeated Su Yu's words. Several traders with ashen faces immediately took action. Sure enough, the market's empty orders began to increase. At this moment, Su Yu gave another order. She reported 3 numbers, any 3 accounts. Place orders according to the requirements. Boss, look. Little Wang excitedly pointed at the screen. On the screen, as soon as the Shangyin line was collected, the trading price of the market began to drop slightly and kept going down. This was a classic example of an abandoned baby. As soon as the falling price appeared, there was a trend of everyone pushing the wall. The bears began to exert their strength. After all, they weren't the only ones who were short. There were others as well. The game wasn't a one-on-one game, but a gathering of heroes from all over the country. The market began to fall. Everyone let out a long breath. Chen Guang also felt his heart returning to normal. However, he immediately became excited. "Xiao Su, you're too amazing. This prediction and maneuvering is really amazing. The timing of the switch between having too many players and not having any players is just right." Chen Guang felt that he had underestimated the beautiful CEO in the past. Just based on the skills that she had just displayed, she would definitely beat him. However, Su Yu faintly said, "It has nothing to do with me." Chen Guang was stunned. The phone rang and she hung up. In the CEO's office, Su Yu put down the phone and turned to look at Qin Zhe, who was leisurely drinking tea. This guy felt her gaze and grinned at her, revealing his white teeth. "Although I'm not convinced, Nan Man's eyes are more accurate than mine." Su Yu smiled bitterly. Su Yu suddenly remembered that as long as someone appeared on the internet, they would immediately be banned. The second half of the sentence was that once the wind and clouds met, they would become a dragon. When she first heard about him, she didn't believe that he could finish a college entrance examination mathematics paper with full marks in 20 minutes. She only saw it with her own eyes on the day of the interview. However, it was undeniable that it did surprise her. The first time she felt frustrated in terms of IQ, and the second time was in the game. If the exam paper incident was considered to be outstanding, then the Black Donkey Technology project was an overnight success, achieving the achievement of famous throughout the company. Today, she was amazed by his awareness and trading skills. Although this young man didn't look immature, he was no longer someone who could be underestimated. Nan Manpei was right. If she used him well, there would be surprises. "Because she knows me better than you." Qin Zhe didn't know that his evaluation in the beautiful CEO's heart was rising. Otherwise, he would be proud of himself. The reason why he had such a high standard in the stock market and futures market was not only because of his own efforts, but also because of the help of the system. Although the system was a salted fish. In addition to the 3 departments of the investment department, there are other business departments in the company. Each business department is equal and directly under my jurisdiction. Although I try to delegate power, it inevitably causes a huge amount of work. I'm going to set up a position for the general manager of the investment department to help me manage the 3 investment departments. Su Yu said, "You are the best candidate. Is it Sister Pei's idea?" Qin Zhe was surprised. "No, it's my idea. Nan Man doesn't have time to take care of a small company like mine." Su Yu snorted. "You don't need to worry about qualifications. Ju Li is not a state-owned enterprise. It doesn't pay attention to qualifications. The principle of private enterprises is that those who can go up, those who can't go down. You have this ability," Su Yu said. "Compared to that, I'm more looking forward to being your assistant." Qin Zhe said. Su Yu said, "Don't even think about it." Chapter 187. Qin Zhe had been promoted. Although the official appointment document had not been issued, it was not made public. However, Su Yu was the general manager, and she was in charge of the whole company. Her words were basically a nail in the coffin. Qin Zhe felt that it was a pity that he did not get the assistant position. Moreover, he mentioned it again and again, which seemed to have caused Su Yu to misunderstand that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Qin Zhe thought that there were two sides to everything. Although he was disappointed that he did not become the assistant to the president, the position of the head of the investment department was not bad, which meant that he could mobilize a huge amount of funds. It was also a good choice to use other people's money to practice. The investment of a company and an individual were very different. Today, Qin Zhe cooked a sumptuous dinner for his two sisters. His sister's hypocritical congratulations made Qin Zhe very annoyed. Wang Zijin was fine. After all, she was the daughter of a rich family. However, what was going on with Qin Baobao? If other sisters knew that their younger brother was promoted and became rich, they would definitely be smiling from ear to ear. They would hug their younger brother and give him a kiss as a reward. Other sisters would kiss their younger brother, right? Qin Baobao couldn't wait to take out her laptop after dinner. She turned it on, logged into the game, and invited Kanto Studio. This set of procedures was very skillful. Qin Zhe, who was next to her, rolled his eyes. He had once watched the fierce battle between his sister and Kanto Studio. He finally understood why his sister was so obsessed with the game. This was the thrill of looking for abuse in the game. What he admired the most was Kanto Studio's tenacity despite being defeated repeatedly. She must have been waiting for Qin Baobao to log into the game for a long time. The two of them quarreled every day at 8:30 p.m. It was more interesting than a primetime TV series. Qin Baobao won 3 rounds in a row in 20 minutes and spent 10 minutes quarreling with Kanto Studio. She took a sip of tea and said with a face full of enjoyment, "I feel refreshed." "Are you interested?" Qin Zhe was speechless. "It's none of your business." Qin Baobao glared at him. Qin Baobao picked up the phone on the table. Fingerprint. Qin Zhe did not set a password. Only his fingerprint could unlock the phone. He pressed with his thumb. Qin Baobao skillfully opened the stock trading software, logged in the account password, and happily checked Qin Zhe's gains today. Her eyes curved into crescents. "You've earned a lot today. I'll give you a verbal reward." This was a greedy sister. Sure enough, as long as he obediently handed over his wife's money, he could easily deal with her temper. Qin Zhe remembered the fortune stick at Mizhan Temple. "When I was young, I always made empty promises, but now I regret my words lightly." He did not believe in religion, but he felt that these two sentences made sense. "Don't think that you can easily control me. I only forgive you because you admit your mistake." Qin Baobao saw through her brother's thoughts. Qin Zhe glanced at his sister's swollen chest and said, "Sister is not a woman that I can control with one hand." Qin Baobao snorted. At first, she was pleased with herself, but then she said in disdain, "You're as cowardly as a bear." Seeing that her brother did not speak, she said angrily, "Trash." Wang Zijin finally looked up from the TV series and said angrily, "Nonsense." Qin Baobao was angry. "I'm teaching my brother a lesson. What does it have to do with you?" But Wang Zijin said in her heart, "I have nothing to say." Qin Baobao sneered again, "Bear." She was still angry about what happened that day. Qin Baobao had always been a woman who held grudges. Enough is enough. Qin Zhe pushed his sister. Qin Baobao immediately returned the favor. She kicked her brother's chest, but unfortunately, she did not have much strength. She shouted, "You're a bear, ha!" Qin Zhe was angry. Without saying anything, he threw his sister on the sofa. "I'm going to teach you a lesson today, fat tiger." "Zijin, he's going to hit me again." Qin Baobao called her best friend. Wang Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. This was the right way for them to open up. She couldn't stand the atmosphere of looking at each other in silence some time ago. Qin Baobao couldn't escape the fate of being spanked if her best friend didn't help or dissuade her. However, Qin Zhe raised his hand halfway and gave up. Qin Baobao saw that the situation was not good. She shouted, "Bear." Slap. Qin Zhe slapped his sister's round buttocks, one on each side. Wang Zijin finally had the courage to ask them what they had done in Hangzhou. As soon as they came back, they shivered as if they wanted to break off the relationship between them. Unexpectedly, they denied it and said that nothing was wrong. Wang Zijin said, "I don't believe you. I hate it when you two hide and whisper. Don't ask me to be the messenger next time." Pumph. Wang Zijin said, A's birthday is at the end of the month. What gift do you want? Qin Baobao said sarcastically, girlfriend. Qin Zhe said, ignore her. I like any gift from Sister Ziwei. Wang Zijin said, then let's go shopping and buy whatever we see. Qin Baobao said, no. A's and I are going to Disneyland on my birthday. Wang Zijin said, then I will go too. Qin Baobao refused, don't you have to go to work? You can come back and eat cake at night. Wang Zijin thought, hey, this brother complex. Qin Baobao chewed the beef jerky. She put the whole bag of beef jerky in front of her chest. She wanted to eat a piece of beef jerky. The beef jerky was shaking in front of her chest. Qin Zhe was really afraid that it would slide down. Wang Zijin sat opposite her. She glanced at her thighs and reminded, Bao Bao, you are exposed. Qin Baobao was wearing a pleated miniskirt. It was also Qin Zhe's favorite skirt because he could admire his sister's long legs without stockings. Qin Baobao was not afraid at all. Anyway, we are at home. No man is looking. Wang Zijin glanced at Qin Zhe. Maybe my brother is not a man. Qin Zhe explained to himself. While Wang Zijin was in the bathroom, Qin Zhe pretended to be relaxed and said, did anything happen at the company? I have been so busy these days. I am not even in the company. What can happen? Qin Baobao said angrily. Mom is too much. She didn't bring an umbrella when she went grocery shopping. She got caught in the rain and caught a cold, Qin Zhe said. How come I didn't know? Qin Baobao looked at her brother. You didn't go to shoot a commercial. Qin Zhe said casually, last month, she went to Hongqiao and got caught in the rain. She caught a cold when she came back. She didn't. Qin Baobao paused. She went to Hongqiao last month? The computer screen jumped and a spam ad website popped up. A famous ad slogan kept repeating, start with a knife, become a tycoon in 3 seconds. The siblings didn't pay attention to the advertisement. Qin Zhe stared into his sister's eyes. She went. I wrote about it in my diary. Didn't you read it? Qin Baobao was not flustered. Your diary? Then I definitely didn't read it. Qin Zhe said, oh. You didn't read my diary, but you still dared to ask for a kiss. Sister, your thoughts are really dangerous. Oh, this is not like you. You actually didn't read my diary. Qin Zhe said, oh, you're already so old. Sister should respect your privacy. Qin Baobao patted her brother's head and used the image of a gentle elder sister to confuse her brother. But in her heart, she thought, this little pervert has seen through me. Qin Zhe nodded. It's good that sister knows. Peeking at a diary will cause a big problem. When he spoke, he observed his sister's expression, trying to see a similar expression of panic. Unfortunately, there was none. His sister's beautiful face was blank and innocent, and her watery eyes were blinking. He thought that if his sister found out the secret of the diary and knew that he was not the biological son of the old man, with her glass heart, she would definitely explode. There was no reason for her to hold it in. Maybe she was like him and didn't dare to say it out, afraid that the family would be torn apart. The kiss that day, was her glass heart broken and she was looking for a sense of security with him? Qin Baobao said disdainfully, I just peeked at your diary. What big problem can it cause? Is it a document written by you? The way he answered was very in line with Qin Baobao's usual temper. When Wang Zijin came out of the toilet, the siblings finished a battle of swords under the background of the sound effect of a knife at the beginning. It was a temporary draw. Qin Baobao was dragged back to the room by her best friend to sleep. She held the diary and turned back at the door. When her eyes met with her brother's, they both felt an indescribable feeling spreading in their hearts. There are some things that you don't say, but I know. There are some things that I don't say, but you know. However, we both chose to remain silent. Chapter 188. At 9:50 in the morning, 10 minutes before the high-level meeting, Su Hao angrily broke into his sister Su Yu's office. Don't be nervous. Introduce yourself in the interview later and get familiar with everyone. Don't worry, no one will be eccentric. Su Yu was instructing Qin Zhe face to face. Seeing her half-brother break in, she frowned and said, Vice President Su, what's the matter? Su Hao didn't expect Qin Zhe to be in the office. He didn't spit out his sharp words and waved his hand. "You go out first." Qin Zhe looked at Su Yu, the latter nodded, and he left the office. "What are you doing?" "The general manager of the investment department?" Su Hao said angrily. "First of all, there is no such position in the company. You appointed without permission?" Su Yu didn't care about her brother's anger and said lightly, "Inform? All the middle and high-level positions in the company were appointed by me. I don't remember who to inform. That was before. Now I'm the deputy general manager." Su Hao said angrily, "I won't agree to this ridiculous appointment." Su Yu sneered and stared at Su Hao. "When does the general manager's decision need the deputy general manager's consent?" Su Hao sneered. "You want to be Wu Zetian? You don't need my consent, but as long as I call, you have to explain to Dad." Su Yu narrowed her eyes and her eyes fell on her half-brother. In her impression, this man seemed to only find his father to stand up for him. He was like this when he was a child, and now he still can't change his habit. It was too much to say that he was a waste. After all, he was able to take care of the two branches in an orderly manner. He had some ability. But to say that he was a coward, he deserved it. A while ago, he got his secretary pregnant in the company and then kicked her away. The young woman who wanted to marry into a rich family made a lot of trouble in the company. When the news reached home, his sister-in-law was also angry and wanted a divorce. In the end, his father helped his baby son clean up the mess. Rich and powerful men could do whatever they wanted as long as they could control their women. As long as they could control their women, it wasn't impossible for them to do whatever they wanted outside. It was rare to see a man with some money in his pocket being able to behave himself. But if he doesn't have the ability, he's a fool. Su Yu looked at his watch, got up and walked out of the office. When he passed by Su Hao, he said lightly, "You might as well call Dad. Anyway, as long as you are happy." Su Hao looked at his sister's graceful figure and gritted his teeth in anger. In the meeting room, Su Yu sat at the head of the table. The first seat on his right was Vice President Su Hao, and the first seat on his left was Qin Zhe, a young newcomer with no qualifications. The official notice of appointment had not been issued, but the middle and senior management knew about it. That was why this meeting was held. The content of the meeting was not to discuss anything, but Su Yu unilaterally announced the appointment of Qin Zhe as the general manager of the third department of the investment department. The establishment of Ju Li Investment was short, and the position was simple. At present, the position of each department manager was equal. Above the manager was the general manager Su Yu, and now there was a deputy general manager Su Hao. Then, there would be a new general manager of the investment department. Although Qin Zhe was only in charge of 3 investment departments, he was already the third in command of the company. This young third in command always made people feel uncomfortable. Therefore, the atmosphere in the conference room was a bit strange, and there was dissatisfaction in the silence. The managers looked at Qin Zhe with eyes full of scrutiny. After all, being suppressed by such a young brat, everyone had no face. Su Yu glanced at Qin Zhe with a smile, trying to see a trace of tension from his face, but this guy's calmness was beyond her expectations. Thinking about it, it was normal. He was a person who even sang on the stage of a national variety show. The scene in front of him may be just a small matter in his eyes. At this meeting, I will inform everyone that starting today, Qin Zhe will be the general manager of the investment department. Su Yu glanced at the crowd. In the future, we will work together and understand each other. Li Linfeng was expressionless. Chen Guang wanted to say something but stopped, and another investment manager, Yao Kang, frowned. President Su, I think this appointment needs to be cautious. Su Hao said, the investment department is the company's key profitable department. The position of general manager is very important. I think we should let more qualified people sit in this position. Indeed, we are a private company. We don't care about seniority, but as a company, the system can't be missing. Any appointment should have its rules. He didn't directly deny Qin Zhe, but changed to a euphemistic way of saying it. Then let's talk with the resume. Everyone knows the project of Black Donkey Technology. The profit is 100%, and this is not the end. At present, this stock is supporting the upper limit, and there is no opportunity to buy. No one knows how long it can go up. If it is a month or 2 months, how much is the profit? Of course, a profit of 2 million yuan, even if it is a 100% profit, is only a small amount for everyone here. But if he was not an ordinary employee at that time, and the investment was 20 million yuan, or even more, how much would the profit be? Su Hao frowned and said, "Let's assume first, what if this is just luck? In the background of the hot stock market, there are too many lucky people who choose the bull stock. If you have read his plan, you will not feel this way." Su Yu said, "In fact, his ability is far more than that. I believe that Manager Chen will agree with me on this point." In the conference room, everyone's eyes were on Qin Guang. Chen Guang was taken aback. How did he get dragged into this? "Boss Su, do you want me to improvise a story?" He was speechless and at a loss. Su Yu said, "Yesterday's futures trading instructions were his idea." Chen Guang was in awe as he looked at Qin Zhe. The latter smiled at him. Chen Guang said, "Since that's the case, then I have no opinion." After returning home last night, he analyzed Su Yu's instructions over and over again. He analyzed her judgment of the situation and her grasp of the timing. No matter what, she was far better than him. Li Linfeng said, "I have no opinion either." Among the few people present, aside from Su Yu, he was probably the only one who knew how fierce Qin Zhe was. Su Hao asked, "What happened yesterday?" The others were also curious. Chen Guang said, "Yesterday, our department was shorting Huiyin 6023. There was a banker who came out to cause trouble and wanted to use the idle funds to push it up. At that time, the price was directly pushed above the 12-day average and the individual investors followed suit. I initially wanted to withdraw, but Boss Su called me. When Chen Guang talked about yesterday's matter, he was radiant with admiration. He never expected that the mastermind behind the scenes would be Qin Zhe. Several managers looked at Qin Zhe in astonishment. This brat truly had some skills. No wonder Su Yu liked him. Su Hao couldn't find any words to refute and remained silent. The managers of the other departments didn't care about this matter. After all, the general manager of the investment department couldn't control them. Although there were some twists and turns, Su Yu had fulfilled her promise. Qin Zhe's appointment as the general manager of the investment department wasn't hindered. The only hindrance was Su Hao. But this fellow couldn't stir up any waves in his sister's company. After the meeting, Qin Zhe's appointment notice was sent to the company's internal communication group in real time. This notice caught most of the employees off guard. Their understanding of Qin Zhe was still at the level of internet celebrity and baby Qin's brother. Now, he had suddenly become the general manager of the investment department and the third in command of the company. There was an uproar. How did Qin Zhe become the general manager of the investment department? What's going on? Damn, isn't this too incredible? Am I dreaming? He's only been in the company for a month. How did he become the general manager? What a mess. He's so young. Does he have any work experience? Our investment company isn't the entertainment industry. He can become famous just by writing a few songs. I'm dizzy. That's why private investment companies like ours have a huge flaw in the system. Like the public company I worked for before, it's impossible for him to be the general manager without 8 to 10 years of experience. He still has to produce results. Similar whispers appeared in various offices. The employees couldn't understand the unconstrained thinking of the company's management. In their eyes, appointing an intern as the general manager was the biggest joke in the world. At the same time, in Li Linfeng's office. After the meeting, he pulled Qin Zhe into his office. Black tea was boiling on the tea tray. The classic sandalwood tea tray was engraved with the words, Shang Tian K, on the corner. I bought it for 30,000. The sandalwood that was hyped to a sky-high price a few years ago is worthless now. If I resell it, I'll probably get a 50% discount. When the tea was ready, Li Linfeng tilted the teapot. A dark red stream with dense white steam flowed into the bone porcelain teacup. But I asked someone to make it. There's no second one on the market. Qin Zhe laughed and said, "Evil little capitalists. Actually, tea tastes better than coffee, whether it's the taste or the nutritional value." Qin Zhe attacked again. Nationalist thinking. Li Linfeng stared. If you were still an employee under me, I'd kill you. Qin Zhe smiled. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. The rich tea fragrance filled his mouth. When it came to drinking tea, Wang Zijin was an expert. In the first month of her salary, she bought a tea tray home. After that, she spent thousands of yuan on tea leaves every month. She especially loved green tea, not black tea that was popular among girls. Qin Zhe thought that her stomach was not good. It was probably because of drinking tea. President Su's courage really opened my eyes. Although I know you're capable, if I were in her shoes, I wouldn't do what she did. Li Linfeng clicked his tongue. Maybe it's because she stayed abroad for a few years, so her thinking is different. Qin Zhe shrugged. You know President Su stayed abroad? Li Linfeng was stunned. I heard it from a friend. Li Linfeng looked him up and down and asked curiously, Qin Zhe, you're not really a rich second generation, are you? Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. Leader, what's your plan next? Please tell me. Li Linfeng teased. Just muddling along. Qin Zhe said. I can guarantee that everyone in the company is talking about you now. How many eyes are staring at you? Don't they say that a new official makes 3 fires? Hurry up and burn it. Li Linfeng said. Wait until I go back and write the plan. It's time for dinner. Old comrade, let's eat together? The two left the office and passed by the door of Su Yu's office. They heard the assistant say, President Su, why did you drop the mouse again? It was a mistake. Get me a new one. The assistant opened the door and came out. When she met the two, she pouted. Qin Zhe would not forget that she made things difficult for him during the interview. He glared and said, Hurry up and change the mouse for President Su. The assistant glared back at him. Qin Zhe often asked her for various documents. The relationship between the two was not bad. After walking for a while, Qin Zhe gossiped, It seems that it's not the first time your leader has changed the mouse. I've encountered it 3 times. Li Linfeng curiously said, I've also encountered it once. The assistant was about to cry. More than 3 times, it's once a day. What's going on? I don't know. Every time it's when I'm not there, but I once heard the sound of the mouse clicking in her office. The assistant lowered her voice. Maybe she was playing a game. Li Linfeng and Qin Zhe looked at her like she was a fool. The assistant said, It's true. Anyway, I heard it. I'm not sure whether it was a game or not. Qin Zhe thought, Can a game make you angry and drop the mouse? This woman looks cold, but her temper is so bad. Chapter 189. At night, Shanghai was brightly lit with thousands of neon lights. This was a city that did not sleep. No matter how late it was, you could see cars coming and going on the streets, as well as some shops that operated 24 hours a day. Separated from the residential area by a street, there was an open apartment. The commercial and residential model made this place very crowded and lively. Especially after the construction of the nearby roads, it became more and more chaotic. In the past, Qin Zhe used to buy groceries here. However, it was not a vegetable and fruit supermarket, but a small roadside stall. There were almost no urban management officers here. They only needed to spend some money and talk to the property management to, legally, set up a stall. Moreover, the groceries sold were fresher than those in the supermarket. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin each carried a bag of groceries and snacks. They passed through the open apartment and walked in the direction of their own residential area. I feel that my chicken is too expensive, Qin Baobao complained. Why didn't you bargain? Just these 2 bags of groceries cost me a few hundred yuan. Wang Zijin was not convinced. Why didn't you bargain? I can't open my mouth. Me too. Qin Baobao said, although I feel that it is too expensive, I chose the freshest chicken and mushrooms. I can't wait to eat A's chicken. Wang Zijin felt that something was wrong. She gave her a sidelong glance. A's chicken. Qin Baobao corrected herself. Under normal circumstances, the two of them only needed to wait for dinner. However, today, Qin Zhe locked himself in his room to write a proposal. He decided to order takeout for dinner, which was unanimously rejected by the 2 sisters. Therefore, both sides took a step back and let the 2 of them go out to buy groceries. These things are so heavy. Come out and help me carry them. Qin Baobao took out her phone and called her brother. Qin Zhe replied instantly. Don't even think about it. Little bumpkin, you don't want to come out? Wang Zijin came over to look. Qin Baobao gave her a sidelong glance. Little bumpkin? Wang Zijin gave her a sidelong glance as well. You made me say it. The night at the end of October was chilly. Qin Baobao suddenly said, Let me tell you a secret. Qin Zhe likes you. Wang Zijin's lips curled up. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of the faint smile in her best friend's eyes and said seriously, I'll also tell you a secret. Qin Zhe likes you. Panic flashed across Qin Baobao's face. She said calmly, I'm his older sister. Isn't it normal for a younger brother to like his older sister? I was just joking. Wang Zijin shrugged. I was just joking. The two scheming women looked at each other with indifferent expressions. Oh right, I got promoted, Wang Zijin suddenly said. Promotion? Qin Baobao was stunned. You've only been here for 3 months, how can you be promoted so quickly? The rule of the workplace is to do more, listen more and speak less. When cultivating in the public, one should not be greedy, or selfish. As long as he could achieve these few points, how difficult would it be to get promoted? Of course, the premise is that he has to be strong to forge iron. Wang Zijin said. My dad said the same thing. Uncle Qin's skills are profound. It's rare. Shameless. Qin Baobao pinched Wang Zijin's oval face, but the latter dodged. My grandpa told me. Then tonight's dinner is on you. Hurry up and transfer the money to me through Alipay. How much is Alipay? I'll pay you 10 times on WeChat. Wang Zijin joked, but Qin Baobao didn't understand. If it were Qin Zhe, he would reply, I'll pay you 10 times more. The two of them passed through the open apartment. It was dark in front of them. Only a few low-powered light bulbs illuminated the ruined road. During the day, there was a lot of noise here. Now that the workers were resting, it was quiet and chaotic. Be careful. Don't fall into the pit. Qin Baobao saw a sewer surrounded by several stones. She reached into the pocket of her coat for her phone, but found nothing. Qin Baobao was shocked. She turned her head subconsciously and saw a figure leaving quickly behind her. My phone was stolen? This thought flashed through Qin Baobao's mind. She instinctively chased after the scurrying figure, grabbed his arm and shouted, Give me back my phone. The other party was obviously shocked. He didn't expect to be discovered. He also didn't expect this woman to rush up and grab him. Who took your phone? He turned his head and shouted. At the same time, he waved his arm in an attempt to shake off Qin Baobao. But Qin Baobao grabbed his arm and refused to let go. She saw the other party's face clearly. It was a face full of exotic features. High eyebrows, deep eyes, and rough dark skin. He looked very young. You were behind me just now. Where did you turn around? Qin Baobao scowled. She immediately guessed the other party's purpose of following her. She secretly took the phone from the other party's pocket and left. Who stole your phone? Let go. The young pickpocket began to get nervous because the people around him were pointing at him. Although there were fewer people here, that was only relatively speaking. Qin Baobao refused to let go. She was a mess. Give me back my phone. She reached into the pickpocket's pocket. She didn't find the phone that she expected. Instead, she felt a long, narrow, and hard object. A folding knife. Qin Baobao's anger suddenly cooled. She remembered a robbery that happened in Shanghai recently. The victim was driven to desperation by a desperate criminal who slit his throat because she kept pestering him. Don't talk nonsense with her. Hurry up and leave. Someone in the distance shouted. This was obviously a gang crime. One person acted while the other watched. At this time, seeing that they had attracted a lot of attention, that person also panicked. Pickpockets should be like assassins. They came and went like the wind. They couldn't be pestered too much. The young pickpocket looked even more anxious. His face was faintly ferocious. Qin Baobao was no longer as fierce as before. However, she stubbornly refused to let go. She bit her lip. With tears in her eyes, she stubbornly and aggrievedly said, Give me back my phone. She didn't want to lose that phone. When she first got her salary, she and her brother bought it together. It was definitely not a foreign brand. It was a domestic phone. It was an expensive phone that didn't sell well. At that time, there were only 2 phones on the glass counter. One was black and the other was pink. There was nothing else. Qin Baobao fell in love with it at first sight. She and her brother each had 1 phone. They had the same design and the same ringtone. In the past 2 years, Qin Zhe had never changed his phone, even though he was very rich now. Qin Baobao also didn't want to change it. She liked the new and tired of the old. She changed into branded bags and all kinds of luxury goods. However, she had never thought of changing her phone. The young pickpocket's eyes flashed fiercely. He made up his mind and reached into his pocket to take something. Qin Baobao was so scared that she took 2 steps back. "Take the phone and get out." Wang Zijin stood in front of her best friend and glared at him. This was the first time this woman showed anger. She actually looked a bit dignified. The young pickpocket breathed a sigh of relief and turned to run. Qin Baobao looked at the back of the pickpocket who was getting farther and farther away. She couldn't help but cry. Wang Zijin hugged her and patted her shoulder to comfort her. "Oh, it's just a phone. Don't be so stubborn." But Qin Baobao wiped her tears. Just as she was about to speak, she saw a fist-sized cement rock whizzing over her head. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Accompanied by the groan of the pickpocket, the cement rock and the pickpocket fell to the ground together. It was a rock that fell from the sky. At the same time, she saw Qin Zhe brush past her. He dashed out like a wild horse and kicked the pickpocket who just got up. Qin Baobao couldn't care less about the surprise of her brother's sudden appearance. She pointed to the front and shouted, "There's another one, another one." She saw another pickpocket pounce over to save her brother. He pulled out a shiny folding knife from his pocket. Qin Baobao's face turned pale. At this moment, the phone was no longer important. Nothing was more important than her brother. Wang Zijin's face also changed. Qin Zhe looked coldly at the middle-aged man who was gritting his teeth and pouncing over. He was holding a folding knife in his hand. The blade was slanted downward. He could predict that the man was going to stab him in the stomach. Qin Zhe waited for the man to come closer. He suddenly slapped down with his right hand and hit the man's wrist that was holding the knife. Then he slapped the man in the face. It wasn't a crisp sound, but a muffled sound. The slap was so hard that his palm hurt. The huge force made the middle-aged man stumble and fall. The folding knife in his hand slipped. His vision turned black and blurred. Qin Zhe KO'd his opponent in one move, but he was still worried. He went forward and kicked the man in the stomach. The man was holding his stomach and retching. His eyes were bloodshot. He kicked the other man in the same way. Then, he took out his phone and called the police. From the corner of his eye, he saw his sister and Wang Zijin running over in a panic. He waved his hand and asked them to stay away. His sister was very obedient. She stopped immediately and looked at Qin Zhe with tears in her eyes. Wang Zijin looked at Qin Zhe. Her eyes were rippling. Soon, the police car came and handcuffed the 2 pickpockets. They took Qin Zhe and the other 2 to the police station to record their statements. At the police station, I felt that my phone was missing. I turned around immediately and saw that he was trying to escape. He was following behind me. It should have been on the way. Why did he suddenly turn around and leave? He must have stolen my phone. Qin Baobao described the whole process. The police took her statement patiently. I came down to look for them. I saw them arguing across the street. I rushed over immediately. Qin Zhe was recording from the other side. The police frowned. You didn't understand the situation. You went up and beat them up? Usually, in this kind of situation, it's either a hooligan or a thief, Qin Zhe said in his heart. I don't care what happened. Whoever bullies my sister, I'll beat them to death. The phone was indeed stolen. It was found in the pocket of the young pickpocket. He was arrested with the stolen goods. The young police officer who recorded Qin Baobao's statement was actually her fan. After hearing what he said, he was furious. These 2 guys are repeat offenders. They have a criminal record in the police station. The next time you encounter something like this, don't confront them. Call the police after the incident and let us handle it. After saying goodbye to the police officer, the three of them left the police station. On the way home, Qin Baobao pouted. Her face was full of unhappiness. That was because her phone was still broken. The screen was cracked. Qin Zhe held her hand and looked back at Wang Zijin, who was some distance behind. She said that she wanted to make a call. It seemed like she didn't want them to hear the content of the call. Chapter 190. It's okay, we'll buy another one. Qin Zhe comforted his sister as he felt the cool night breeze. Qin Baobao gritted her teeth and said, "What's the point of buying a new one? It's not the original one. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. It's not a matter of whether it's new or not. That's. Qin Baobao looked at her brother. She wanted to say something but stopped. It was late autumn and the weather was cool. She wore a thin jacket with a pink short-sleeved shirt, a short pleated skirt, and women's canvas shoes. In a few days, Qin Zhe would have to wait until next year if he wanted to admire his sister's long, bare legs. However, autumn had its benefits. Qin Baobao changed into a pair of skinny jeans. Qin Zhe's beautiful, supple legs were one of the few benefits of autumn and winter. Under the orange streetlight, Qin Zhe stared at his sister's pretty face. After a few seconds, he suddenly took out his phone from his pocket and smashed it on the ground. The phone's screen shattered. Qin Baobao was stunned. Mine is broken too. Let's buy a new pair. Qin Zhe squeezed his sister's small hand. Qin Baobao's eyes flashed with joy. She pretended to say, "What pair? I don't want to buy the same ones as you." Suddenly, she felt all the unhappiness and haze in her heart disappear. She looked at Wang Zijin, who was talking on the phone a dozen meters away. She pulled Qin Zhe into the shade of a tree by the roadside. She hugged her brother's waist and leaned her face on his chest. She sobbed, "You scared me to death." Qin Zhe rubbed his sister's head and said softly, "It's okay. Shouldn't he be scaring Baobao to death?" Qin Baobao twisted her body and said in a choked voice, "Don't touch my head." How could she still care about touching a dog's head with a smile? Qin Zhe could only rub his sister's back. "Don't do that next time." Qin Baobao's nasal voice was thick. "What?" Qin Zhe was confused. "If the phone is gone, then it's gone. Don't fight with them. They have knives." Qin Baobao said, completely forgetting who was the one who refused to let go just now. "I'm very powerful. I can beat 10 of those rookies." Qin Zhe bragged, "Whoever bullies my sister, I'll kill him." Qin Baobao's heart was filled with sweetness. She continued, "Sister is not important. If she is bullied, so be it. Oh, then I'll be more careful next time." "Hey!" Qin Baobao stomped her feet. "Ace, you're so awesome. I want to reward you with a kiss." Qin Baobao sniffled and looked up with teary eyes. Qin Zhe lowered his head and looked at her with a strange expression. "Don't. I haven't rewarded you in a long time," Qin Baobao said stubbornly. This was true. After returning from Hangzhou, they had been in a cold war. With that, Qin Baobao ignored her brother's resistance. She stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek. Qin Zhe's heart was dead. He silently wiped the snot on his face. "Damn it. Don't you know that your nose is running?" After the kiss, Qin Baobao realized that she cried too hard and her nose was running. Looking at the snot on Qin Zhe's face, she said with disgust, "You're so disgusting." She grabbed her brother's short-sleeved shirt and wiped her nose. Qin Zhe made up his mind to run as far away as possible when this woman cried in the future. After the phone call, Wang Zijin suddenly found that her best friend and brother were not in front of her. She looked around and found that they were hiding in the shade of a tree. They trotted over. Qin Baobao quickly pulled her brother out. "Why are you two hiding under the tree? Are you playing hide and seek?" Wang Zijin said angrily. "Who are you calling?" Qin Zhe changed the topic and bent down to pick up his dead phone. Wang Zijin said that she didn't call anyone. "Why is your phone broken too?" She stared at the phone in Qin Zhe's hand. "I've been annoyed with it for a long time. It crashes all the time." Qin Zhe felt guilty under her stare. He couldn't say that this phone was a pair with his sister. His sister's phone was dead. How could this guy live? "Zijin, let me use your phone. I'm going online to buy a new phone. Qin Baobao couldn't wait to buy a new phone for her and her brother. I'll take a look too. Qin Zhe took out his sister's phone from her pocket and opened the online shopping app. Wang Zijin looked at her best friend and then looked at Qin Zhe. She wanted to smash her phone too. Qin Zhe's phone couldn't be used at all. But his sister's phone could be changed. Thinking of this, Qin Zhe's face stiffened. I did something stupid. It's all Qin Baobao's fault. She's really a femme fatale. He looked for a phone he liked in the online shopping app, but couldn't find one he liked. He looked at Qin Baobao and saw that she was also hesitating. It seemed that his sister also had a phobia of choice. Qin Zhe clicked on his sister's shopping history. Women like to shop online. Clothes, bags, cosmetics, masks, and some household products. At this time, the chatting tool of the online shopping app flashed. Qin Zhe subconsciously clicked on it. The store owner sent an aggrieved emoji. Dear, we promise to give you a red packet of 20 renminbi. Please delete the negative review. The store owner always used this trick. They asked the customer to delete the negative review based on the amount of red packet they gave back. But in fact, many of them would turn hostile after you deleted the negative review. The chat history attracted Qin Zhe's attention. He saw Qin Baobao's previous reply, sexy underwear is useless to him. Qin Zhe's heart suddenly sank. Although he knew that it was wrong to peep at his sister's privacy, he couldn't control his fingers and looked at the previous chat history. Qin Baobao, I bought it. How long will it take for it to arrive? It's best if it arrives before my birthday. This message was sent more than 2 months ago. Qin Baobao had bought the black sexy underwear. Store owner, dear, it will arrive in 2 days in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai. It will take 3 to 5 days in other places. Qin Baobao, do men like this kind of sexy underwear? Store owner, yes dear, we have a lot of good reviews. Men like it. Qin Baobao, it's translucent. It feels too revealing. Store owner, this is tempting enough. Men can't resist it. Dear, don't worry and wear it. Qin Baobao, it's here. The quality is not bad. It looks good. Store owner, remember to leave a good review. 2 days later. Qin Baobao, it's not good at all. He didn't even react when he saw it. I feel like I've been tricked by you. Store owner? Qin Baobao, bad review. Store owner, dear, don't. He didn't even react when he saw it. Who saw it? Qin Zhe felt like his heart was being squeezed. His sister was in love? It started more than 2 months ago? Who was the other party? How far had they progressed? To wear sexy underwear, they must be in that kind of relationship. She hid it so well that he didn't notice at all. No wonder she was wearing sexy underwear on her birthday. His sister had found a boyfriend. It should be a happy thing. Mom didn't have to worry about her marriage anymore. He could also breathe a sigh of relief. But for some reason, he wasn't happy at all. He was even angry. He didn't want this to happen from the bottom of his heart. Ace, what do you think of this phone? Qin Baobao found a phone that she liked and handed it to her brother excitedly. Just buy it if you like it. Qin Zhe pushed his sister's hand away. He was dispirited. Why would I buy it if you don't like it? Qin Baobao said coquettishly. You buy yours and I'll buy mine. Qin Zhe waved his hand in annoyance. Here's your phone. Qin Baobao was stunned. She bit her lips and said pitifully, What's wrong? Why are you so angry? Qin Baobao went to hold her brother's arm but was pushed away. She was at a loss and felt wronged. She looked at Wang Zijin for help. The latter shrugged. Wang Zijin was speechless. She didn't know what to say. Qin Baobao went home with a pout. Her brother ignored her all the way home. She was confused. She thought about it and didn't know what she did wrong. Did she smear her snot on his face? Qin Zhe went home and went to his room. Bang! He closed the door. Wang Zijin was confused. What's wrong with you? Qin Baobao shook her head. How would I know? I'm also helpless. I feel uncomfortable every time I'm sandwiched between the two of you. Can you be more mature? Wang Zijin sighed. She went back to her room and took her pajamas to the bathroom. She was ready to take a shower and sleep. Qin Baobao liked to throw tantrums because she wanted her brother to coax her. Women were all like that. But she didn't want to see her brother angry. Every time Qin Zhe got angry, she panicked. Ace, drink a cup of milk before you sleep. It'll help you sleep. Qin Baobao came into the room with a bowl of milk to please her brother. Qin Zhe was wearing a pair of shorts. He grabbed the quilt to cover his lower body and said angrily, "Don't you knock before entering the room?" "I'm wrong. Next time, I'll knock." Qin Baobao put the milk on the bedside table and said casually, "Ace, the phone I showed you is really beautiful. Let's buy it." "You buy it." "I'm not buying it." Qin Zhe turned his head away. "It's this stupid look again." Qin Baobao secretly gritted her teeth, thinking, "What did I do wrong? I'll change, all right? Be good. Don't make a fuss." Qin Baobao used her usual trick and leaned over to kiss her brother's face. Qin Zhe didn't move. He looked at his sister and sneered. "Are you so happy to kiss other men? What do you mean?" Qin Baobao stared at him. "You say you don't want men, but in fact you want them very much." Qin Zhe snorted. "If you want a boyfriend, just say it. Why are you pretending?" Qin Baobao wanted to explain, but her brother's cold eyes hurt her. Her heart hurt. "You bastard!" Qin Baobao shouted with red eyes. "Get lost," Qin Zhe said loudly. His sister sobbed and ran out of the room. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Qin Zhe tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He heard the sound of a doorknob being turned in the next room. Then, the door to his room was opened and someone came in quietly. It was Qin Baobao. His sister always liked to do this. He had encountered it many times. "Ace?" A soft voice called out to him. Qin Zhe was stunned. It wasn't his sister. It was Wang Zijin's voice. Why did she come into his room? Wang Zijin pushed him again. "Ace?" Maybe she came to stop the fight. How annoying. Qin Zhe pretended to be asleep and ignored her. A cold hand touched his face, from his cheek to his eyebrows, from the bridge of his nose to his lips. Then, soft lips pecked him on the lips. Qin Zhe opened his eyes in shock. Their eyes met. Wang Zijin shuddered. *CK. Sister Ziwei. Qin Zhe wanted to say something, but the words were stuck in his throat. How awkward. Wang Zijin's face gradually turned red. The redness reached her ears. Her chest rose and fell violently. She said in a low voice, "Can you forget what happened just now?" For some reason, Qin Zhe said, "Okay." Miss Wang turned around and ran out. He wanted to die. Chapter 191. Although there weren't many instances of his sister sneaking up on him at night, there were still a few. He didn't think that Sister Ziwei would also like to do this. If you like it, just say it. I won't reject you. Qin Zhe thought that Sister Ziwei had feelings for him. He usually asked her to watch movies, walk on the road, and even read books like The Pain of Youth that he never read. If the system gave him another mission, he would immediately confess. Where's the system? System, come out, give me a mission. Qin Zhe anxiously shouted when he saw Wang Zijin turn and leave. Give up, there's no mission. The system said. Why is there no mission? My desire is very strong now. What mission do you want? Ding, please confess to Wang Zijin and succeed. What kind of mission is that? Do you think that pretentious girl will accept your confession? There's no need to succeed. You just have to give me a confession mission. I'll just confess. Why do you have to be so utilitarian and succeed? Then tell me, what's the purpose of this mission? Only an idiot system would give out free points. How do you know that I won't succeed? I don't accept it. You'll succeed with a kiss? Then your sister always kisses you. Why don't you try confessing? Wang Zijin ran out of the room and slammed the door shut. I'll go to sleep. Qin Zhe pulled the blanket over his head. What's the point of having you? I heard that you promoted Qin Zhe to the position of general manager? In an elegant private room, Nan Man Pei was pouring tea for her best friend. They both looked like they had just finished showering. They were wearing bathrobes and their hair was tied up high. Su Yu, who had just finished her massage, leaned back on the rattan chair and squinted her eyes like a lazy cat. At the end of October, The bright sunlight shone in through the floor-to-ceiling window. Her exquisite face was dyed with a layer of golden glow. She took a sip of the black tea and nodded. Yes, he's a complete rookie in the management department, but his performance is a complete mess. It had been more than a week since Xianxia became the general manager of the investment department. Even though she said that, her expression was calm, neither surprised nor happy. Nan Man Pei shook his head. I really don't know what else you care about other than gaming and work. I'm enjoying it. Su Yu bared her teeth and smiled like a little girl. Nan Man Pei laughed. Playing a game and arguing with someone for half an hour? What game are you playing if you don't scold people? Su Yu said lightly. Only by scolding people can I have a sense of existence. Nan Man Pei looked at her and sighed. She more or less knew about her family's situation. It was a mess, but every family had their own problems. She was the same. Her nieces and nephews refused to come home until now. Is your ex-husband still in Shanghai? He was beaten up by me, so he went back. Nan Man Pei said. She had more than one scripture in her house. There was another scripture that no longer belonged to her. A good horse doesn't eat the old grass. Your ex-husband is interesting. He has a soft spot for you. Let's not talk about this. I have nothing to do with him for a long time. The two were silent, either looking at the scenery outside the window or drinking tea. Su Yu suddenly said, I have an appointment with Xianxia for dinner tonight. It seemed that only Xianxia's affairs made Nan Man Pei a little interested. He smiled and said, Eating alone? Yes, it's my condolences as a boss to his subordinate. Su Yu drank tea and thought of something. She curled her lips and said, This kid is restless. When he has time, he asks me for confidential documents, customer information, financial statements, market research, institutional evaluation. I feel that my company is about to be figured out by him. Nan Man, do you think this kid is planning to set up his own company? Why, do you want to remove him from the position of general manager? That's not necessary, Su Yu said. I'm considering giving him some shares to keep him. I study management and macroeconomics. I'm like an emperor on the throne. Without the valiant general to charge and break through the enemy lines, I can't play. You said that when money accumulates to a certain amount, making money loses its meaning. Capitalists never create. They only need to spend a little money, and countless people will create for them. Are you sure you can control him? Pei Nan Man smiled faintly. Su Yu thought about it carefully, shook her head and sighed. It seems a little difficult. This guy seems to be easygoing and easy to talk to. In fact, he is the most difficult to listen to. He is too opinionated and even makes me feel self-opinionated. Come out again tomorrow night? That can't be done. I have to meet an online friend in the evening. Su Yu refused. Meet an online friend? Nan Man Pei was shocked. Shouldn't this kind of words be said by Pei Ziki and Li Donglai? She was a 27-year-old girl with a doctorate abroad and the general manager of an investment company. How could she say such incongruous words? However, her best friend was occasionally neurotic, and it was not impossible for her to do something out of line. What online friend? You pay attention, don't play with fire. Forget it, I'll find a few people to follow you secretly tomorrow. Nan Man Pei frowned. It's okay. I'm meeting a friend in the game. A friend in the game? Nan Man Pei leaned over and touched her forehead. Is your brain fried? What made you think of meeting an online friend? Su Yu avoided her hand and said, He said I was a big man. I was not convinced and quarreled with him. Then he asked to meet, or he wouldn't take me to play games. If it's just to play games with you, you can find a lot of people like this. Nan Man Pei said, My nephew is excited when he meets a female player in the game. He gives her gifts and mounts. But I don't open video and voice with people in the game. I said I was a girl. There were a lot of people who said they wanted to take me to play games, but they would ask me to open voice. I didn't agree. They thought I was a man. Su Yu said, but he's different. He doesn't believe I'm a girl, but every time I ask, he will take me. And he often scolds me. Su Yu laughed. Often scolds me. Nan Man Pei heard the neurotic words, and it was not funny at all. She heard the bitterness. I'm meeting Qin Zhe for dinner at Bai Qi Garden tonight. Are you coming? Nan Man Pei shook her head. I have something to do tonight. Star Art Entertainment. President's office. Behind the wide Nanma desk on the leather office chair, Huang Yizong lit a cigarette, put his feet on the table, squinted his eyes, and enjoyed the leisurely afternoon tea. The office echoed with a soft and magnetic voice, and Qin Baobao's album was playing from the speakers. He had been the president of Star Art for almost 5 years, directly appointed by the board of directors. Kang Xian, who had always been at odds with him, was the executive president or vice president. In fact, he had no enmity with Kang Xian. Before he took over Star Art, he didn't even know such a person. The one he had a grudge with was their father, the major shareholder of Star Art Entertainment. A certain big shot once said that a reasonable factional struggle was the driving force to promote the progress of a group. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked a few times. The tall and sexy secretary came in and put a contract on the desk. President Huang, the endorsement contract for Zhuozhua jewelry. Huang Yizong put out the cigarette in the Hermes ceramic ashtray, picked up the contract and flipped through it. Su Lu and Yang Su's agent came to me several times wanting this contract. The female secretary said, President Huang, who do you think it should be given to? The president of Zhuozhua Jewelry and Huang Yizong were close friends who had visited brothels together. He patted his chest and gave the contract to him, saying that he could fill in the name of the spokesperson. As long as it was a second tier or above, he would accept it. Of course, he didn't want a man. Huang Yizong threw the contract on the table. Give it to Qin Baobao. As expected, the secretary thought. It was widely rumored that Qin Baobao was President Huang's canary. Otherwise, why would he take care of her like this? But based on her understanding of President Huang, those rumors were not to be believed. Although President Huang was a dissolute and unruly old driver, he was a rabbit that didn't eat the grass near its burrow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have turned a blind eye to her various hints. If there was something, the secretary would do it, but if there wasn't anything, the secretary wouldn't do it. Huang Yizong stopped the secretary and said, While you're at it, help me make an appointment with Qin Baobao for dinner tonight. And let's make it at Bai Qi Garden. I like the local dishes there. The secretary's delicate face revealed a stunned expression. Could it be that it wasn't that the president didn't eat the grass near his burrow, but that her looks were mediocre and couldn't enter the president's eyes? Then this servant will take her leave. The secretary left in a depressed mood. Huihong Building's underground parking lot. Qin Zhe leaned against a bright red Ferrari, playing with a Zippo kerosene lighter between his fingers, and the crisp sound of the lid flipping was endless. It was now 7 o'clock in the evening. The 6 o'clock rush hour had passed. The basement was empty and quiet. He was waiting for Suyu. This morning, the beautiful president specially knocked on the door of his office and said that Qin Zhe wanted to have dinner together in the evening. Such a naked invitation could also be translated as, Qin Zhe, do you want to make an appointment? Da-da-da. The quiet air echoed with the crisp sound of high-heeled shoes. Su Yu's tall figure turned out from the corner. Her white shirt was tucked into a knee-length skirt, flesh-colored stockings, black high-heeled shoes, and her undyed pure black hair swayed with her steps. Su Yu took out the electronic key from her bag. Beep! The Ferrari made a crisp sound, and the indicator flashed. Qin Zhe opened the door and got into the back seat. If they were not particularly good friends, it was best not to sit in the co-pilot seat. But Su Yu said, sit in the front. The car drove out of the underground parking lot and merged into the rolling traffic. The night opened, and the sky showed a strange crimson color. It was a vision formed by the reflection of the light on the ground by the thick clouds on a cloudy day. Su Yu saw the green light turn red in front of her, and the Ferrari slowed down and stopped in front of the zebra crossing. I've been busy these days. This meal should have been invited on the day of your appointment notice. Su Yu, you're welcome. In fact, I'll just have a meal in the cafeteria. Su Yu shook her head. I invited the other managers to dinner in Bai Qi Garden. You're the general manager. How can you eat in the cafeteria? Qin Zhe, it turned out to be just business. He thought this meal came from the appreciation of the beautiful president. Not going home for dinner tonight, Qin Zhe had to say hello to his sisters and tell them that he would not come back to feed them tonight. His beloved concubines could eat their own food. He sent a message to Wang Zijin and his sister. His sister's reply was expected to sink like a stone into the sea. Wang Zijin replied in seconds with a funny face. Then the text, "Why don't you go home for dinner? To be honest, did you and your sister have a big meal outside behind my back?" Another funny face. Shouldn't it be accompanied by an angry expression at this time? Sister Ziwei, do you only have funny in your expression package? Qin Zhe typed in the message. The boss invited you to dinner, and Qin Baobao didn't go home for dinner? Yeah. Wang Zijin replied to him, then I'll order takeout. After the kiss incident that day, Wang Zijin was shy for a few days, but this girl was more open than Qin Baobao, or was she more thick-skinned? In short, now she could communicate with Qin Zhe normally without psychological barriers. Unlike his sister, who sulked with him every 2 or 3 days. Her little temper was flying. If she was like this to her brother, in the future, when she married, in the future, she'd better not marry. Baiqi Garden was in a not-so-bustling Dongming Road. There were no attractive shopping malls nearby, and it was far from the pedestrian street. This restaurant is not famous in the eyes of many foreigners, but the older generation of Shanghai people should know. It has been here for some years. When I was in elementary school, my parents often took me to eat local dishes until I went to college and then studied abroad. I didn't have a chance to eat here until I returned home. Su Yu parked the car near the restaurant and walked to the restaurant with Qin Zhe side by side. The restaurant was on the 2nd floor, and the 1st floor was the food market. Bao Bao, the local dishes in this Baiqi Garden are very authentic. Have you eaten before? A man's voice came. No, my family doesn't like sweets. A soft voice sounded. 2 pairs of men and women walking side by side met at the gate of Baiqi Garden, staring at each other. Qin Zhe glanced at the couple. He didn't know the man, who was in his early 30s and looked like a dog. The woman was too familiar. Although she was wearing sunglasses and a big-brimmed hat, Qin Zhe would know her even if she turned into ashes. Qin Baobao's eyes under the sunglasses were sharp. He glanced at the couple in front of him. The young man was his family's black maggot. He was accompanied by a bitch who was not coquettish. Her height was only slightly shorter than him, but she was undoubtedly tall among women. Her facial features were delicate and messy. Her elegant temperament and cold demeanor were like a white lotus swaying in the cool wind. Qin Baobao's heart gave birth to a warning sign that, if this woman is not eliminated, she will become a big problem. Very tacitly, the brother and sister chose to ignore each other. When their eyes met, there seemed to be an arc flashing. After that night, they didn't make up, but they bought the same mobile phone tacitly. Chapter 192. Su Yu looked straight into the food city and took the escalator to the 2nd floor. Qin Zhe followed her. Qin Baobao and the man were a few steps behind. Qin Baobao glared at her brother's back and wanted to kill him with her eyes. Huang Yizong had seen Qin Zhe on TV, but he had no impression of him. The president was busy with sects every day. How could he remember a strange man? The president's eyes were glued to Su Yu's attractive buttocks. TSK, this woman's quality was excellent. In the hall of Baiqi Garden, long or square black crystal glass tables were regularly placed. The guests talked loudly, tasted the food, and enjoyed the comfort before the end of the day. Waiters came and went with plates. When they entered, the greeter at the door greeted them with a smile. Are the 4 of you together? Have you made a reservation? Su Yu shook her head and said softly, 2 of you, booked room 7. Please come with me. The waitress's smile was impeccable. At this time, Qin Zhe heard the man behind him talking to another waitress. I booked room 12. Qin Zhe had never eaten in Baiqi Garden. Shanghai was so big. Even if he was a local, it was impossible to eat all the famous restaurants. The taste of local dishes was sweet. The common cooking methods were braising, simmering, and sugar, which was similar to the taste in Suzhou. Because Qin Ma was from Zhejiang province, people there didn't like to use sugar. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao were raised by Qin Ma since they were young. They had always been indifferent to sweet local dishes. I saw this week's income. You don't seem to be very good at short selling. Su Yu asked the waitress to serve the dishes according to her favorite menu. Originally, she handed the menu to Qin Zhe, but Qin Zhe said it was up to him. My dad said that I have a good view of the overall situation, but I tend to make mistakes in the details. This is called being cautious about big things and casual about small things. Qin Zhe drank cassia tea, which was free of charge. The average return is 85%. If you don't blindly manipulate the short term, your report card will look even better. Since you can't do it in the short term, why don't you avoid it? Su Yu sat dignified and smiled elegantly. If you don't experience failure, how can you sum up your experience? Qin Zhe's answer made Su Yu's smile stiff. The meaning of this kid's words is to use the company's funds to practice? As long as it was profitable on the whole and had a high return, the tuition fee would be considered a benefit from the company. Su Yu rarely had the interest to chat. She talked with Qin Zhe about a lot of business such as the stock market, futures, and trust and credit. She hoped to hear the inspiring words of the #1 general under her command. However, the #1 general seemed to be disinterested. He was either perfunctory or simply in a daze, ignoring her questions. Su Yu, who was indifferent, had the impulse to flip the table. The beautiful Xiao was very pleasing to the eye, but Qin Zhe's mind was not on her. He was on his own black-hearted maggot. Since the younger brother was a maggot, it would be difficult for the older sister to escape from the same mold. He felt that he was very close to the truth. Sexy underwear, a mysterious boyfriend, and eating with a strange man. The more Qin Zhe thought about it, the angrier he became. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't control the turbulent power in his body. He wanted to kill his sister with the divine sword lightning-controlling true spell. Qin Baobao clearly said that she would not look for a boyfriend. She was so resistant to the blind date arranged by her mother. Unexpectedly, she quietly hooked up with a high-quality handsome man outside. Mom can bear it, but not brother. I must ruin them. Anyway, she once ruined my girlfriend. I want revenge. Thinking like this, Qin Zhe couldn't hold back the restless power of the Great Desolation. He got up and said, "Boss Su, I'm going to the toilet." Su Yu nodded and ate her food. Qin Zhe went out and looked for a private room around the arc-shaped aisle. The structure of the restaurant was a semicircular frame. In the middle was a large dining room where ordinary guests ate. The edge of the semicircle was a private room. There were 10 small private rooms and 5 large private rooms. Private room number 12, Qin Zhe turned around and finally found it. The door of the private room was knocked a few times and then pushed open. Su Yu thought, men pee so fast? It took less than a minute to go out and enter the door. When he looked up, it wasn't Qin Zhe. Instead, it was a woman with a hot body and chestnut-colored curly hair. She had a flirtatious oval face. Her eyes were big and bright, but they were slightly long and narrow. It was the kind of effect that other women would need eyeshadow to show. Her skin was fair and supple, and she looked radiant. Apart from that, she had a chest that women would be envious of. The signature foxy face and the signature figure. Su Yu recognized her. Qin Baobao, a new female singer, the popular goddess of otaku. Qin Zhe's sister. While she was looking at Qin Baobao was also looking at her. Her eyes turned. "Where's Qin Zhe?" Su Yu said, "He went to the toilet, Qin Baobao. Why are you here?" Qin Baobao smiled coquettishly. "I'm looking for my brother. I want to take him home." She was not surprised that this woman would know her. Since she knew Qin Zhe, she must also know that she was Qin Zhe's sister, because she was a public figure. "Go home?" Su Yu raised her eyebrows. Although Qin Baobao smiled coquettishly, she could feel the hostility of Qin Baobao with the delicate and sensitive nerves of women. "Interesting." Su Yu smiled and said, "Go back after eating. I'll ask the waiter to add more bowls and chopsticks." Qin Baobao did not refuse. That sitting posture, that smile, that is dignified and elegant, impeccable. "What's your name, sister?" Qin Baobao asked. "Sister? I'm 27, 2 years older than you. Who's your sister?" Su Yu said faintly, "Su Yu." Su Yu put on the special poker face of the office. In a moment, the majesty of the president spread out, and the sense of oppression multiplied. Qin Baobao raised her eyebrows and thought, this woman is very ignorant. What's the relationship between Miss Su and my family's A's? When she asked this sentence, Qin Baobao's eyes were shining. Su Yu was a little funny. Why does this sound a little wrong? Even the tone is a little aggressive, like a parent who wants to break up a couple. Su Yu didn't answer and picked up the teacup to taste the tea. She didn't know why, but she didn't like this woman. Maybe it's because an elegant woman doesn't like a coquettish woman. Maybe it's because the other party showed hostility from the beginning. If she knew that the cross-dresser, who tortured and killed her every day, was the one in front of her, she would probably flip the table. Sigh, this younger brother of mine always makes people worry. Qin Baobao sighed and said, his girlfriend at home is anxiously waiting for him to go back. He eats with others outside and doesn't say hello. What's more, it was with such a beautiful woman like Miss Su. If his girlfriend knew about it, she would probably cry and make a fuss about it. Don't you think so? Qin Baobao turned a blind eye to Su Yu's soft nail. She didn't come here to compete with this white lotus. Her purpose was only one, to cause trouble. She was too lazy to fight with the coquettish bitch outside. Her style of doing things had always been simple and violent. Fortunately, Qin Zhe was not here. Otherwise, she would hold his arm and shout, husband, you are outside provoking the coquettish bitch again. Then she would come lightly and go lightly, killing one person in 10 steps and not leaving a trace for 1,000 miles. If the other party knew her, she would change the line. Brother, your girlfriend has been looking for you for a long time. Why didn't you answer the phone? Come home with sister. Of course, that girlfriend was not Wang Zijin. Wishful thinking. Private room 12. Compared to the enigmatic atmosphere and turbulent undercurrents in room 7, the atmosphere here was completely different. Two men were toasting each other, drinking and chatting merrily. Qin Zhe did not ask the waiter to add more bowls and chopsticks. He asked the waiter to bring 2 cartons of beer. He took his sister's bowl and chopsticks and started to eat and drink, bragging to the president of Star Art. Qin Zhe missed. When he came in, his sister had gone to the toilet. He was waiting for her in the private room. President Huang knew how to make things happen. He knew that he was Qin Baobao's brother. He pulled his hand and said, brother, I have heard a lot about you. I am Huang Yitsong, the president of Star Art Entertainment. Qin Zhe said in his heart, so you are the president of Star Art that made me unable to tear my sister apart. With Qin Zhe's IQ, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. His sister bought sexy underwear before her birthday. At that time, she was still the secretary of a Fortune 500 company. Obviously, it was impossible for her to hook up with Huang Yitsong. As for whether the former general manager was a suspect, Qin Zhe was sure that he wasn't. He was an old man at the same age as the old man. His sister still had some integrity. If he was not the president of Star Art and not her former boss, who would she wear it for on her birthday? He did not react when he saw it. He did not react when he saw it. He did not react. He saw his sister wearing underwear. He had the chance to see his sister's underwear every day. It seemed like it was him. What's wrong with you? Wang Yitsong asked. Nothing. Qin Zhe's eyes were dull and he said, not developing well. I feel like I'm going to collapse. He should have known, but he could not stay calm in that situation. When he thought about Qin Baobao having a man outside, he was upset and his brain short-circuited. He did not know why. President Huang took good care of his sister and even asked her out for a meal. It was obvious that he had ulterior motives. He could not let his guard down. They drank a few bottles of beer and gradually loosened up. They chatted enthusiastically. The two men who were not compatible in their professions could only talk about women. Huang Yitsong was an experienced driver. They talked about the history of healthcare reform in Shanghai in the past 10 years. They talked about the red light district of Hongkou to the current era of entertainment clubs everywhere. Countless grapes have been purged, and a ground full of black fungus has been blackened. The new generation has replaced the old. Qin Zhe raised his glass and said, President Huang, you really live up to your surname. I'll toast to you. Huang Yitsong said straightforwardly, I'll take you out to play someday. Boys need to experience the wind and moon to grow into men. The two drank until their faces were red. They were drunk and felt that 1,000 cups were not enough. Qin Zhe put his arm around Huang Yizong's shoulder and laughed. President Huang, you're the president of Star Art. Why do you need to go out to play? The whole of Star Art is your harem. President Huang waved his hand and said drunkenly, you can't say that. Rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. If they eat the grass, things will be difficult. Brother, let me give you some personal experience. No woman is better than a wildflower. You can't believe a woman's words. If a woman says she doesn't want anything, it means she wants everything. A big sword is good. It comes and goes like the wind. There's no need to worry about the consequences. It's rough words but not rough. Qin Zhe said, brother is steady. I'll toast to you. But Star Art has many beauties. As long as you catch the fox, it's worth it to get a body full of women. Huang Yizong's face was as red as Guangong. That's true. Star Art does not lack beauties. Qin Zhe suddenly put his arm around his neck and winked. What do you think of my sister? She looks like a thief and has a good figure. Do you want to do something with her? Chapter 193. The saying that one would speak the truth after drinking could be explained by scientific theory. Alcohol would numb the cerebral cortex and weaken the brain's ability to process information. Words that one did not dare to say before could be easily blurted out. To put it bluntly, one did not think before speaking. Qin Zhe himself was an example. Fortunately, he reacted in time and didn't overturn the situation. Of course, being completely drunk would not work. What he spat out was not the truth, but nonsense. Huang Yizong's cheeks were red and his eyes were bloodshot. They finished more than 10 bottles of beer in a short time and went to the toilet 3 times. Qin Zhe himself was still sober, but he was also a little drunk. He did not wonder whether his sister went to the toilet or to give birth. Your sister is really beautiful. Huang Yizong gave him a thumbs up. It's not rare to have a beautiful face. There are a lot of female celebrities who have undergone plastic surgery these days. It's quite rare to see an original like your sister. The rarest thing is her figure. TSK. How did your family raise her? You must tell me this secret. You can drink papaya milk with big breasts, but it's hard to have a perky butt. Qin Zhe smiled proudly. If I slap her a few more times, your sister will also be so perky. But he slapped himself twice and thought to himself, I'm not drunk yet. What nonsense am I talking about? You haven't answered my question. Qin Zhe picked up the beer bottle. Oh, I don't like to eat the grass near my own nest. If your sister likes me, I'm still very willing to develop our relationship. Huang Yizong said regretfully, but I'm getting married next month. I can only say that I'm not fated to be with your sister. Brother, you must come to my wedding. Looking at his expression of, I'm not fated to be with you, it was as if Qin Baobao really had a soft spot for him. If you don't covet my sister's beauty, then why are you taking care of her? Don't tell me that you have a compassionate heart for your employees. Qin Zhe silently put down the beer bottle and asked the question that was bothering him. I was entrusted by someone. Huang Yizong burped. Entrusted by someone? Qin Zhe was startled and asked, entrusted by who? Someone from Shanghai's Radio, Film and Television Bureau. We're in this line of work, so we often come into contact with people from the Radio, Film and Television Bureau. After your sister joined Star Art, the people from the Radio, Film and Television Bureau called me to tell me. Let me shine more. Huang Yizong chuckled and said, your family's network is so big. Qin Baobao is the most suitable candidate to enter the entertainment industry. You don't have to worry about the messy unspoken rules. Qin Zhe was stunned by his words. Shanghai Radio, Film and Television Bureau? My mother is a housewife, and my father is a professor at a lousy university. All right, professors from the University of Finance and Economics are indeed powerful. They have connections and money, but the SARFT and my family are not on the same level. Even a security guard from the SRFT doesn't give face to a professor from the University of Finance and Economics, so what kind of connections do they have? Could it be Wang Zijin? Wang Zijin said that she had a falling out with her family, but after all, she was the first daughter of the Wang family. Her father had been in Shanghai for so many years and had been promoted back to Beijing, But the network of connections in Shanghai must still be there. Just a phone call from Miss Wang solved my headache? Then what's the point of me working hard? If I can't show off in front of my sister, what's the point of me working hard? It's better to go home and be a salted fish. Thinking of this, he subconsciously took out his phone, but he touched nothing. He suddenly remembered that his phone was left in room 7. Then he suddenly remembered. Damn, I've been here for almost half an hour. Did my sister go to give birth to a monkey, or did she go to give birth to a monkey? Does it take more than half an hour to go to the bathroom? Suyu was left in the room by me for so long. She probably wants to kill me. President Huang, I'll go first. Qin Zhe patted the president's shoulder and said happily, I hate you. You gave me another reason to be a salted fish. He said goodbye to Huang Yitsong, went to the bathroom to empty his bladder, and returned to the private room with a red face. There was no one in room 7 for a long time. The waiter pushed the dining cart to clean up the dishes. When he came in, he asked in surprise, Sir, is there anything else? Where's the lady in the private room? She paid the bill and left. It was expected. He was afraid that his impression in Su Yu's heart had plummeted. Qin Zhe said that his mobile phone was left in the private room, but the waiters shook their heads and said they didn't see it. Su Yu took my mobile phone away? Did she think that I had left? Forget it, I'll ask her for it tomorrow. Qin Baobao returned to the private room and was shocked by the scene in front of her. The table was in a mess, empty beer bottles were placed along the edge of the table, and the dishes were almost eaten. Huang Yitsong's face was red. At this time, he was drinking the strong tea made by the waiter. What's the situation? Can a person drink so much? Qin Baobao swallowed back the apology that came to her mouth. Soon she found that the situation was wrong. Someone had been here, because her bowl and chopsticks had been moved. Who was so careless that he used the chopsticks that others had eaten? Your brother has been here. Huang Yitsong said that he didn't look drunk at all. His eyes were slightly hazy, but not blurred. It showed that he was sober. Your brother can really drink. He almost drank me to death. Huang Yitsong laughed. I wondered why this little red guy didn't come back for a long time. It turned out that he came here to ask for money. He didn't say anything strange to you, did he? Qin Baobao asked nervously. After being angered to tears by him, they had been in a cold war until now. She didn't know what was wrong with the little red guy. What happened in Hangzhou had passed, and there shouldn't be any sequelae. Huang Yitsong waved his hand. Your brother is very interesting. I thought he would be an eccentric artist or a hipster. I didn't expect that he was not at all. What did you talk to him about? We casually talked about the former red light district in Shanghai, the one near your house. Huang Yitsong saw that Qin Baobao's face darkened. He paused and laughed. He was very concerned about you. He asked me why I took care of you so much. He specially came to get information from me, but he didn't say it. He dragged me to drink for a long time before he asked me. Huang Yitsong gave a thumbs up. A man who knows how to use alcohol to open the way will be successful in the future. Why did he ask that? He was afraid that I had bad intentions towards you. Huang Yitsong laughed and said, I told you before that the people from the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television told me. I told him exactly what they said. When he heard that I had no bad intentions towards you, he immediately felt relieved. He just left not long ago. He really came for this? Qin Baobao smiled. How could it be fake? Huang Yitsong said, Your brother is very concerned about you. He even picked up the beer bottle. As long as I said yes, he would definitely shoot me in the head. He saw Qin Zhe's little movements, but he didn't say it out loud. Xiao Huang, do you need a designated driver? I can help you book one? Qin Baobao's smile widened. Although she wanted to catch up with her brother immediately, her boss was still here. It wasn't good to leave him behind. Huang Yitsong narrowed his eyes. Why don't you send me back? My brother drank so much. I have to send him home. Qin Baobao said in a matter-of-fact tone. I'm convinced by this reason. Huang Yitsong sighed. You go first. I'll get the driver to pick you up later. I need to sit for a while to sober up. Qin Baobao said goodbye to Xiao Huang and walked away in her high heels. Qin Zhe stood by the roadside and watched the taxis pass by. Most of them were filled with customers, and a small number of empty taxis ignored Xianxia. Ever since there was a certain taxi app, empty taxis didn't care about passers-by. If you saw a taxi that didn't stop, it might be speeding on the road to pick someone up. Without his phone, he couldn't book a taxi. A red BMW quickly drove over and stopped at the side of the road. The car window was lowered, and the first thing that attracted him was the brown high heels on the passenger seat. Then his sister's graceful figure and charming face appeared in Xianxia's line of sight. "Handsome, want a ride? Can I have sex?" Xianxia pretended to be a pervert. His sister winked at him. "You can have sex however you want." Xianxia said seriously, "That won't do. I'm not such a casual person." He wanted to tease his sister a little more, but Qin Baobao scolded, "Get in here. Talk too much. You can't park here. Do you want my points to be deducted?" Xianxia immediately backed down. He opened the car door, lowered his head, and got into the car. He took the opportunity to hold the high heels on the passenger seat in his arms. For so many years, whenever they went out, he would be the shoe boy who carried the high heels for his sister. The little red horse started and sped off into the distance. Qin Baobao looked straight ahead and the corners of her mouth raised. "Handsome, where are we going? Jin Mao, Global, or the Central Building?" Xianxia turned his head and stared at his sister. Looking at her raised lips, raised eyebrows, and bright eyes, he could feel his sister's happy mood through these details. "Go home and sleep." Xianxia rolled his eyes. His sister should be cold to him. During the Cold War, his sister looked at him as if he was a salted fish. He couldn't be a good brother. "Why haven't you left yet? Did you eat in the toilet and give birth to a monkey?" Qin Baobao spat. "Who gave birth to a monkey? Yours? I'm going to see your White Lotus boss." "White Lotus?" Xianxia was stunned. "Don't talk nonsense with her. I have nothing to do with her. Also, what does White Lotus mean? Don't give me random nicknames. White Lotus and Blue Lotus are not good words. The former is Virgin Mary, and the latter is shameless." Qin Baobao blushed. It seems that she has a bad reputation in her brother's heart. "Nothing much, just a casual chat." Qin Baobao said guiltily. "Just a casual chat?" Xianxia's face was full of, "I believe you, but I'm not your brother," expression. "I know she's your boss, what else can I say?" Qin Baobao suddenly stopped. "What if she's not my boss?" Xianxia asked. "Aya, you're so annoying. If you keep talking, I'll kick you down." "Wow, you're willing to kick such a handsome brother? I can even tear a little pervert apart." Qin Baobao gritted her teeth. Xianxia wanted to say something but stopped. He wanted to apologize for yelling at her for no reason that day. But because he understood something, he chickened out. He wanted to avoid the past and not mention it. "Host, hurry up and apologize," the system suddenly said. "Motherf asterisk Kerr, what are you doing here? Get lost." "Ding, please sincerely apologize to Sister Qin Baobao. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 5 points. If you fail, you will be deducted 100 points. I'll go." "You don't have to go. Just say the word. Why do I get 5 points if I succeed and 100 points if I fail? I don't accept it." Xianxia was stunned. This is the host's inner desire. "Bah, I don't have such a perverted inner desire. Don't push the blame to me. You do." The system's voice was very steady. "The mission comes from the host's inner desire. Host, your intestines are green with regret. You want to apologize to sister and want to appease her, but you're just being unreasonable. What's wrong with being unreasonable? What can I exchange for with 5 points? What can you buy with 5 points?" The system asked back. "This is good too. The system gave me a way out." Xianxia coughed and pretended to look out the window. "Sister, I'm sorry." Qin Baobao was stunned. She turned her head and asked, "What are you sorry for?" Xianxia didn't answer. He communicated with the system in his mind. The mission wasn't completed? "Host, don't ignore the word sincere." The system said. "Sister, that night when I smashed the phone." Xianxia softly said, "I'm sorry." Qin Baobao pursed her lips and said lightly, "Sister isn't important anyway. You can scold me if you want to. You don't have to worry about my feelings. I'm sorry, Xianxia said. His voice was very soft and his expression was very casual, but his tone was very heavy. I shouldn't have said those things to you. Qin Baobao looked ahead and didn't say anything. Her eyes were moist. Some people liked to throw tantrums, but she was a paper tiger. Some people seemed to be easygoing and accommodating, but every word he said hurt. A's in front of you, sister is just a paper tiger. Chapter 194. They returned home at 8:30. Qin Baobao parked her little BMW in the underground parking lot and hugged her brother's arm as they walked into the elevator. Her posture was very particular. She wrapped her arms around Xianxia's entire arm to prevent his arm from touching her chest. Qin Baobao hummed a song and walked briskly. What are you humming for? Xianxia's face darkened. I have a little brother, but I never ride him. Qin Baobao simply sang out and jumped up and down. One day, I rode him to the market on a whim. I held a small whip in my hand and whipped his butt. Qin Baobao slapped Xianxia's butt twice. Whip his butt. Another 2 slaps were heard. Whip his butt. This time, before his sister could slap him, Xianxia beat her to it and slapped her against the wall of the sedan. His sister's foxy face revealed a bitter and sad expression. She didn't speak and just stared at him with her watery eyes. Xianxia said helplessly, I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Qin Baobao's bright eyes turned and she said coquettishly, then you carry me home. Xianxia bent down and his sister jumped on his back. The sedan shook and she giggled. Let's go, little donkey. She waved her hand and slapped Xianxia's butt twice. The elevator door opened and Xianxia carried his sister out of the sedan and stopped in front of their house. Get down, I'll open the door. No. Qin Baobao took out her keys to open the door. You carry me in. When the door opened, Qin Baobao deliberately shouted, Little donkey, charge. On the sofa in the living room, Wang Zijin glanced at the siblings from the corner of her eyes. Her beautiful oval face was expressionless. Zijin, we're back. Qin Baobao jumped down from her brother and changed into cotton shoes. She said loudly, beets really don't taste good. Next time we'll eat steak. Xianxia didn't think too much about it and nodded. He also felt that the beets in 100 Guest Garden were not to his taste. Wang Zijin stood up expressionlessly, walked into the room expressionlessly and slammed the door. What's wrong? Xianxia was stunned. Qin Baobao pretended to be innocent. I don't know. The next day, at Julie Company. That's all for today's meeting. You may leave. Pushing a document over to Chen Guang, Xianxia replied, Manager Chen, I have written the investment plan in this document. You can go back and digest it and start work as soon as possible. The 3 managers of the investment department got up and left. In the small conference room, Xianxia leaned back in his office chair, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a puff of smoke. He has been the general manager of the investment department for a week. He has not done the project boldly. It is too eager for quick success. In fact, the fund application of an investment company needs to go through a tedious process. He is not Suyu. He can make the final decision. That is the power of the president. Apart from cutting 2 rubbish projects in the futures department and some small changes in the stock investment, everything else is unchanged. Today's meeting is to discuss the investment plan for the next quarter. The biggest gain is that he has figured out the operation process of the investment company. Apart from the time-consuming market research and institutional evaluation, the biggest difference between the investment company and the individual operation is the workload. A person only needs to operate one account well. But the investment company has a lot of accounts. A project may have several or even more than a dozen accounts operating at the same time. This requires the existence of a trader. He invited Yang Jian to have lunch together at noon. This son of a bitch had no desires, which was true to the old saying, one can be strong without desires. No matter if it was in front of Su Hao, Li Linfeng, or even himself, who had made the great leap, he was neither servile nor overbearing. If he wants to joke, he will joke. If he wants to ignore, he will continue to ignore. After lunch, he returned to the company. In a trance, he felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. However, he was too busy to think about it. He took a document and knocked on the door of Su Yu's office. No one answered for a long time. In the small office next door, the assistant heard the sound and came out. Boss Su is not in the company. Boss Qin, come back later. How late is later? Qin Zhe looked at the watch his sister bought for him. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He went out before lunch and hasn't come back yet. The assistant said. What did he do? Wow, how do I know? I'm a work assistant, not a life assistant. The female assistant pouted. In a coffee house more than 10 kilometers away. Su Yu sat near the door, which made it easier for her to observe the customers coming in. Men and women, all kinds of people. Which one would be a great god? Although she understood that the great god should be a man, she did not rule out the possibility of a woman, just as the great god suspected that she was a big man. If it's a man, is he handsome? Does he talk? Is he a little fat man with a pair of glasses, or a sunny and handsome big boy? Su Yu had never seen a netizen before. She had a trace of expectation and tension for the first time. The slightly bitter fragrance of coffee beans floated in the air, and soothing music played. Su Yu waited and waited from 12 o'clock at noon until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was already past their appointed time. The mobile phone on the table buzzed and vibrated. It was a call from the assistant. President Su, are you done? What's the matter? Su Yu frowned and her tone was not very good. President Qin is looking for you. He said there is an important document that needs your signature. Let him wait. Vice President Su is also looking for you. Let him wait. President Su's tone was not right, and the assistant hung up the phone. Su Yu bit her lip and said faintly, You don't mean what you said, and you stood me up. What kind of great god is that? Qin Zhe sat in his exclusive office, staring at the 6 big screens facing the office, which showed the market trend of stocks and futures, as well as his selected stocks. The mobile phone kept ringing. It was the chat group of Li Linfeng's department. These guys started talking a few minutes ago, and now there was no sign of cooling down. They didn't work hard at work and only knew how to slack off. He opened the chat group and was ready to let the employees be quiet, but found that they were discussing something interesting. The topic was started by Yang Jian. He shared a hot search on Weibo. The headline of the day: The General Office of the Ministry of Education issued the National English Popularization Notice for primary schools in 2017. The content was about the Ministry of Education changing the original rule of learning English from the 3rd grade to the 1st grade learning English alphabet and the 2nd grade learning English. The 1st grade learning English alphabet? The children in the 1st grade may not even learn all the Chinese pinyin. My child will go to primary school next year. Now he can't even recognize all the alphabets. How can he learn English? Don't mix it up. The Ministry of Education is messing around. In a few years, will the kindergarten also have to learn English? Since English is so good, they might as well ban the Chinese. Don't those officials have children? My child is in the 2nd grade. The usual learning tasks are already very heavy. If English is added, his grades will definitely not be able to keep up. Qin Zhe curled his lips and thought, children nowadays are really king tragic. When he was in primary school, he only learned the alphabet and memorized words in the 6th grade. When he was in junior high school, he was taught English systematically. His childhood was carefree. On the other hand, children nowadays learn a mess of things. Education should be done early. This idea was right, but one also had to consider the children's feelings and ability to accept. There were always people on the internet who said, people are forced. Without pressure, there will be no motivation. However, they neglected a key factor. People's ability to resist pressure was different. Most adults would collapse under pressure, let alone children. If everyone could succeed with a little pressure, how could there be so many losers in society? However, this matter had nothing to do with him. He didn't have children. His wife was nowhere to be seen. No, maybe his wife was now facing the misery of learning English in primary school. Education and people's livelihood were always the hottest topics in society. It was far more popular than the news of entertainment stars. Every year in June, the national news would be flooded with the college entrance examination and high school entrance examination. There was also a huge amount of attention on pensions and Social Security. Many people didn't pay attention to the entertainment industry or didn't care much about it. However, they would definitely pay attention to the college entrance exams and people's livelihood. The notice issued by the Ministry of Education went viral on the internet. Netizens complained about the Ministry of Education. Children nowadays are so miserable. There is no childhood to speak of. Thank you, Mom, for letting me be born 20 years earlier. The Ministry of Education's operation is 666. They should do this. I always get tricked by primary school students when I play games. It's because I don't have enough homework. They are just making sarcastic remarks. It's not that the earlier one learns English, the better. In fact, it's not suitable to learn more than 2 languages at the beginning stage, especially the alphabet. The same alphabet has 2 different pronunciations. It will confuse the children. Since the Ministry of Education issued such a notice, they should have done their research. Hey, don't trust them too much. There are too many such blunders. The most intense reactions were from the parents. They had children and had the right to speak in this regard. What's going on? Why do they have to add English to the 2nd grade? A first-year child can't even speak Mandarin well. They just learned how to write. My child is going to primary school next year. I'm really worried for him. Children can't be too tired. I really have to hand it to the domestic education system. The homework assigned by the kindergarten teacher is already weird enough. It's not easy to get through kindergarten, and you say they have to start learning English? My child can't even recognize Chinese and can't even speak Mandarin well. Learning English? F***K. What's so weird about kindergarten homework? Let me tell you what I encountered. Handicrafts, make an angry bird. Art, draw a traditional Chinese painting. Rearing, silkworm bao bao. F***K. If my child can make an angry bird, why would I let him go to kindergarten? If my child can draw traditional Chinese paintings, why would I go to kindergarten? The weirdest thing is the silkworm bao bao. My wife screams when she sees that thing. I'm also scared. There was a heated discussion online. There were countless people complaining, but the Ministry of Education was very calm. Instead, many educators came out to speak for their boss and express their loyalty. For example, a famous internet celebrity used to be an educator. Later, he entered the entertainment industry and became famous because of his criticism of a famous literary work. The saying on the internet that children will confuse Mandarin and English because they are too young is complete nonsense. In the past, English was not taught in primary school because they couldn't even afford tea eggs. The quality of the people was low, so why would they learn English? It's not necessarily a good thing for children to be too carefree. Education has to start from the beginning. If you don't force them, they will only know how to play all day long. Then, many educators and friends in the entertainment industry reposted his Weibo and liked it. What do you mean by the era when they couldn't afford tea eggs? It's as if human intelligence has greatly improved in the past 10 years. You mean that we were mentally retarded 10 or 20 years ago, but the intelligence of the children now has greatly improved. I'm sorry for being a low-quality citizen. A celebrity in the entertainment industry reposted this Weibo, but not with a like. Instead, with a look of horror. I'm so scared that I have to improve my quality. Then, a few more celebrities reposted it. I'm so scared that I have to improve my quality. The internet celebrity was not convinced and argued with the netizens. Learn English well and you will be successful in the future. When can't you learn Chinese? It's an exaggeration to say that you can learn it lying down. Chinese is not as important as you think. Most of the majors in university don't have Chinese classes, but most of them have to learn English. This shows that English is more important than Chinese. You're an idiot. The appraisal is complete. Stop kneeling. You won't be able to stand up if you kneel for too long. Another sent Chinese is broad and profound. You say Chinese is inferior to English? Go and suck up to your foreign father. Don't make money in our country. You used to be a teacher, but you say Chinese is not important. The netizens exploded and cursed under his Weibo. There were many trolls online, and even more angry youths. Many professionals said, as an international language, no one can deny the importance of English. I hope that the majority of the netizens can be more rational in their patriotism. Let's talk directly with the data. There are more than 10 countries in the world that use English as their mother tongue, and more than 20 that use the official language. And only our country uses Chinese as its mother tongue. It's clear at a glance which is more important. Of course, I'm not saying that Chinese is not important. The matter quickly escalated to the difference between Chinese and English. There were rational people and angry people. Chapter 195. Qin Zhe bent over the desk and wrote, summarizing the gains and losses of today's investment projects, as well as the good and bad investment results. Profits and losses were not the only thing to look at. For example, a project that could earn 1 million yuan only earned 900,000 yuan because of an operation error, which meant that you lost 100,000 yuan. It was like a lot of shareholders who sold their stocks when it rose to 5% and then found out that it had reached the upper limit. They cried out in pain, "I lost a lot." It was the same principle. Therefore, Qin Zhe had to summarize the gains and losses, find the problems, and avoid similar mistakes in the future. It took him an hour to finish this self-reflection letter. He stretched his body, and his neck made cracking sounds. With his physical fitness, working at the desk for a long time was a bit unbearable. Ever since Qin Zhe sincerely said, "I'm sorry," in Xiaobao's Mali, Qin Bao and her brother were in a state of sweetness. She leaned over like a little wife and said with concern, "Are your shoulders sore? Sister will help you massage them." Qin Zhe thanked his sister and then leaned on his sister's chest. Qin Bao pushed her brother away and said angrily, "Sit tight." The two of them sat cross-legged on the sofa, and the sister massaged her brother's shoulders. Qin Bao said, "Qin Zhe, is sister comfortable?" Qin Zhe nodded. His elder sister was clever and skillful, so he had lost. Wang Zijin looked at them, her eyes blank and confused. The day before yesterday, they were in a state of Cold War. Last night, after returning home hand in hand, their relationship with Bing Ning thawed, and they became a loving brother and sister again. She really couldn't understand this pair of lunatics. Qin Bao complained, "Your shoulders are too hard, my fingers are sore." Qin Zhe said, "I think your fingernails are too long, it hurts." "You heartless pervert." Qin Bao slapped Qin Zhe's head twice. Qin Zhe was furious. He leaned back and knocked his sister onto the sofa. The two siblings engaged in a fierce confrontation. They pinched each other's cheeks and poked each other's nostrils. Qin Zhe held his sister's head and slapped her butt. Qin Bao Bao struck back with a karate chop. Wang Zijin caught the flying pillow and silently sat far away, so as not to be implicated by them. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Bao Bao used her strong waist strength and hooked her legs around her brother's neck. Once again, she subdued him with her deadly scissor kick and cheered herself on. "Ee!" Qin Zhe screamed, "I'm suffocating. I'm suffocating. I'm going to strangle you, you heartless bastard. You only know how to bully me all day long." Qin Bao Bao continued to laugh. Wang Zijin sighed. Sweet as honey? It didn't exist. Qin Zhe was about to suffocate. This woman didn't know how to control her strength. He reached out and pinched his sister's soft waist. Sure enough, she let go. After pondering for a long time, he had already figured out a way to break it. "Qin Zhe, you're not obedient at all." Qin Bao Bao shouted with tears in her eyes. After saying that, her sister kicked Qin Zhe in the face. Wang Zijin heard Qin Zhe muffled a grunt, and then 2 streaks of blood flowed out of his nostrils. The young lady of the Wang family was distressed. She threw her phone and rushed over to check on the situation. "Ace, what's wrong with you? Look up and don't move." "But I didn't mean it." Qin Bao Bao was more distressed than Wang Zijin. "What are you doing? You don't know how to control your strength." Wang Zijin pushed her angrily, took out a tissue, rolled it into a strip, and stuffed it into Qin Zhe's nostrils. Then she put his head on her lap. "Lie down and don't move. It'll be fine in a while." A few minutes later, The bleeding was successfully stopped. You don't know how to control your strength. My handsome nose was flattened by your kick. Xianxia poked his sister's forehead with his finger. His sister pursed her lips and sat down like a duck, looking wronged and not daring to resist. Wang Zijin also reached out to poke her best friend's forehead, but Xianxia pressed her hand down and said, Okay, let's ignore her. Qin Baobao's bright eyes immediately flashed with a hint of joy. After the commotion, Wang Zijin was no longer in the mood to watch her drama. She scolded the siblings for a while. Then, she talked about the Ministry of Education's new document that had caused a huge stir on the internet today, as well as the heated argument online. Qin Baobao said unhappily, Yes, English is important. After all, it's an international language. Its value can't be denied. But Chinese is one of the most difficult languages to learn in the world. It's broad and profound. You can't compare the two just by how widely it spreads. Xianxia agreed. Why don't you post something on Weibo? Promote the breadth and profoundness of Chinese? Qin Baobao said unhappily, Don't provoke a bunch of trolls. Ding. The system's voice sounded. I'm very happy to capture the host's inner desire. Please rectify the breadth and profoundness of Chinese. 100 points will be awarded if successful. The corresponding points will be deducted if failed. Time limit, 24 hours. Xianxia accepted this mission and was stunned for a long time. Chinese was broad and profound. Nonsense, of course Chinese was broad and profound. As one of the most difficult languages to learn in the world, as one of the most ancient civilizations in the world, its language naturally contained a deep cultural foundation. But how could he prove it? This mission wasn't easy. It didn't lose to questions like, prove that your mother is your mother. The difficulty of the mission was the word rectify. How to rectify it? Who should he rectify it like? He immediately thought it through. He could rectify it through the internet. My sister is a big star. Many people pay attention to her. Then how should he rectify it? My biological sister is not my biological sister? My biological sister is not as good as my god sister? No. Qin Baobao would destroy him. He definitely wouldn't be willing to post such a wretched post. Liking my sister is not as good as liking my sister? Looking so scary and looking so scary? What's the difference between this and a biological sister? Xianxia fell into deep thought. At this time, he heard his sister, who was paying attention to the online scolding war, laugh. This person is so funny. He posted a string of uncommon words. I only know two, ta. A thought flashed through Xianxia's mind. He remembered an interesting video he had seen in the system shop a long time ago. The Lo system claimed to be from a parallel universe and had copied a huge database from that parallel universe to enrich its own database. But because that parallel world was overflowing with systems, each and every one of them was a big boss. They changed the world, lowered human IQ, and lowered the world's literature level. The Lo system found two hosts and was easily destroyed by the hosts of other systems. It felt that there was no chance to stand out, so it used its advantage of traveling through time and space to open a space-time tunnel. It came to this world and plunged into Xianxia's body. Well, there was no need to delve into the Lo system's sad past. Xianxia finally grasped the key point of this mission. Chinese is broad and profound. Why bother with a pun? I can use uncommon words to kill them. Sister, I'll give you a chance to be in the limelight. Xianxia said. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin turned to look at him and said in unison, You want to cause trouble again? Pen and ink, please. Xianxia ordered his two sisters, but his sisters' butts were rooted to the ground and ignored him. He had to go to his room to find a pen and paper and write a large piece of writing. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin came over and asked blankly, What is this? Xianxia smiled mysteriously. A new song. Qin Baobao pouted. I don't know these words. She looked at Wang Zijin. What about you? Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. I have so many uncommon words. How are you going to sing it? Then I'll write another common words. Xianxia finished writing. Sister, this kind of song doesn't need to be too professional. I'll teach you how to sing it a few times. Let's shoot a video and post it on your Weibo. Chapter 196. The scolding war on the internet continued, from criticizing the Ministry of Education to discussing whether Chinese was more important or English. It was divided into the Rational Party and the Angry Party. The Rational Party said that patriotism is a good thing, but we have to face reality. If you only know how to speak Chinese, you will not be able to do anything outside the country. But if you are proficient in English, you will be able to go anywhere. The Angry Party compiled data and said that a quarter of the world's population spoke Chinese, which was not less than English. There were also people who were proficient in history who explained English from a historical perspective. They said that English really flourished after World War II. During World War I and World War II, English was not as important as French. The United States became the world's leader, and English's status rose. It became an international language. In ancient times, Chinese was also a common language in Asia. Koreans, Japanese, and so on all knew a few words of Chinese. They were too embarrassed to come to the Celestial Empire to learn. Older people will probably feel more about it. Many of the older generation have never learned Mandarin, but that doesn't stop them from speaking it. Therefore, those who are worried about their children mixing up the two languages are worrying for nothing. They should learn English as early as possible. Even now, learning English will make it easier to find a job. I hope everyone can face reality. That internet celebrity jumped out again. Well said. The importance of English is self-evident. I also think that children learn English a year earlier, they will have a solid foundation. There are too many brainless angry people. Applause. The Rational Party and fans replied. At the same time, the Trolls and Angry Party also replied. I'm laughing. Your so-called proficiency in Chinese is just a little spoken language? What can a country that is not proficient in its own language do? Hey, I'm a Chinese major. I'm not convinced. If I started learning English in the 2nd grade, I think my Chinese would be terrible. Many celebrities also joined in the fun on this hot topic. Huang Yuding posted on Weibo, "Luckily, I didn't learn English in primary school. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how to write songs." Li Rongxing complained on Weibo, "What is English? I've never heard of it." Su Yunhan reposted Huang Yuding's Weibo. 2-3. Many celebrities came to join in the fun. They either complained or agreed. Their fans replied below. The internet was so lively. There were hot searches and topics every day. If this topic was popular, they would discuss this topic and that topic. Then, Qin Baobao also posted on Weibo to join in the fun. She did not say anything and only posted a video. Some netizens clicked on it out of curiosity, and the video began to play. There was a bright and clean glass coffee table and a piece of paper with a large paragraph of text written on it. A few seconds later, a lively piano sound rang out. It sounded like a bad sound effect played by a mobile phone app. After the piano accompaniment, Qin Baobao's beautiful voice rang out. A long, long time ago, a giant dragon suddenly appeared. He brought disaster, took the princess away, and then disappeared. The kingdom is extremely dangerous. Who is the bravest in the world? A brave warrior is coming, shouting. Qin Baobao's voice suddenly became cute. I want to bring the best sword, climb the highest mountain, break into the deepest forest, and bring the princess back to me. The king was very happy and asked for his name. The young man thought for a while and said, "Your Majesty, my name is..." Qin Baobao said in a cute tone, "Dalaben Badan de Bedib Dobering." What? Hearing this, countless netizens were confused. Say it again. Qin Baobao sang again, "Dalaben Badan de Bedib Dobering." Holy shit! Can you say it again? I don't understand. The netizens thought to themselves. Isn't that right, Dalaben Badan de Bedib Dobering? Yes, Dalaben Badan de Bedib Dober. Dalaben hero, ride the fastest horse. The giant dragon said, I am Kuntutaka Takeo Suvasilazan. The netizens spat out a mouthful of blood. Say it again, Qin Baobao sang in a low voice, Kuntutaka Takeo Suvasilazan. Isn't that right, Gwent Fiddle-Baked Egg Tart Soda Marathon? No, it's Kuntukutaka Takeo Suvasilazan. And so, Dalaben Badan de Bedib Dobruing / Akuntukutaka Tikeo Suvasilazanan, that giant dragon Kuntukutaka Tikeo Suvasilasan bite that brave warrior Dalaben Badan de Bedib Dobruing. The netizens were dumbfounded at first. They didn't recognize a single one of the rare words in the video. They really didn't recognize a single one. If it wasn't for Qin Bao Bao singing it, they wouldn't even have seen it before. A moment later, Qin Bao Bao's Weibo exploded. Chinese people are dumbfounded. I might have learned fake Chinese. Holy shit, Qin Bao Bao 666, I'm doubting my life after singing. Wasn't my language taught by a physical education teacher? Why can't I recognize a single word? There's such a thing? Did she post this video because of the popular Chinese and English competition today? I've learned Chinese for nothing. Chinese for nothing +1. I've silently reposted this video. This song taught me how to read. I think I should go back to school to further my studies. A certain verified account was drinking tea at home and looking at the comments on his Weibo, where the trolls and fans were arguing. As a public figure, there was no need for him to argue with the netizens. As long as he posted something on Weibo, there would naturally be fans and supporters who would argue with the trolls. Suddenly, he noticed that there were dozens of message notifications on the envelope in the upper left corner. In just a few seconds, the number had increased to more than 100 and was still increasing. He clicked on it and saw that countless netizens at him. When he clicked on the content, he found that it was a video. With curiosity and doubt, he clicked on the video. A long time ago, a giant dragon suddenly appeared. After watching the video, his forehead was covered in sweat. It was a mess and he couldn't recognize a single word. On Weibo, the netizens mocked him. Why are you silent? It's not important to speak Chinese. You can learn it lying down. Come on, tell me honestly, do you recognize all these words? I'll sing until you doubt your life. Similar replies continued to increase, and some of them were even more aggressive. Anger appeared on his face as he typed, "They're just rare words, opportunistic?" After thinking about it, he deleted it. It would only attract more criticism, because he couldn't deny that he didn't recognize these words. Even if he forced himself to say, "I know all of them," he would only be laughed at by more people. Because even the top students in the Chinese department couldn't recognize all of these words. Wait a minute. Weren't we discussing whether English should be learned in the 2nd grade? Why did we change the topic inexplicably? Is Chinese more important or English more important? He decided to remain silent and stop posting on Weibo, ignoring the criticism online. This video quickly went viral on the internet and was constantly forwarded. Many people came to watch it. After watching it, they all commented that learning Chinese is a waste, and I'm not from China. Because Qin Bao Bao was a celebrity and a public figure, many celebrities followed her, such as Su Yunhan. She forwarded the video. I don't know, but it's awesome. Huang Yuding also forwarded it. I'm going crazy. Played it on loop 3 times, and it's actually quite good. Li Rongxing posted on Weibo. King, please reconsider. Chen Xiaotong, I still want to learn Chinese for another 10 years. King, please reconsider. Hong Jingyao, King, please reconsider. This was to complain about the king asking for the name of the hero in the video. The netizens were delighted. Another crazy one. I'm also crazy. Played it on loop n times. Qin Bao Bao is indeed my goddess. A video made someone shut up. You can't even recognize Chinese words. How can you learn English? You still need to learn English, but please learn Chinese first, Like for Qin Bao Bao. A few minutes later, Su Yunhan posted on Weibo again. I think this is Qin Zhe's doing. Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao quickly replied. Little brother is the best. The netizens were pleasantly surprised. Qin Zhe, come out watching childhood from afar. Qin Zhe 666. Little brother is indeed the best. Qin Bao Bao, you're crazy about showing off your brother. Summon Qin Zhe. Play another video. We want to invest in stocks. Invest in stocks plus 10086. Boss, please open a stock training class. We're willing to pay. At home. Qin Baobao was pleasantly surprised. She scrolled through the comments on her phone and smiled. Wow, Ace, you can ride on so many people's coattails like this. She reached out to hug Qin Zhe's neck. I must reward you. Wang Zijin's eyes were sharp and her hands were quick. She barely managed to hold her back. Baby, let's watch TV. Qin Baobao was stunned and said faintly, Go watch your soap opera. Don't disturb my brother. Wang Zijin had an idea. Isn't it dirty? Look, he didn't wash his face last night. It's so spicy and oily, and there are a lot of mites. You ate all of them. Qin Baobao knew this was her best friend's trick, but on second thought, it made some sense. She shuddered. Then I won't kiss you anymore. Hey, I can wash my face. Qin Zhe saw Wang Zijin's trademark glare and quickly shut up. Chapter 197. The video went viral on the internet, and its popularity was rising. Su Yu, who didn't play Weibo or the forum, held the cup and stared at the bright red word failure on the computer screen. She lost the fourth game of solo tonight, and her teammates, retarded, cheating, primary school student, and other curse words were still in front of her. Today, she was in a particularly bad mood, playing the game absent-mindedly. She opened the friend interface, and the idea of rowing boat without oars was dark. The great god changed his name. His original ID was Drag Lowly, and his good friend Drag Boss was a couple name. The great god's online time was getting less and less. Suyu was a little upset. She originally wanted to ask for a punitive expedition, but the result was empty. She maneuvered in the game world, relying on her not-so-fast hand speed, tirelessly greeting each other's family and 18 generations of ancestors with her teammates, and never tasted defeat. Sometimes it was boring to think about it. Why bother? Why bother? But when she got home, what else could she do other than play games? The empty house, except for the noise of the speeding car outside the window, was lonely and scary, so she let the game's sound effects fill the whole space, which would make it more lively. She had only known the great god for more than 2 months, but in Su Yu's heart, he was different from others. It was too tiring to play solo, and a great teammate would be successful. She heard that as long as you shouted, "I'm a girl," in the game, there would be a large number of masters competing to take you up. She tried it, and the effect was really good, but after that, those people would ask to turn on the voice and even video call you. Wow, so annoying. The great god was different. She followed the usual routine, shouting, "I'm a girl," and then the great god took her up. But after playing the game for so long, he never made any request to her. She turned on the voice and video call. No. As long as she shouted, the other party would gladly invite her, which made Suyu realize that the great god really treated her as a friend in the game. The happiest thing was that the great god often scolded her. Well, he often scolded her. The phone rang, it was her father. She picked up the phone. "Hello. I'm downstairs." The man's voice was calm and full of vicissitudes. Suyu was stunned. Her father never patronized her nest, and she didn't like others entering her own space. Her father had never been here, so he couldn't find the door. Suyu said, "Wait, I'll come down right away." Suyu has a good father. From childhood to adulthood, people around him said so. Anyone who has a father worth tens of billions will wake up with a smile in their dreams, but Suyu never felt that it was good. It was like this when he was a child, and it is still the same now. She put on her shoes and slowly walked downstairs. She saw a black Audi A8L, a custom-made bulletproof car. There was no doubt about its safety. When she got closer, the rear window of the Audi A8L lowered. A middle-aged man in a light blue casual shirt was sitting in the car. He was in his 50s, and his hair was black with a hint of white. He did not deliberately dye his hair black. The most striking feature of the man was his big nose and thick eyebrows. He didn't look like Suyu, but he looked like Su Hao. For such a man to be able to give birth to a daughter as beautiful as a flower, it must be the work of his wife. Suyu softly called Dad. The man was all smiles as he got out of the car and said, "Aren't you going to invite Dad up for a seat?" Suyu nodded and led the middle-aged man upstairs. At the moment of turning around, her eyebrows were raised a little and the corners of her mouth were raised. Suyu took her father to visit his nest. This hardcover apartment was not cheap, 60,000 yuan per square meter, but in the eyes of the man, there was no more suitable adjective except for narrow and simple. The man saw the kitchen from the living room and the bedroom from the bathroom and sighed, Don't be angry with Dad, go home. Suyu smiled, Dad, I'm fine here. The man advised, It's small and crowded here. How can it be more comfortable than home? Suyu curled her lips, It's uncomfortable to go home. Look at the mother and son's eyes. The man was slightly angry, You are too prejudiced against your aunt. Listen to Dad, be good. He was always like this. He didn't allow her to say half a word about the mother and son. When she said it, he would turn hostile. Don't talk about this. Suyu shook her head. I went to Hangzhou with Nanman last month and brought back some longjing. I specially went into the mountains to buy it in the local farmer's house. Dad, try it. The man smiled and said, I'll try it. Suyu boiled water and made tea, but she didn't drink it herself. She looked at her father with bright eyes. The man picked up the teacup and blew on it, took a sip and praised it. Suyu smiled, and for a moment, it was like a pure girl's smile. The man casually said, Can you adapt to managing such a big company by yourself? Suyu said, No problem. I helped Dad earn more than 10 million yuan this quarter. The man patted his daughter's hand and said with relief that Yu had grown up and could share her father's worries. However, you are a girl after all. Don't work too hard. Leave the company's affairs to your brother as much as possible. Suyu frowned and said, What does he know about finance? I don't know why you forced him to come in. The man said, If you don't know, you can hire someone. A boss doesn't need to be omnipotent. Dad decided to send a team to settle in and help you run the company. It turned out that he came to talk about this, not just to miss his daughter and see her. At the beginning, her father invested a lot of money, saying that he wanted his daughter to practice opening a company. If she lost money, he would make up for it. If the scale was big, he would not interfere. It would be a dowry for his daughter. But how long had it been now? In more than half a year, the capital of the company had doubled and showed a trend of prosperity. First, her brother couldn't sit still and stepped in. Now, she didn't know how her mouth blossomed with golden lotuses and persuaded the man to come forward and pick the peaches. Suyu looked at him, the smile on her face gradually faded, and she resumed her cold appearance again. She said lightly, Yes, but I have to choose the people. The man waved his hand, I have chosen the members. You don't have to worry about it. Suyu's mouth raised a sarcastic arc. Is it Dad who chose the people or Su Hao? Why do you always say such things? The man reprimanded loudly. You are siblings. Don't make it like you are enemies. What are you afraid of? When did I ever owe you anything? You owe me a lot. Suyu blushed and cried. From childhood to adulthood, apart from doing business, have you ever accompanied me? Have you ever participated in my parent-teacher conference? Have you ever accompanied me on my birthday? When your business is on the right track, you are finally free. What did you do? You brought that bitch and the bastard home, and kicked the woman who shared your trials and tribulations out of the house. In the end, she was hoarse. The man was furious and raised his hand to slap her. But when he saw his daughter's tearful eyes, he couldn't slap her. It's settled. The man got up, patted his thigh, and said in a deep voice, Don't always think about competing with your brother. You are a girl. Dad will give you what you should have. Even if you marry in the future, it will be glorious. The man left. The room was cold and lonely again. Suyu sat on the sofa holding her knees, her shoulders shaking. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Xianxia came to work with dark circles under his eyes. Yesterday, he played with his sisters, and played with his sisters until too late. The three of them played cards. They didn't play with money. Whoever lost would do the housework for a week. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin, the two goddesses in the eyes of men, were unexpectedly good at cards. Wang Zijin's style of playing cards was steady and steady, neither too fast nor too slow. She always showed her killer move at the critical moment, making it impossible to guard against. Xianxia and Qin Baobao were stabbed several times by her black-bellied. Qin Baobao's style was unpredictable and bewitching. Sometimes she said, Ace, sister only has doubles. You should play doubles quickly. In fact, she was holding the singles in her hand. Or A's, sister's hands are all singles. Let sister play one. Sob, sob, sob. The three were evenly matched and the score was about the same. They played until 1:30 in the morning. Xianxia decisively lost under the tireless attack of his sister. The final score was Qin Bao Bao won 8 games, Xianxia won 7 games, and Wang Zijin won 6 games. Miss Wang smiled and said, "No problem, I will be responsible for the housework this week." After that, she never spoke to Xianxia again. In the morning, she deliberately woke up half an hour earlier and silently went for a morning run alone. Xianxia bumped into her on the way and complained, "Sister Z, why didn't you wake me up so early?" Wang Zijin passed by him with no expression. Now, not only in the eyes of his sister, but also in the eyes of Miss Wang, he became a salted fish. Attention, colleagues. A personnel change meeting will be held in the number 1 conference room at 10 o'clock this morning. The company's general manager, deputy general manager, assistant general manager, and department managers must attend on time and must not ask for leave or be late. A message was sent from the company's internal communication. It was 9:30 in the morning and there was still half an hour left. Xianxia estimated that he could write out the details of this week's investment before the end of the meeting. The office door opened, and Li Linfeng pushed the door open and came in. He threw a cigarette to Xianxia, and the two sat at the desk facing each other, smoking. "I heard that the group's headquarters is going to send a group of imperial envoys to be stationed here to amass profits," Li Linfeng said. "Headquarters?" Xianxia frowned. He had only been in the company for a short time, and he was focused on business, so he didn't pay much attention to the background of amassing profits. "Kind of." Li Linfeng put out the cigarette and poured himself a cup of tea to moisten his throat. "Have you heard of Feng Feng Group?" Xianxia shook his head. Li Linfeng rolled his eyes. "You know Feng Feng Food, right?" "Oh, it's one of the best-selling brands of Wei Long when I was young." Xianxia suddenly understood. "My sister and I used to steal money from home to buy Wei Long, and we were beaten up by my father. At that time, the family wasn't poor, but the pocket money given every day was limited. Qin Bao Bao was greedy, so she encouraged her younger brother to steal the change in the tea cabinet. It was just a few cents, and it was hard to detect it, like a blunt knife cutting meat. The first few days were particularly free and easy." Xianxia led his smart and lovely sister into the small shop and waved his hand. "Boss, 2 packs of spicy sticks." Or, "Boss, 2 popsicles." It was like a rich second generation leading a canary into a high-end shopping mall. He really missed the innocent era of that time. Forget it, there was nothing to miss. Xianxia couldn't forget how he was hung up and beaten by the old man after the matter was exposed. The old man boasted that he was a scholarly family, and his only son had done such a disgraceful thing. He was already worthy of his ancestors if he didn't punish him. Little Xianxia cried his heart out and was thrown into the room to sleep. His sister sneaked in the middle of the night, hugged Xianxia and cried with him, and then gave him a kiss as a reward. Qin Ma was also angry at that time. Her husband was holding a feather duster, and she was holding a rolling pin. They were a mixed pair. She didn't give her son a kiss. From then on, Qin Bao Bao developed the habit of loving her younger brother, and then she would do whatever she wanted to do to her younger brother. Chapter 198. Stroke Group is a behemoth among the local private enterprises. The group's business covers clothing, daily necessities, food, medical equipment, and other industries. Its subsidiaries are all over Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai, and its market value is more than 100 billion. The founder, Su Tong, started from scratch. Well, he's Mr. Su's father. Zhu Li is nominally a subsidiary of Stroke Group. The funds are provided by Stroke. Li Linfeng lit another cigarette and gestured to Xianxia. "Another one?" Xianxia immediately nodded. He didn't dare to smoke at home, not even an hour before work. Qin Bao Bao was very persistent about quitting smoking. Every time he came home from work, his sister would put her face close to him and say. Xianxia opened his mouth with an "ah," and his sister smelled him for the smell of cigarettes. Xianxia was very annoyed by her. After all, he was a big boss accompanied by the system. If he was born in a Xianxia world, he would be the emperor who could cover the sky with one hand. What could a mere cigarette do to him? I thought that even though Zhu Li was small, at least there was no one above. Now it seems that it's difficult to escape from the system. Li Linfeng's expression was dispirited. No matter what industry, the most afraid of people who don't understand pointing fingers is Su Hao. That Su Hao jumped up and down in the company to set the rules. With his level, he actually ordered us to gather funds and invest according to his wishes. If it weren't for Mr. Su's support, several projects would have been ruined by him. Li Linfeng snorted. That's not how capital is played. A real big capitalist only cares about the results of the investment and never points fingers in the professional field. Why are the imperial envoys here to seize power? Qin Zhe understood the meaning of his words and wondered, it can't be, right? In any case, he's a big nouveau riche with a net worth of 10 billion. Why is he taking sides? Su Yu and his sister were not on good terms, and the middle and upper management of the company knew. How can it not be? Li Linfeng sneered. There's a saying that even an upright official can't judge a family dispute. Biased fathers can be found everywhere. This has nothing to do with personal wealth. You've seen the financial statements of the last quarter. Zhu Li was established for 7 months and earned more than 40 million in 2 quarters. In any subsidiary of Stroke, it's a beautiful political achievement, and this is under the condition that the investment is limited. If Feng Feng invests 1 or 2 billion yuan, how much profit do you think it will be? Everyone in the middle management of Zhu Li knew that President Su and Vice President Su were at odds. Currently, Su Yu had the upper hand because she was the one who founded the company. All the department managers were lackeys under President Su's command and followed her lead. Su Hao couldn't even find an opportunity to take advantage of her. However, the arrival of the Imperial Envoy Group meant that Su Yu's situation of having the upper hand would end. The Imperial Envoy Group would take away a large portion of her power, and this was without considering whether Su Hao and the Imperial Envoy Group had anything to do with each other. Qin Zhe felt a headache coming on. They hadn't even developed yet, but the factional struggles had already started. His elder sister liked to show her divinity in front of her younger brother to hang the nerd. This made her seem very dignified as the elder sister. Although he said some stupid things, some of them were wise words. For example, Jejia paraphrased a certain great man's words and said, "There are all kinds of strange things in the party." This meant that no matter which organization, there would always be factions. As for international relations, political alliances, and business cooperation, these could all be considered factions. As for small as a company, a school, a club, and even a family, Qin Zhe's family also had factions, which were his father's and his mother's. Qin Zhe was an unswerving mother's faction, while Qin Baobao was his father's loyal lackey. The reason was that Qin Ma treated her children equally. Therefore, Qin Zhe felt that his father who always beat him was abominable. Only his mother was good in the world. Qin Baobao thought that if her mother treated her and her brother the same, it would show that her father loved her very much. Only her father was good in the world. When it was time, they walked to the conference room together. Conference room number 1 could accommodate 20 to 30 people. It was the largest conference room in the company. Su Tong sat at the head of the table, with Su Yu and Su Hao on his left and right respectively. On Su Yu's side were Qin Zhe, Li Linfeng, Chen Guang, and other department managers. On Su Hao's side were the imperial envoys from the group's headquarters. There were men and women, and the youngest one was in his 30s. The men were in suits and the women were in office wear. Qin Zhe looked at Su Tong, who was known as the inspiring emperor in the small business circle of Shanghai. He was in his 50s, older than his father, who was just over 50 this year. Qin Ma was only 23 when she gave birth to Qin Baobao. She was 48 this year. Su Tong's appearance was somewhat similar to Su Hao's. He was very dignified. Sitting there, he naturally showed the aura of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time. Temperament was not something that was born. It was all acquired. For example, Qin Baobao. Although the first impression she gave people was that she was a vixen, at the second glance, people would find that this girl was quite innocent. This was the reason why temperament did not overshadow appearance. Nan Man Pei was beautiful, but her strong and fierce temperament would make people ignore her beauty. The same was true for Su Tong. The first stage of the meeting was to report the results of profit investment since its establishment. The managers of each department spoke in turn, and then Su Yu summarized. The speaker did not include Qin Zhe. He had only been in the company for a short time, so the report was based on a quarterly basis. Thank you for your dedication to the company. It is my honor to work with you, Su Tong said. He was indeed an old fox in the business circle. His short sentence made many people present feel honored. Qin Zhe thought, I have to learn this invisible trick of showing off. The company's performance is improving day by day, which is worthy of celebration. The pace of development cannot be stopped. This meeting is mainly to announce two things, Su Tong said. The company has decided to send a management team to profit investment, led by Vice President Su. They will report to the company on a regular basis, be responsible for the application of funds, project review, and other matters. I hope that everyone can cooperate well in the future and work together. As he spoke, the imperial envoys took turns to stand up and introduce themselves. The meeting room applauded warmly. Qin Zhe secretly observed Su Yu's reaction and found that she was still indifferent as usual, neither sad nor happy. Just the application of funds and project review had almost taken away half of her power. Qin Zhe originally thought that he was just a bystander in this meeting. Unexpectedly, Su Tong said, Vice President Su, you speak about the second matter. Su Hao nodded and glanced at everyone. He said slowly, the company will set up a new department to do the investment banking business. Although we have been doing the investment banking business, we do not have a complete department and salespeople to develop it. So the company has decided to transfer the manager of the second department of the investment department, Li Linfeng, to the investment banking department. His position will remain unchanged. Li Linfeng's expression changed. The investment banking business had been in a slump for the past few years. The hottest and most profitable market now was stocks, followed by futures. Throwing him to the investment banking business was equivalent to throwing him into the cold palace. But the next second, he found that he was not the worst. The general manager of the investment department will be Zhu Guowei. The former general manager, Qin Zhe, will be transferred to the investment banking department, Su Hao said. The office suddenly became quiet. When a certain uncle in the imperial envoys stood up and nodded to the crowd, saying, I am that Zhu Guowei. The applause was sparse, and only the imperial envoys were clapping. Seize power. This thought flashed through the minds of the managers of the various departments. It was obvious that they would use the imperial envoys to take away Su Yu's power, then replace the general manager of the investment department, Qin Zhe, and the manager of the second department, Li Linfeng, to take away the most profitable department of the company. As Su Yu's confidants, they wanted to spit a mouthful of salt soda water at the imperial envoys. But it was limited to just thinking about it. To say it was a factional struggle, and to say it was a family matter. The old man was biased toward his son. What could you do? Qin Zhe understood this point the most. The old man was biased toward his daughter. What could he do as a son? Fortunately, his sister often kissed him, which more or less made up for the imbalance in his heart. I object, Su Yu said in a deep voice. Chairman, the general manager of the investment department, Qin Zhe, has made outstanding contributions and achieved remarkable results. He is the most suitable person to take this position. Before the old man could speak, the son had already sneered and said first, Qin Zhe has been in the company for less than a month, and you let him be the general manager of the investment department. How childish. Just because he chose the right stock, I admit that it did bring the company a lot of profits, but this does not mean that he has the ability and qualifications to be the general manager. During his time as the general manager, his results were remarkable, but not as remarkable as you described. Su Yu was about to refute, but Su Tong waved his hand. He first nodded and smiled at Qin Zhe, and praised him verbally. Then he said, young people have vitality and ability, but they still need more experience. It is not a good thing to be promoted too quickly. First, experience in the investment department for a few years and make some real achievements. Su Tong had heard a little about Qin Zhe's achievements. He was a young man who was quite capable, but how could he get to the position of general manager with just one stock? It was not so easy to be promoted. In the eyes of an old man like him, who had made his way step by step, reaching the sky in one step was the most undesirable thing. Moreover, the position of general manager of the investment department was very important. The person who sat in this position had to be Su Hao's man. Otherwise, even with the help of the Imperial Envoy Group, Su Hao would not be able to control the most profitable department. At his level, there was no shortage of talents. Thirsting for talents was the desire of the initial stage of the business. Now, he was playing with power. Against the background of the industrial downturn, Fengyu Group was gradually going downhill. The company had been considering a transformation in recent years, but was hesitant in the internet and capital market. Originally, his daughter wanted to open an investment company, and he had the mentality of accompanying her. He did not expect that she would be the one who opened the opportunity and saw a day with good prospects. Su Tong wanted to shift the focus of the next 5 years from the industrial sector to the capital market. In that way, the scale of profits would definitely continue to expand. He could let his daughter play with an investment company with a few hundred million yuan, but if the capital expanded to more than 1 billion or even billions, he would definitely personally oversee it. Also, although Fengyu Group was founded by him, he did not have the final say. The shareholders were not optimistic about Su Hao. Compared to his shrewd and decisive father, his son was much worse in terms of ability and wisdom. At this time, he needed a beautiful political achievement to pave the way, and profits were undoubtedly the best choice. The chairman made the final decision. Su Yu was not reconciled, but she could not be angry with her father in front of everyone. She chose to be silent and clenched her fists. The position of general manager had not warmed up, and in the blink of an eye, he was taken down. Qin Zhe thought angrily, "Damn it, I quit." Ding. Please resign immediately and set up an investment company by yourself. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 300 points. If you fail, the corresponding points will be deducted. The system's cold voice echoed in his mind. After doing business, the system was quite happy. Host, you finally have a desire in your heart. It seems that a salted fish like you needs to be stepped on a few more times before you know how to turn over a new leaf. Damn it, I haven't even taken off my pants, and you can't wait to start trouble? Qin Zhe was caught off guard. Chapter 199. All the balls are in the sack. System, I'm not ready yet. Qin Zhe was shocked. I did have a similar idea just now, but that's reasonable. Don't take it too seriously. It's too stressful for me to start a company all of a sudden. I'm not listening, the system said. Are you really AF * King system? You must be possessed by Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe covered his face. Let me rest for a few more days. Tomorrow comes after tomorrow. There are so many tomorrows. If I don't give you some pressure, you'll want to be a salted fish. The system said in a disappointed tone. But I have no experience at all. Didn't you say that impossible tasks won't appear? What's so difficult about registering a company? The system said, you reminded me. Just registering a company is meaningless and will cause the system to lose a lot of points. So, host, let's set a small goal. How about earning 100 million first? Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. He knew something was wrong. Ding, please earn 100 million within a month. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 600 points. If you fail, the corresponding points will be deducted. Clang! The teacup rolled on the carpet. The tea and tea leaves splashed all over the floor. Li Linfeng helped to pick it up and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you?" Everyone looked at him and then showed a look of realization. The young man couldn't bear the ups and downs, so he lost his composure. Qin Zhe said with an expressionless face, "I want to curse out loud." Su Tong didn't hear him clearly and frowned. "What did you say?" Everyone looked at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe stood up and smiled. The chairman is right. It's not necessarily a good thing to be promoted. More experience is definitely a good thing. But I have to refute Vice President Su. He looked around at everyone. Strictly speaking, since I joined the company, there's only one project that was completely done by me. The profit is 200%. Black Donkey Technology. I've estimated that the profit this stock can bring is far beyond your imagination. Of course, words are not proof. You'll know in the future. Apart from that, I've also rectified 6 small projects. The profits from 2 weeks are more than 80%. The total value of the 6 projects is 20 million yuan, which means that I've earned 16 million yuan for the company. I felt that this result was completely worthy of the words, brilliant results. What do you think, Chairman? Su Tong was stunned and couldn't help but look at Su Hao. That was not what Su Hao had told him. His original words were, a lucky person who was lucky enough to grab a bull's stock. When he heard that the other party was an inexperienced child, he did not pursue the matter further. Furthermore, the purpose of this meeting was to announce the arrival of the Imperial Envoy Group. Taking down Xianxia was just a matter of convenience. Very good. As long as you have more experience, I will give you more room for improvement, Su Tong said dryly. But I won't play with you anymore. Xianxia smiled and returned to his seat. In the president's office. Have you thought it through? Su Yu, who had been silent for a long time, spoke slowly, staring at Xianxia. There was a resignation letter in front of her desk. It was Xianxia's. Xianxia nodded. Although he said that he didn't want it, he actually knew that the system's task came from his own desires. He did have this idea and plan, but the system had brought it forward. The beautiful president was a little depressed. While her power was being taken away, her number 1 henchman had also submitted his resignation. Xianxia wanted to comfort her, but he felt that it was inappropriate. He and Su Yu were not on this level. She rubbed her temples tiredly and signed her name on the resignation letter. I understand. I will ask the finance department to transfer your salary and commission to you as soon as possible. There's no rush. Let's settle it together when the salary is paid. Xianxia stood up and said, Then goodbye, my beautiful president. Su Yu was stunned and smiled. Goodbye. She thought that if Xianxia had been so lively from the beginning, she might have become friends with him. Maybe he wouldn't have resigned today. Xianxia carried his bag and left the company that he had joined for less than a month. During this period of time, he had learned a lot, but there were also many things that he hadn't figured out thoroughly. He was not a slacker. In the field that he was not good at, Xianxia didn't like to take risks. Su Tong stayed to have a meal with his daughter and son. He was so busy that he didn't leave for the first time. He asked Su how to organize all the investment projects of the company and send them to the president's office. Su Yu sat on the sofa and flipped through her phone. Su Hao sat opposite her father. Su Tong sat in the president's chair. He asked his daughter to get the financial statements of the previous 2 quarters and the project summary. Although the managers of each department had reported at the meeting, they certainly didn't give details. They only said how much money their departments had earned and didn't mention the details of the projects. Otherwise, each department could talk for a whole day. The company was newly established and had a shallow foundation. The profit in the first quarter was relatively small, but the profit in the second quarter soared. This upward trend was similar to the rise of the stock market. You give me this month's project and report. Su Tong wanted to see the company's recent situation. Su Yu asked the assistant to get a summary of this month's projects and income statement. Su Tong drank tea and looked through the projects. He found that the stock and futures projects accounted for 50% of the total projects, and the income accounted for 70%. The income was terrible. This made him more determined to enter the capital market. The income of this month is almost the same as the last quarter, Su Tong said with a smile. If this quarter's income can break through a new height, I've decided to invest another billion yuan. Su Yu was no longer as enthusiastic as before and nodded slightly. But I have to look at your investment plan for this quarter first, for stocks and futures. Su Tong said with a smile. No, Su Yu said. Su Hao immediately caught his sister's mistake and said unhappily, How can you invest in a project without a plan? Every project should have a specific plan and preparation. It seems that you have made some achievements and become arrogant. Su Tong frowned. Su Yu said lightly, this month's performance can be equal to the performance of the 3 months of the last quarter. In addition to the rise of the stock market, Xianxia also contributed. He is the general manager of the investment department, and he wrote the plan. Su Hao said, that's easy. Let him rush out a plan. Su Yu sneered. He is no longer the general manager. Su Hao snorted. As long as he stays in the company for 1 day, he has the obligation to contribute to the company. The salary is not for free. Dad, what do you think? Su Yu looked at her father hopefully. Dad, as long as you continue to let him be the general manager, I will immediately ask him for the plan. She wanted to take back the position of general manager Xianxia. Su Tong pondered for a moment and shook his head. What Hao said is reasonable. The employee's contribution to the company is also his own contribution. The position of general manager is fixed. How can it be repeated? Just give him a bonus as compensation. The investment department is relatively free now, isn't it? Su Yu's sorrow was greater than her despair. He resigned. The father and son were stunned. Su Hao said, resigned? Has the work handover been completed? Has the task at hand been completed? This month is not over yet. Is he just going to quit? I don't agree to resign. If he leaves, he can't even think about the salary commission. Su Yu raised the corner of her mouth in a sarcastic arc. I have already signed. She looked at her father. Xianxia didn't get to this position by luck. Black Donkey technology is only part of his performance. The projects he took over, as he said, had a profit of 80%. He has the ability and can go anywhere. Does he really think that he can't make a living if he doesn't stay here? I know that Dad can't care about any employee, but I hope you can listen to my opinion more and not be partial to your son. She finished in one breath and felt a little pleasure of revenge. Su Tong slammed the document in his hand on the table. In the evening, he cooked a sumptuous meal for his 2 sisters. His sister was still sitting next to him. Wang Zijin was sitting opposite. Qin Baobao ate until her cheeks were full. She asked curiously, so much food today. Did you get promoted again? Xianxia basically cooked 3 dishes and 1 soup. He would only eat more when he found a job and got promoted. Therefore, his sister asked this question. No, I resigned. Xianxia said, I'm going to open a company and be my own boss. Qin Baobao was stunned. She turned her head to one side and spat out rice grains. I'm dying of laughter. My brother wants to open a company and be a boss. Wang Zijin was much more restrained than her. She trotted to the side of the coffee table and spat rice into the trash can. It's funny, it's funny. Xianxia was speechless. Perhaps his sister couldn't help herself. Wang Zijin's operation was definitely deliberately disgusting. Sure enough, even a generous woman could be narrow-minded. Qin Baobao lowered her head to sweep the rice grains on the floor. She held back her laughter and pretended to ask with concern, what company are you going to open? An investment company, Xianxia said. It's so high and mighty, his sister said. Can you open it? An investment company has a lot of requirements. I have my own plans. Lend me your ID card tomorrow. To register a company, you need a legal person and shareholders. I can't open it alone, Xianxia said. Qin Baobao was indeed his sister. She nodded without hesitation. She didn't even consider whether it would be troublesome to be a shareholder of a company. Even if her brother sold her out, she would still help him count the money foolishly. After dinner, his sister lay lazily on the sofa and rubbed her round belly. She babbled, Ace, you black-hearted maggot. Xianxia was shocked. Don't call me a maggot. If I'm a maggot, what are you? He glanced at his sister's belly and said with amusement, You look like you're 2 months pregnant. Qin Baobao narrowed her eyes and heard each other. It's your little monkey inside. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. She cleared the dishes and went into the kitchen. Xianxia followed her in. Wang Zijin pushed him away with her and said angrily, Go away. Xianxia stepped back angrily and admired Wang Zijin's figure. She was wearing a thin dark blue sweater and a pair of tight casual pants. Her legs were slender and straight. She was dressed simply. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and the back of her neck was white and slender. "Let me do it." Qin Zhe went up to her. If he couldn't tell that Wang Zijin was angry with him, his EQ was too low. Wang Zijin's lips curled up slightly. She pulled a long face and stepped aside. Qin Zhe washed the dishes while she watched. Qin Zhe said, "Sister Ziwei, go to the living room and watch TV. Watching TV is the most important thing." Wang Zijin faintly said, "If you agree to a bet, you have to accept your loss. If a certain someone sees that I threw the bowl and chopsticks to you to wash, she'll be eccentric again. A certain someone really loves her younger brother. She can't stand her younger brother fawning over other women." Qin Zhe pretended not to understand. Wang Zijin stared at him. "Don't you think so?" Qin Zhe laughed and said, "I don't know who's going overboard." Wang Zijin hit him. "Sister Ziwei, what do you do in an online media company?" Qin Zhe cleverly changed the topic. "I'm an editor." Wang Zijin said, "I heard that being an editor is one of the most unethical professions." Qin Zhe said, "How many articles do you have to write every day?" "At least 10 times. At most, it's dozens of times. I'm experienced and good at writing articles. I'm now the team leader. How can there be so many articles for you to write?" Wang Zijin said calmly, "There's only one picture at the beginning. The content is all made up." Qin Zhe thought to himself, "Indeed unethical." After washing the dishes, Qin Baobao said that she wanted to watch a horror film. It was a very bloody and disgusting film from Korea. The female hipster was so scared that she scolded her for being an idiot. She took her phone and slipped back to her room. Qin Baobao sneered proudly. She was like a little woman who had won a house fight. She hesitated when she took the remote control. She didn't dare to watch the disgusting film. She chose a Hong Kong zombie film from the 1980s. This was the limit of what her sister could accept. Hong Kong zombie films were classics, especially those starring a famous actor. It was a pity that he died young. It made people sigh. Although it was a film from 20 to 30 years ago, the special effects were a little out of date. However, the production was very meticulous. The opening scene was in a dense forest in the middle of the night. The sound effects were extremely terrifying. As soon as the movie started, the sister was scared. She leaned her soft body against Qin Zhe. "Ace, can you hug my waist?" Qin Baobao said with a scared expression. Wow, she had such an excessive request? Qin Zhe happily hugged his sister's waist. Her waist was tight and elastic. It was not soft like other girls. Qin Zhe felt that his sister's waist was the best. Anyway, he had never hugged other girls before, and there was no comparison. At the beginning of the story, there was a corpse herder from Xianxia. He was driving the dead back home to be buried. On the way, he met a fox demon. The fox demon charmed a Taoist priest. The Taoist priest was busy all year round and had physiological needs. He couldn't resist the temptation and fell into the fox demon's trap. At that time, Hong Kong films were more explicit. Qin Baobao didn't know where she found this movie from, but she didn't edit it. His sister blushed and lowered her head. Qin Zhe strangely pinched his sister's waist. Qin Baobao's body trembled and her ears turned red. Fortunately, this part of the story passed quickly. The Taoist priest was sucked dry by the fox demon. The zombies fled and became wild zombies. There was a small town a few miles away from the forest. The people in the town suffered. Every night, people were bitten to death by zombies. One of the zombies who died unjustly had a lot of resentment. After drinking human blood, it became a zombie king. There was a metaphysical master in the town who helped people with feng shui. He led his 2 disciples and the townspeople to kill the zombies. Among them, the fox demon came out several times and hooked up with the townspeople to cultivate evil arts. It was still very explicit. Qin Baobao said angrily, "The previous movies had bad intentions. Hurry up and play it." Qin Zhe said, "Don't. It's rare to have an unedited version of an old movie. I want to download it and save it." Qin Baobao waved her arm and chopped her brother's head. She said angrily, "Are all men so disgusting?" His sister's chop was getting sharper and sharper. Qin Zhe said in bewilderment, "There's a big rectification now. Explicit movies are rarer than pandas. I can't miss it. What big rectification? Qin Bao Bao was confused. For example, I can hug your waist now, but if you want to kiss me, then GG. Qin Zhe said. Who wants to kiss you? His sister blushed and muttered, the big rectification is so annoying. We can secretly kiss at night. Qin Zhe winked. Scram. Qin Bao Bao waved her hand and chopped her brother's head. Chapter 200. Is it easy to register a company? It's very simple. The minimum registration capital is 30,000 yuan. Any natural person can easily register a company. But running a company, even if it's composed of a few people, is extremely difficult. Because the company has to generate income to be considered a normal company. How difficult business is, the salesperson can understand one or two. Qin Zhe called Nan Man Pei in the morning and asked her to help him register a company. According to the normal process, he needs to wait 5 to 7 days to register a company, but Nan Man Pei has a wide range of contacts and is able to help him jump the queue. Queen Bei was quite surprised to hear that he was going to register a company. She smiled and said, Qin Zhe, do you have a plan? Su Yu told me that you have the idea of starting your own business. Qin Zhe did not deny it and said with a wry smile, my position as the general manager was taken away. I came out to start my own business in anger. I don't know if I'm dead or alive. Nan Man Pei laughed, don't try to get me to invest. Our friendship is friendship, business is business. Qin Zhe sighed and said, how can I? I can't cheat Sister Pei. Nan Man Pei thought for a moment and said, Su Yu has always said that your business ability is very strong. I don't pay attention to how strong it is, and I don't have time to pay attention to it. If you really want me to invest, make some achievements first. It's not that Sister Pei doesn't want to help you. You can't talk about favors in business. Otherwise, sooner or later, you will be dragged down by messy favors. You have to remember this. You have to be firm in your principles. When I invested in Su Yu, it was actually out of sympathy. Even so, I only invested 50 million yuan. Qin Zhe said weakly, Your Majesty also sympathizes with this little one. Not much, 20 million yuan is enough. Nan Man Pei laughed and scolded him and hung up the phone decisively. Then Nan Man Pei sent a phone number to him and asked Qin Zhe to call this number. Of course, it was impossible for the busy woman to do such a small thing as registering a company. At noon the next day, Qin Zhe received a series of company information such as a business permit, an account opening permit, and so on. He spent the afternoon going to the bank to open a basic account and an ordinary account. From then on, a shell company was formed. According to the normal course of events, the next step should be to find the office address. The company address on the information was fictitious. In the evening, after Qin Bao Bao got off work, she was overjoyed with her business license and said that she would be the boss's wife in the future. Wang Zijin complained at the side, saying that they were shareholders. Qin Bao Bao sprayed salt soda on her best friend's face, saying that she was the lady boss. After that, Qin Zhe watched a catfight between Qin Bao and Wang Zijin at close range. Although Wang Zijin ran and worked out every day, Qin Bao Bao was a dancer. Her explosive power was much higher than the latter. She also practiced the deadly scissors kick. Wang Zijin was defeated by this move. The elder sister rode on the younger sister of the Wang family to show off her strength. She learned from Qin Zhe and spanked her, saying that it felt good. Qin Zhe took out Qin Bao Bao's treasured snacks from the tea cabinet and happily watched the battle between the two women that lasted for 5 minutes. Wang Zijin pitifully acted like a spoiled child. Ace, your sister is bullying me. That appearance, that attitude, Qin Zhe's body shook and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Qin Bao Bao gently patted her best friend's head. This is my brother. He won't stand on your side. Ace, come, feed your sister a bite of potato chips. Qin Zhe put away the business permit and other company information. It was rare for him to go into seclusion in his room and not flirt with his sisters. The small goal, set by the low-level system, was to earn 100 million in a month. She really wanted to spit out a mouthful of salted soda to kill it. But on second thought, it didn't mean that he couldn't do it even if ordinary people couldn't do it. Although the system was low level, it was still a system. I'm a man with a system. But even with the system, this task was not easy. First, he only had about 4 million available funds. Even if he grabbed a stock that hit the daily limit every day, it would be impossible to earn 100 million in a month. Futures was possible, but he wasn't as good as stocks in futures. Secondly, the low-level system couldn't predict the future. It gave a reason that time was the universe's greatest mystery. If it could predict the future, it wouldn't be pushed here by other systems. Other systems were awesome. They could change the world structure and lower the human's IQ. They could create a gourmet restaurant out of nothing and pull the host into a dungeon. Other than giving him a few skill books, his system didn't seem to have any tricks up its sleeves. Damn you, host. Without me, you'd still be a salted fish. The system flew into a rage out of humiliation, a salted fish that can only look at your sister's fat CI and drool. You know too much. Xianxia chopped his head with a hand knife. He was the one who hurt. Xianxia had an unfinished business plan in his mind. It was supposed to be an investment plan for the next month for amassing profits. That was good too. He didn't want others to take advantage of it. However, there were two flaws. First, this plan was suitable for investment companies, not individuals. Second, the profits weren't 100% guaranteed. There was nothing 100% in the stock market. From writing the plan to revising it, Xianxia spent 5 days. During this period, other than catching up with the news broadcast, he spent most of his time writing at the table. Other than that, he would run with Wang Zijin in the morning. Sometimes, he would write until midnight and fall asleep on the table. Just the draft alone was enough to fill an entire book. There were a lot of stock analysis, current news, and financial reports in it. Qin Baobao once woke up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet. She saw that the light in her brother's room was still on. She pushed the door open and saw that he was sleeping on the table. His sister was heartbroken. She frowned and whimpered, "What are you doing? Don't torture your body. If you don't have a job, you can find another one. Do you really want to start a company? Our family doesn't lack money. Why do you have to work so hard?" Yes, this was very like the people of Shanghai. Xianxia patted his sister's hand and said longingly, "I must have money. Lots and lots of money." He held his sister's hand affectionately. He looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Qin Baobao's heart was touched. She said shyly, "What do you want to do after you have money?" Xianxia laughed. 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, 72 concubines, wah. Qin Baobao's face turned stiff. "Sister, what's wrong?" Xianxia saw his sister's dull expression. Qin Baobao pointed to the bed expressionlessly and said, "Go and lie down." "What?" Xianxia was alert. His sister said lightly, "The deadly scissor's legs are thirsty for blood." His sister said hatefully, "You still want to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Unless you step over my dead body." Xianxia was helpless. In the novels he read in the past, the protagonist's family would definitely have sisters who were not related by blood. The sisters only had eyes for the protagonist. All the men in the world were not men. Even if the protagonist had a fling outside, they still had to be understanding of him. If the protagonist was dumped by a beautiful girl, he did not even need to shout, "Life is full of ups and downs." The sisters would automatically jump out to slap the female supporting character's face, hugging the protagonist's arm and saying, "Hubby, how can this kind of woman compare to her?" Xianxia was completely different. His sister hugged his arm and shouted similar lines. It was definitely not to help him slap his own face, but to break up his relationship with Xianxia. The poor girl who had not even kissed him was kicked away by him just like that. Not only that, Qin Baobao could not rub sand in her eyes. Fling? Don't even think about it. She would rather waste time with him. In the regional manager's office of a securities company, Wang Pei looked at the handsome young man opposite him and suspected that he had heard wrongly. "How much leverage did you say?" Xianxia took a sip of tea. 10 times. Wang Pei was silent. He tapped his fingers on the office desk and pondered for a long time. Brother Wang's idea is too risky. Now that the stock market is soaring, there are people with 20 times leverage. However, the greater the leverage, the greater the danger. If you really want to play, 5 times or less will do. Qin Zhe smiled. I don't even need to come to you with 5 times leverage. All right, go and open a margin account first. Leave the rest to me. Wang Pei nodded. How much money? 4 million. How much? Wang Pei suspected that there was something wrong with his ears again and widened his eyes. Qin Zhe repeated, 4 million. Wang Pei said in a low voice, Does Miss Qin know? Not yet, but I hope Brother Wang won't tell my dad. Qin Zhe said, If he knows that I'm playing this big, he will definitely stop me. You have to understand what will happen if you lose 4 million and 10 times leverage. Wang Pei said, I understand. Qin Zhe said, The so-called leverage, to put it bluntly, was borrowing money to invest in stocks. An investor could use the stocks as collateral and borrow funds from the securities company according to a certain proportion of the total value of the assets in the account to invest. If the mortgage stocks fell and the market value did not reach the minimum standard, Qin Zhe would have to add margin or swallow the bitter pill and sell the stocks. The greater the profit, the greater the risk. The stocks in Qin Zhe's hands were all strong stocks, especially Black Donkey Technology. After discussing the details, Qin Zhe said goodbye and left. Wang Pei leaned back in his chair and murmured, 4 million, 10 times leverage. A glint flashed across his eyes. Chapter 201. Qin Zhe moved 6 computers into the house that day. Once the funds arrived, he would start his small goal of making 100 million yuan. Using leverage to get the funds to 40 million yuan, strictly speaking, it should be called margin financing. If he could get hold of another super stock like Black Donkey Technology, it would not be difficult to reach the small goal of 100 million yuan a month. Of course, Black Donkey Technology was a super stock that could only be found by chance. In the next month, he would need to make frequent short-term operations. It was a huge challenge for Qin Zhe. It was Saturday and Qin Zhe's birthday had finally arrived. Wang Zijin was very happy because Qin Baobao had flown to the capital to shoot an advertisement. Qin Zhe and Miss Wang were having breakfast. Baobao took a flight to the capital yesterday and is shooting the advertisement today. She won't be able to make it back today. Wang Zijin said happily. Sister Ziwei beamed with joy. Let's go shopping today. Wang Zijin took a sip of soy milk. I will buy you a birthday present. She always called herself sister in front of Qin Zhe. After breakfast, they went out in Qin Baobao's little red horse. In the morning, they strolled around the Xing Wang temple. Wang Zijin was in high spirits, but Qin Zhe was almost scared away by the surging flow of people. The Xing Wang temple was a business district with retro architecture. It had flying eaves and black tiles, and tourists came and went. They walked through a long stone road with vintage buildings on both sides. It was as if they had traveled back in time and were walking on an ancient street. Qin Zhe tried his best to protect Miss Wang so that she would not be taken advantage of or the things in her bag would be stolen. They were watching fish on the winding stone bridge. The pedestrians almost brushed shoulders with each other. In the dark green pond, there were red and yellow koi fish swimming around. They were fat and big. As Qin Zhe saw this, he thought that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. He decisively grabbed the Wang family's young Miss hand. Miss Wang immediately pulled back her hand. Qin Zhe pulled again. Miss Wang pulled back again. Qin Zhe pulled her back again, saying, There are so many people here, don't get lost. Wang Zijin pursed her lips and let him hold her hand. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. Wang Zijin bought a colorful bracelet, a horn scraper, and 2 scarves from the handicraft store. She gave one to Qin Zhe and the other to herself, saying that she would keep it for the winter. Qin Zhe thought about his sister in his heart and said, Why don't I buy one for Qin Bao too? Wang Zijin had an unhappy look on her face. The little pervert was always thinking about his sister. Then you can pay for it yourself. Wang Zijin left in a muffled voice. Qin Zhe shouted, Hey, wait, I'll take a photo and show it to Qin Baobao. Wang Zijin walked even faster. Qin Zhe bought 2 cups of milk tea from the side of the street. Miss Wang finally smiled as she drank the sweet beverage. Finally, they paid for the tickets and entered the city god temple to pray. They came out after praying without asking for a lot. Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe walked out side by side and asked Qin Zhe, "What are you praying for?" Qin Zhe said, "Bless my business and make 100 million yuan." "Sister Ziwei, what about you?" Wang Zijin said faintly, "I'm praying for Qin Bao to get married as soon as possible." Qin Zhe said happily, "Sister Ziwei, you're so good to Qin Bao. No wonder you're her best friend, thinking about her marriage." Wang Zijin glanced at him meaningfully. At this moment, Wang Zijin's phone rang. She took it out and looked at it with a strange expression. "Sister Ziwei, I've arrived in Shanghai. I'm at Hongqiao Airport. Come and pick me up." A girl's lively voice came from the phone. "You're really coming?" Wang Zijin said with a headache. "I'm here to see my sister-in-law." "Sister Ziwei, I'm not familiar with Shanghai. You can't just leave me alone," the girl said in a pitiful tone. Wang Zijin said helplessly, Okay, I'll drive over to pick you up." Qin Zhe asked, "Who is it?" Wang Zijin shrugged. "A third wheel. Ah no, a childhood friend. We grew up in the same house. Big courtyard." Qin Zhe's expression was one of confusion. If there were no traffic jams, they would arrive in 20 minutes from the city god temple to Hongqiao. However, there were no traffic jams in Shanghai. It took twice as long to get to Hongqiao. The car stopped on the second floor. Wang Zijin made a call and told the driver the license plate number and color of the BMW. Not long after, a girl with a backpack walked out of the departure hall. She had a slim figure. She was wearing a thin pink sweater with white jeans and a pair of white canvas shoes. Her bright eyes looked around and quickly locked on to the red BMW. She skipped over. Wang Zijin lowered the window and waved at her. "Sister Ziwei, I missed you so much." The girl leaned in through the window and hugged Wang Zijin's head. "Get in the car. It's not convenient to park here." Wang Zijin said. Not far away, the auxiliary police glared at them. The girl glanced at Qin Zhe and was stunned. Then she shouted, "Qin Zhe! Are you Qin Zhe?" "That's me." Qin Zhe thought to himself. Wow, did I meet a little fangirl? Although he didn't care about little fresh meats, he couldn't escape the stereotype of little fresh meats and internet celebrities. Most of his fans were little girls. From time to time, comments like, "Hubby hubby," and "I want to have your babies," would pop up on Weibo. The girl was quite pretty. She had big eyes, white skin, and a sharp oval face. She was a real beauty. The girl happily got into the back seat and chattered non-stop. "My name is Zhangling Qin Zhe. Why are you with Sister Ziwei?" "Qin Zhe, I like you a lot. Can you give me an autograph?" "The more the better. I'll send it to the girls in school. Many girls in my class like you." "Qin Zhe, how can you write so many good songs? Are you really a fast shooter?" Wang Zijin said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about?" She stopped talking for a while and then continued to chatter. There were always endless questions. She said that it was the right decision to come to Shanghai. Would she be able to see Qin Bao later? Through Wang Zijin's introduction, Qin Zhe found out that she was already in university and had just graduated from high school. No wonder she looked like a high school student. It was time for dinner. Qin Zhe took them to Shanghai's local cuisine. The girl liked beets very much and was full of praise. It was probably because Qin Zhe was there that she didn't call Wang Zijin's sister-in-law, which made the young miss of the Wang family feel relieved. After dinner, the girl said that she wanted to go to the Oriental Pearl Tower and the Bund. If possible, she also wanted to go to the zoo. Wang Zijin rejected her without hesitation. "I don't have time to accompany you today. Let's do it another day. Do you want to find a hotel to rest or come with us?" Zhang Ling smiled innocently and said, "I want to be with my idol." According to Wang Zijin's request, the three came to Nanjing Road. The wide pedestrian street was bustling with people, high-rise buildings connected to high-rise buildings, snack bars, shopping malls, specialty restaurants, and electric rail cars slowly passing by. It was full of a bustling urban atmosphere. During the whole process, Zhang Ling was holding Wang Zijin's arm. Qin Zhe, who wanted to hold her hand, secretly hated it. Wang Zijin glanced at the branded clothing stores and said, "Ace, let's go buy some clothes. What brand do you like?" Xianxia had an idea and pointed to Uniqlo not far away. Let's go there. That's a good place. In fact, the quality of Uniqlo's clothes was not good at all. The material was too thin and would be deformed after a few rolls in the washing machine. But even after many years, Xianxia still heard of Uniqlo. When they were trying on the clothes, Xianxia said sneakily, "Sister Ziwei, let's go in together." Wang Zijin learned from Qin Baobao and chopped his neck with a hand knife. The main reason was that Xianxia was much taller than her. It was a bit difficult to chop his head and she had to stand on tiptoe. "I'm an online editor. Don't think that I'm as ignorant as Qin Baobao." Wang Zijin said angrily, "You black-hearted little pervert. Shouldn't it be a maggot?" Xianxia wondered. Wang Zijin snorted and pushed him into the fitting room. Xianxia bought 2 coats, a shirt and a pair of pants. Wang Zijin took out her credit card to pay. The credit card belonged to Qin Baobao. Her bank and credit cards were frozen. Wang Zijin had been using Qin Baobao's credit card because all her salary had been transferred to Qin Baobao's account. After buying the clothes, she went to a shop by the street and bought a bottle of old yogurt. Just as she was about to ask Wang Zijin if she wanted one, she saw that not far away, Sister Ziwei, who she had always regarded as her sister-in-law, was being pestered by that guy to hold her hand. Sister Ziwei was reluctant and gave him a coquettish look. Zhang Ling bit her lip and pretended not to see. The 3 of them continued to walk down the street. Soon after, Wang Zijin bought a 30,000 yuan suit for Xianxia. She helped him button it up as if no one else was around. Her eyes sparkled as she said, "Handsome." After buying the suit, Wang Zijin stopped wandering around aimlessly. She gave an address and asked Xianxia to drive them there. The address was on the 2nd floor of a shopping mall in Zijiawi. When Xianxia came in, he realized that it was a piano shop. The shiny tiles reflected the bright lights. Pianos were neatly arranged and guitars hung on the wall. Wang Zijin went straight in and took a guitar. She asked Xianxia, "What do you think of this guitar?" The waiter said, "This guitar is good. It's handmade and the guard material is Bolivian rosewood. There are only 3 guitars like this in our shop." Xianxia asked, "How much?" The waiter said, 23,000 yuan. Well, in this day and age, as long as it was handmade, it was expensive. It was as if the industrial chain that humans worked so hard to create was rubbish. It was a wooden guitar. It was not fancy and the bright yellow paint was shiny. Wang Zijin asked stubbornly, "Do you like it?" Xianxia was stunned. "Sister Ziwei wants to buy it for me?" Wang Zijin nodded and smiled. "Birthday present. But I don't know how to play the guitar. You should buy me a piano." "Wow, you want me to buy such an expensive thing. You don't care about my salary at all." Zhang Ling gritted her teeth. "These guys don't care about me at all. Of course, they're flirting in front of me." When they left the piano shop, it was 3 in the afternoon. The frost had passed and the sun had yet to set. The autumn was getting heavier. Strolling in the cool autumn wind, Xianxia suddenly remembered a time when he was shopping with his sister. The autumn wind was bleak and they were holding a cup of hot milk tea. His pretentious sister thought of a milk tea commercial and said, "Aze, what am I to you?" This question stunned Xianxia. He thought to himself, "What a stupid question. Isn't she my sister?" Qin Baobao glanced at the milk tea and gave him a hint. Xianxia was enlightened. "You're my milk tea." Qin Baobao pretended to be coquettish. So I'm milk tea." Xianxia nodded and said, "Then I can take you down." Xianxia boldly held Wang Zijin's hand, and a deep smile appeared on his face. It was time for hot milk tea again. In a 5-star hotel in Beijing. Qin Baobao was wearing a bathrobe and lying on the bed. Her body was curvaceous under the bathrobe. Filming the commercial had exhausted her. At 8 in the morning, she followed the planning team to Fragrant Hill for the shoot and returned at noon. Then, the scene changed to the Forbidden City and she went to the Forbidden City with its red walls. The director had high standards and they had been filming repeatedly for the entire day. After leaving the Forbidden City, they were harassed by fans. Under the escort of the security guards, they escaped into the nanny van and left. Today was her brother's birthday. She had promised to spend the day with him, but as a celebrity, She had no choice but to follow the schedule. Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe had agreed to postpone the birthday and the cake until she went back to celebrate. She was bored and refreshed Weibo. She posted a few photos of the scenic spots and captioned, "I'm so tired. I can't even make it to my brother's birthday." A large group of fans replied, "Goddess, take care of your body. Don't work too hard. I feel sorry for you." Or, "Sister, don't worry about your work. You can leave things like accompanying your brother to your sisters-in-law." Qin Baobao was so happy that she giggled and slapped the bed with her two white and tender legs. After refreshing Weibo, she refreshed her WeChat moments. She saw that her friends in her contact list were posting pictures of their babies, their dinners, or some chicken soup for the soul. Suddenly, Qin Baobao's smile froze. She saw some of Wang Zijin's posts. City God Temple is so fun. There were a few photos of retro buildings and koi fish playing in the water. I found 2 beautiful scarves. There were photos of scarves. This person is so annoying. She's half-hearted when she comes out to play. There were photos of Qin Zhe walking on the street with milk tea in his hands. Qin Baobao pursed her lips and stared blankly at the phone screen. She suddenly felt very sad and empty. She felt that something had been snatched away from her. "Sister Li, help me book a ticket. I want to go back to Shanghai immediately." Qin Baobao hung up the phone and bit her lip. Chapter 202. Su Hui, a certain bar on Laifu Road. Qin Zhe's desire for milk tea was aroused. However, they had just drunk a cup in the morning, and it was a very large cup. Wang Zijin refused to drink it no matter what, so they settled for the next best thing. They found a bar to sit at. Qin Zhe drank coffee, Wang Zijin drank green tea, and Zhang Ling asked for a cup of matcha. Compared to the small and exquisite bar, this bar was quite big. It was about 60 to 70 square meters, decorated in a cozy style, and provided entertainment magazines and books. It was quiet and relaxing. Wang Zijin liked this kind of atmosphere very much. She could spend an entire summer afternoon in a quiet coffee shop, holding a book and chewing slowly. Qin Zhe also liked this kind of atmosphere. Qin Baobao always liked to wander around, bars and liveliness. Qin Zhe, on the other hand, was irritated when he saw the densely packed heads. In many aspects of life, female hipsters were more compatible with him. Getting along with her was easy and pleasant. Wang Zijin probably felt the same way. "Qin Zhe, can I go home with you later? Can I see Qin Baobao?" Zhang Ling blinked her starry eyes. "No, Qin Baobao is out for work. She's not at home." Wang Zijin said, "After drinking, we'll go find a hotel." "No, I don't plan to stay in Shanghai for long. I'll go back to Beijing tonight. My flight is at 7:45. Zhang Ling sighed and said faintly, "I'm sorry to interrupt your date." "Nonsense." Wang Zijin patted her head guiltily. "Qin Zhe, is your relationship with Qin Baobao really as good as what the internet says?" Zhang Ling asked curiously, "Don't they say that siblings become more distant as they grow older? My brother doted on me a lot when I was young, but the older he gets, the colder he gets to me." Wang Zijin clicked her tongue and said, "They're not ordinary siblings. They're very close. My brother is the best, and my sister is the prettiest. A's right?" Sister Ziwei said sarcastically. Qin Zhe pretended not to understand and sighed in his heart. Here it comes again. Wang Zijin always liked to test things. When they came out of the city god temple, she also tested him. Fortunately, Qin Zhe pretended to be stupid and muddled through. Wang Zijin said, "I'm going to the toilet." Zhang Ling watched her leave and disappeared around the corner. She smiled and said, "Qin Zhe, isn't my sister Ziwei pretty?" Without waiting for Qin Zhe to reply, she continued, "Unfortunately, she's engaged to my brother." Qin Zhe was stunned. Zhang Ling looked at him and smiled coldly. "I didn't introduce myself clearly just now. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Zhang Ling's sister. Ziwei is my future sister-in-law. My brother is Zhang Mingqing, sister Ziwei's future husband." Qin Zhe thought, "So your brother is the man who caused sister Ziwei to run away from home. I'm Zhou Mingqing. Zhou Mingqing isn't a good person either, Thos. What do you want to say to me?" Qin Zhe narrowed his eyes. Zhang Ling was no longer as innocent and lively as when they first met. Her face was gloomy. I was wondering why Sister Ziwei refused to leave Shanghai. So there's someone like you. Do you know who she is? The Wang family in Beijing. My father used to be the mayor of Shanghai. He should be even more powerful now. In a few years, he might be a deputy state official. Since you know, then you should understand that you won't have a good ending with her. Marriage is still a matter of equal social status. My brother and her are a good match. As for you, I don't mind being a passerby in my sister-in-law's life. It's okay to date, but don't sleep with her. I don't want my future sister-in-law to have another man in her heart. My brother doesn't want that, and neither does the Zhang family. Are people born in the 90s so old-fashioned? Qin Zhe saw the shadow of a parent trying to break up a couple in her. Your sister-in-law? You make it sound like Wang Zijin likes your brother a lot. Didn't she run all the way to Shanghai? Qin Zhe gave her a sidelong glance. Wang Zijin likes me. What can I do? I'm also helpless. I've even held her hand. Today, I'll try to kiss her lips and get pregnant before the new year. Then, I'll go to Beijing to visit my in-laws. Do you think the Wangs will accept me as their son-in-law? Zhang Ling was trembling with anger. She glared at him fiercely. Don't play with fire. I have ways to deal with you. Your sister is a celebrity, right? The entertainment industry is famous for its murky waters. Such a beautiful woman, how can she not experience the unspoken rules a few times? If you don't believe me, let's play. Qin Zhe's eyes flashed coldly. He couldn't deny that Qin Bao was his reverse scale. At this time, according to urban culture, he should point to the sky and swear, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the poor young. He cursed the Zhang family with, don't bully the poor young. To be safe, he communicated with the system first. System, I think the small goal of making 100 million is too easy. How about we set a small goal of destroying the Zhang family? Low system means it can't be done. The system said. Can't you just act cool? The host has to work hard. I'm just a support. After all, I'm a salted fish that was kicked out of the system group. Zhang Ling sneered. Have you thought it through? I hope to hear you and Sister Ziwei break up before boarding the plane. At the very least, you have to show an attitude that satisfies me. Just then, Wang Zijin came back from the bathroom. Both of them fell silent. It's getting late. Stay here for a while. I'll take you to the airport. Wang Zijin didn't notice at all. Zhang Ling smiled sweetly. Thank you, Sister Ziwei. Qin Baobao got off the plane at 6:30 and rushed home without stopping. The sky was already dark. In the late autumn season, the night fell quickly. The house was empty. The little pervert and the housebreaker didn't come back. They were still outside. Qin Baobao took a deep breath and screamed at the top of his voice. After cursing, little pervert bastard, 100 times in her heart, the doorbell rang. Qin Baobao was happy. She thought, he came back so early. It seems that he didn't plan to kiss or have sex when I wasn't home. She deliberately went to open the door with a straight face. The people standing outside the door weren't her little pervert and her best friend, but a few property managers. Each of them was holding a flower basket. There were also a mess of equipment, tin-foil flowers, platinum tablets, ribbons. Qin Baobao said, You've got the wrong door. What are these things? The property manager said, You've got the right door. How can we get the wrong door? May I ask if Mr. Qin Zhe lives here? Another young property manager muttered, Nonsense, Qin Baobao is here. Of course, Qin Zhe is here. The middle-aged property manager glared at him and said, Mr. Qin Zhe asked us to help decorate the house this morning. He said that as soon as you came back, we would start immediately. When we saw you came back, we changed it immediately. Qin Baobao said with a straight face, What are these things? What does he want to do? The property manager said, Mr. Qin told us to decorate the house more romantically. But don't make a big fuss. We still have to clean it up later. Qin Baobao almost cried out loud. She thought, when the pervert comes back, he will definitely fight it out with me. Qin Zhe obviously wanted to confess to Wang Zijin when she wasn't around. This black-hearted maggot. If he dares to find a girlfriend, I'll die in front of him. Take them all away, Qin Baobao said. You don't want them? The property manager was stunned. Take them all away, Qin Baobao said loudly. Immediately. The property managers left in a daze. On the other side, Qin Zhe sent Zhang Ling to the airport. Wang Zijin took good care of Zhang Ling, who she regarded as a girl. She hurriedly got her boarding pass and bought a few bags of snacks for her to eat on the plane. She didn't forget to persuade her earnestly that she should study hard in university and not be too wild. She should play with a boyfriend for a few years before finding one. Zhang Ling nodded and said, "Before sister-in-law marries big brother, I will definitely not find a boyfriend." While waiting for the plane, Qin Zhe whispered, "Sister Ziwei, I have a surprise for you tonight." Wang Zijin stared at him, her eyes full of anticipation and joy. "What surprise?" "I have a little donkey, but I never ride it." Qin Zhe was about to speak when his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was his sister. "Where are you?" His sister's voice was cold. "I'm at home," Qin Zhe lied without hesitation. "There's a city god temple at home? There's scarf at home? There's milk tea at home?" Qin Baobao sneered. "I'm back." Qin Zhe turned to look at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin, who was eavesdropping, sat up straight and pretended to look at the scenery around her. Sister Ziwei was indeed two-faced, Qin Zhe coughed. "When did you come back? Isn't your flight tomorrow? You won't let me change my flight?" Qin Baobao said softly. "It's Ace's birthday. No matter how busy I am, I have to come back. There are fireworks at Disneyland today. Let's go and play now. Is there enough time?" Qin Zhe hesitated. "It's not convenient for me now. How about tomorrow?" Qin Baobao said softly, "If you don't come home in half an hour, I'll jump off the building." Saying it was no longer enough to express my feelings. Qin Zhe said, "I'll be back soon," and hung up the phone. "Baobao is back?" Wang Zijin pursed her lips, her eyes twinkling. "Yes, I might have to go home first." "Sister Ziwei, do you want to go back together?" Qin Zhe asked. "No, I'll send Zhang Ling to the plane. You can take a taxi home." Wang Zijin thought for a while. "Are there any more surprises?" "Probably maybe so." Qin Zhe thought to himself. Since his sister was back, there were no surprises. Wang Zijin nodded and said, "You can go now." Zhang Ling looked at Qin Zhe's back as he left in a hurry. Anger flashed in her eyes. This guy obviously didn't take her words to heart. Why did Qin Zhe leave? Zhang Ling showed an innocent expression. Doesn't he know that it's hard to get a taxi at Hongqiao? "Sister Ziwei, what about you? You're not a considerate man." "My sister is back. My sister is the most important." Wang Zijin said jealously. Boarding started at 7:10 p.m. Wang Zijin walked Zhang Ling to the ticket counter. "Goodbye, Sister Ziwei. You must come home for the new year." Zhang Ling waved and was about to line up when Wang Zijin stopped her. "Before I leave, I have something to say to you." Wang Zijin's peach blossom eyes flashed sharply. "What's the matter?" Zhang Ling's face was blank and innocent. Wang Zijin held Zhang Ling's hand and said with a smile, "Little Ling has grown up and is sensible now. Sister Ziwei is very happy. Yes, you also know how to use your family's power to intimidate others. This is very rare. A second-generation official who doesn't use his family's power is not a good second-generation official." Zhang Ling's pretty face changed slightly. She tried to defend herself. "Sister Ziwei, I didn't." "You didn't?" Wang Zijin interrupted her and said sternly, "Sure, you want to threaten Qin Zhe, right? Ask your brother to come and I'll help Qin Zhe. But if you want to cause trouble for Qin Baobao, I won't allow it. It's okay if you don't want to admit defeat. You can try and see if the Zhang family has more power or if the Wang family has more connections. If you want to play, I'll play with you." Zhang Ling panicked. She felt that Zhang Ling's hand was like an iron clamp. It hurt so much that her wrist turned white. It was so painful that she was about to cry. "You bullied me. I'm going to tell my brother." Zhang Ling was about to cry. If your brother knows that you used such despicable means, I don't have to do anything. He will slap you. Wang Zijin said fiercely, "Go home now. If you dare to come to Shanghai again, I'll break your legs." "Did Qin Zhe tell you? He's so shameless." Zhang Ling cried. "That's not how it is on TV. Shouldn't she just swallow her pride and leave the female lead? Why doesn't he play by the rules? This be asterisk T. I like how shameless he is." Wang Zijin let go of her hand and said with disdain, "Don't play tricks in front of me. Little girl, when I was scamming people, your nose was running and you were wearing diapers. Don't come to my house this year. If I go back to Beijing to visit the Zhang family, you'd better stay away from me. Otherwise, I'll slap you." Zhang Ling wiped away her tears and walked into the ticket gate while sobbing. Chapter 203. When Qin Zhe returned home, it was already past the half-hour deadline set by his sister. He took out his keys and entered the house. Qin Bao was sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed and her arms crossed. She was sitting like a queen. Tight jeans wrapped around her long, curvy legs, and a pair of pink slippers on her feet, revealing her white and tender toes that were like silkworms. Qin Zhe opened the door and entered the house. She did not even look at him. "Oh, why didn't you jump off the building?" Qin Zhe complained. Qin Baobao lost her composure in an instant. She grabbed a pillow and hit him, cursing, "Bastard, you little red man, you black-hearted maggot." Qin Zhe snatched the pillow and grabbed his sister's small hands with his other hand. Okay, I was wrong." "What did you do wrong?" Qin Baobao stared at him. "That's right. What did I do wrong?" "Black-hearted maggot." Qin Baobao grabbed the pillow and hit him again. "If you hit me again, Disneyland will be closed," Qin Zhe reminded her. A few minutes later, the little red horse galloped out of the neighborhood and galloped towards Disneyland. Shanghai Disneyland was completed last year. It was the first Disneyland theme park in China, excluding Hong Kong. The ticket prices were not low, and the cost was high. In addition, there were long queues. After Disneyland was completed, it received mixed reviews. Qin Baobao had always wanted to visit Disneyland. But after reading the comments online, she did not want to go anymore. She could not visit Disneyland on weekdays, and there were many people on weekends. After all, she had to wait in line for a long time to visit Disneyland. Also, Disneyland did not have fireworks unless it was a holiday. Her sister had wanted to watch fireworks for a long time. She said this was what was shown on TV. It was romantic to watch fireworks with the person you like. She still had not found a boyfriend, and she wanted to bring you along to watch the fireworks. Her sister said this about a year ago. Now, she finally had the chance to watch the fireworks. According to Disneyland's schedule, the fireworks would be set off at 8:30 p.m. But Qin Baobao had done some research on the way. Many netizens said that most of the time, the fireworks would be set off between 9 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. For children born in the 1980s, Disney was a kind of nostalgia, especially for children born in the 1980s. When Qin Zhe was young, he had only seen Snow White and Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse. She didn't have a strong attachment to Disney. Disneyland was a children's theme park. It didn't have anything too thrilling, such as a haunted house, roller coaster, pendulum, or drop tower. This was very good, and it was very in line with Qin Zhe's taste, because he had a terminal fear of heights. Qin Baobao was even worse. If she stood a little higher, she would feel dizzy. When she was in elementary school, she was very curious and insisted on riding the roller coaster. She dragged her younger brother along. After coming down, Qin Ma's father was almost scared out of his wits. His daughter was crying and vomiting, and his son's face was pale and dull, as if he was mentally retarded. At this time, many theme parks had already closed, and the main attraction was the fireworks. Although Disneyland didn't have roller coasters and drop tower, there was a high-speed light wheel. This thing was actually not much different from a roller coaster. Qin Baobao clamored to ride this, and Qin Zhe deeply felt his sister's malice. She liked to hurt each other, and to kill 1,000 enemies, she would hurt 800 of her own. Unsurprisingly, the line was as long as a dragon, and after a long time, it was their turn. The siblings sat on the light wheel, and it flew on the track, sometimes flipping, sometimes rising and falling. Qin Zhe lay on his stomach and didn't dare to move, especially when they entered the dark space. The surroundings were dark, and his body tilted and turned with the light wheel. Qin Zhe's heart was beating wildly, and it was very exciting. After it was over, Qin Zhe's legs were weak and Qin Baobao was even worse. Her legs were trembling and her face was pale. Let's take a break and watch the fireworks later. Qin Zhe went to help his sister. Qin Baobao slapped his hand away and shouted, "I want to play one more time." "Are you crazy? There are so many people, how long will we have to wait? You don't want to watch the fireworks? One more time." Qin Baobao was determined to perish together with her brother. Waiting in a long line definitely wouldn't work, and it would take too much time. Qin Zhe sneaked to the front of the line and found a young couple to discuss. Their conversation was as follows. "Brother, give me the seat." "No. Love is always there, how about 200 yuan? The spring breeze doesn't cross the Jade Gate, at least 1,300 yuan. There are true feelings in the world. Today I only brought 500 yuan. All are brothers in the world, 500 yuan is also fine." Although they didn't earn back the tickets for both of them, 500 yuan was equivalent to waiving one person's ticket, and the young couple happily left. Qin Zhe called out to his sister and scolded, "Hurry up and die, you wastrel woman." After the second round of light wheels, Qin Baobao directly sat on the ground, covering her mouth and retching. Qin Zhe accompanied his sister to sit on the ground, but she pushed him hard, crying and scolding, get out, you bastard." Qin Zhe didn't say anything, and just kept moving closer to her, letting her push and shove. His sister cried for a long time, and used 2 packs of tissues, and threw them on the ground. Qin Zhe thought, "It's fine as long as you let it out, I'm just afraid you'll be angry with me." Why bother? If you're so entangled in your heart, just say it. You should have a wider sky, a thicker forest, I'm just a small sapling that didn't grow crooked by luck. But he knew how stubborn Qin Baobao was. She walked a path until it was dark, and even if she was beaten to death, she would still continue to walk with a stiff neck. There was no trash can nearby, so Qin Zhe picked up the tissues his sister threw on the ground one by one, put them in his pocket, and waited until he found a trash can to throw them away. The luminous phantom project hadn't started yet, so they went to line up. Qin Baobao's eyes were red, and her nose was red, and half of his body was left behind. When they passed by a trash can on the side of the road, Qin Zhe forgot about the tissues. Qin Baobao silently took them out from his pocket and threw them all into the trash can, and said, "Things like tissues, just throw them away after you use them once, there's no need to be nostalgic." Qin Zhe casually responded, playing dumb. Qin Baobao secretly gritted her teeth. The moment the fireworks bloomed was really beautiful. The dark sky was filled with gorgeous flowers, and it lit up the castle that only existed in anime. The pool in front of the castle spouted water, and for a moment, Qin Baobao felt like she really was Snow White in a fairy tale. A princess who couldn't find a prince. "So beautiful," Qin Baobao murmured. "So beautiful." Qin Zhe looked at the side of his sister's face, and the fireworks reflected colorful lights on her face. "My sister is the most beautiful, and I'm not bragging." Qin Baobao turned her head and asked expectantly, "What's so beautiful?" Qin Zhe withdrew his gaze and looked at the gorgeous flowers blooming in the night sky. "It's fireworks." "But although fireworks are beautiful, it's too short." Qin Zhe said softly, "The more beautiful it is in full bloom, the more lonely it will be when it disappears. Put the best in life in an instant. Elder sister, please don't spend your most beautiful moments in this dark night of nothingness. In addition to loneliness, there will also be regrets." Qin Baobao was experiencing the best time of her life, and it was like a bright and gorgeous firework, but a woman's youth wouldn't last long. After a moment of blooming, it would be annihilated in the empty and lonely night sky. What would be left at that time? Qin Baobao's eyes were red, and she said in a choked voice, "I'm happy, it's none of your business." Qin Zhe looked at the beautiful fireworks in the sky, and he was silent. Just when Qin Baobao was about to lose all hope, she heard her brother say, as if he said something, but the fireworks were too loud and she couldn't hear it clearly. What did you say? Qin Bao Bao stared at her brother, and her eyes were bright. I didn't say anything, Qin Zhe said with a blank expression. You're a bitch. October 31st, Tuesday. After Qin Zhe's account received the virtual funds from the securities company, he acted cool in front of his sister, saying that Qin Bao Bao was a shareholder and she could just stay at home and wait for death, and I'll take care of her. Qin Bao Bao was overjoyed when she heard that, and she said, Brother, you're the best, brother, give me a kiss. In fact, he did make money on the first day, a profit of 6 to 7%, close to 3 million. There was a saying that face slaps come too fast, like a tornado. The next day he lost money. Out of the few stocks he bought, 2 of them fell, and except for one stock that rose by 1%, the others fell by more than 5%. It wasn't Qin Zhe slapping his face, but the stock market fell by 4% today. A bull market was an overall upward trend, and it was inevitable that there would be ups and downs along the way, but this time, the fall came without warning, and many investment companies and financial institutions were caught off guard. Qin Zhe suspected that the mastermind behind the withdrawal of funds in the first round. Sure enough, on Tuesday and Wednesday, the stock market continued to fall. The stock market was gloomy, and investors were wailing. Countless people on the internet mocked the stock market, and then the capital market because of their own losses. Investing with profits. In the face of the stock market's fall, I think we should cut the projects that are currently losing the most money, invest in more stable blue-chip stocks, and wait for the stock market to rise again. Su Hao looked around, and the managers all expressed their agreement. He looked at his sister, Suyugan. She was no longer as sharp and strong as before, and she was playing with her phone in boredom. Su Hao was very satisfied with his sister's state. As long as she didn't fight with him for the position of the heir, he would not be bothered to make things difficult for her. She could be at ease as a rich family's daughter, and he would not shortchange her expenses. Securities company. Wang Pei received a call from an internal staff member. Manager Wang, 3 of your margin accounts have crossed the warning line, and you need investors to cover their positions. Which 3? Li Bai, Zhu Weiyue, and Qin Zhe. Got it. Wang Pei hung up the phone, frowned, and pondered for a long time, then dialed a number. Wang Pei. A mellow voice came from the phone. Wang Pei smiled bitterly. Miss Qin, I have something to tell you. Chapter 204. Qin Zhe felt that this was a good opportunity to buy into the market. Although the market had turned green based on the decline in the past few days, except for the first day when it fell a little badly, the remaining 2 days were steadily rising. The atmosphere on the internet was mainly caused by the netizens' habit of following the rise and fall of stocks. When a stock rose, they would rush in. When a stock fell, they would be so scared that they would piss their pants and sell it. The bankers loved these kinds of small investors the most. They could cut sheep with scissors and it was very satisfying. However, he needed to overcome the current financial situation first. He had entered the market with heavy stocks, and after 3 consecutive days of falling, he had lost a lot of money and had crossed the warning line. This morning, he received a call from the broker of the securities company, asking him to add margin or sell the stock to stop the loss. The stock market was one of the battlegrounds of the capitalist game. The water was too deep. Except for the mastermind behind the scenes, no one could manipulate the stock market. Qin Zhe certainly could not control the direction of the stock market, so he played with leverage and took a big risk. It was not that he would definitely lose money, but in the current situation he needed a lot of money to get through the difficulties, but he did not have it. If it was an investment company, with enough money as backing, there was no need to consider this at all. Then where could he get the money? Qin Zhe first thought of Nan Man Pei, a rich dog. Then he rejected this idea. Nan Man Pei had made it very clear that friendship was friendship, business was business. Before she saw that he had the ability to independently support an investment company, she would not invest money. The former beautiful CEO Suyu? Forget it, this beauty's heart had been broken by her brother and father. She could not take out so much money to help him. Wang Zijin. She had a quarrel with her family, so she definitely could not help him. Now it was time to see who would give in and who would lose. He could not let Wang Zijin give in to her family because of him. Qin Zhe finally thought of his family's maggot. His sister was a big star, and with the income from his song copyright, her little money was already shining. It was not a problem to get a few million. Anyway, his sister always said that his brother's money was her money. In other words, his sister's money was also his money. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. He looked at his phone and saw the caller ID, Old Master. Qin Zhe felt a little guilty when his father called him. His father would never call him and his sister for no reason. Even if he missed his daughter and son, he would ask Qin Ma to call a pair of children on the pretext of a blind date. He would never say such words as, baby daughter, baby son, daddy loves you. Dad, what's the matter? Qin Zhe asked cautiously. You got Wang Pei to borrow money, didn't you? Old Master asked in a low voice. Yes. Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. He didn't think that Wang Pei would still tell the old man. The stock market value has plummeted. The securities company asked him to add margin, right? Old Master asked again. Yes, come back for a while. The old man hung up the phone. Was the old man going to serve her with a leather belt and a feather duster again? Qin Zhe sighed and walked out of the room. Qin Bao Bao was sitting on the sofa. The TV series was playing a certain urban romance, but she was not in the mood. She was holding the phone and frowning. She was worried about her brother. Qin Zhe and his sister had shared secrets since they were young. Other than communicating with the fifth young lady behind his sister's back, he was open about everything. That was why Qin Bao Bao was so angry when he traded stocks behind his sister's back and didn't let her see his account. Sister, give me the car key. I'm going home. Why are you going home? Qin Bao Bao said. There was no work today, so his sister was resting at home. Dad knows that I borrowed money to play stocks and lost money. I'm going home to be punished. Qin Bao Bao's face turned pale. She rushed over and grabbed Qin Zhe's arm. Don't go back. It's none of his business. Although his sister was only the strongest king, Qin Zhe was still touched. He patted his sister's head and said, It's okay. I used my mouth to persuade Dad. He could more or less understand the old man's mentality. His son had just graduated and silently went to the bank to borrow a few million. He said, I want to start a business and become the richest man in the world. Then he lost money. That was probably the situation. Any old man would be furious. But he didn't really lose money. As long as he could get through this, he was confident that he could soar into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Qin Bao Bao said anxiously, I'll go back with you. She ran into the room to change her clothes. Qin Zhe drove while his sister sat in the passenger seat. She sent a message to Wang Zijin. Zijin, my dad is going to hit A's again. Wang Zijin replied instantly, What's going on? What's going on? Bao Bao, let me tell you, your dad is not right. Don't hit your son all the time. I really want to spit on his face. Qin Bao Bao said, I also want to spit on my dad's face, but I don't dare to. Wang Zijin, useless thing. Did Qin Zhe do something wrong? Qin Bao Bao, it's about the stock market. The market has been falling for the past few days, and he has heavy positions. Now, the securities company is asking him to add margin or sell his shares. He definitely can't sell his shares. That would be a real loss. There's no hope of a comeback. I'll go back with him. If my dad wants to hit him, I'll cry in front of him. Useless thing. I'll take a day off to come here. I think it's better to sell it. I've been scared out of my wits these past few days. Qin Bao Bao's fingers flew. A's is in the stock market. It's too risky. I don't want him to make much money. I just want him to work in peace. Wang Zijin, there's something wrong with your words. What's wrong? You're just an older sister. What right do you have to say, I don't want him to make much money? It's none of your business. It was already dinner time. Qin Ma didn't cook. Instead, she sat on the sofa with her husband and frowned anxiously. Half an hour ago, her husband hurried home and said that their son had lost money by playing with leverage. Once bitten, twice shy. Qin Ma's heart skipped a beat. She asked, How much did you lose? Grandpa Sheng sighed deeply. For million yuan, 10 times leverage. Qin Ma's vision went dark and she almost fainted on the spot. What should we do? How much do we have to lose? How can Ace follow in his uncle's footsteps? Qin Ma was anxious. Just then, the sound of the door lock turning could be heard. Grandpa Sheng immediately sat up straight and put on a serious and gloomy expression. He looked coldly at his son and daughter who entered the door. Qin Baobao was still holding her brother's arm before entering the house. The moment the door opened, she let go and entered the house side by side with her brother. Qin Zhe called out to his father, but Grandpa Sheng ignored him. On the other hand, Qin Ma couldn't wait and asked, "What's going on, Ace? Why did you borrow money? 4 million yuan leverage. How much is that?" Qin Zhe thought to himself, "Oh my God, where did 4 million come from? If that's the case, I only have 2 options. Pack up my belongings and run away with my sister. Or get beaten to death by Dad." Grandpa Sheng was speechless and said angrily, "4 million yuan leverage? Then I'll pretend that I don't have this son. It's 10 times. I borrowed 40 million yuan. Qin Ma looked as if she was about to faint. Qin Zhe quickly held his mother and comforted her. "It's not that much. It's not that much. It'll be fine as long as we get a sum of money and cross the warning line. It's not that we have to pay back 40 million yuan. That's a matter for when the leverage expires." Grandpa Sheng slammed the table angrily. "Why didn't you discuss such a big matter with me? Wang Pei is also black-hearted. He waited until you lost so much money before telling me. Don't even think about stepping into my house in the future." Grandpa Sheng thought that his son was getting more and more shameless. Ever since he started living with his sister, he was like a wild horse out of control. He forgot all the principles he taught him in the past. The stock market was so deep. One could play, but one couldn't be addicted to it. He had been in the stock market for so many years and had never thought of using leverage. This was because it was the same as gambling and borrowing money from loan sharks. Every time a bull market turned into a bear market, those who jumped off buildings were all using leverage. Otherwise, even if they lost all their money, they could just start all over again. Why would they commit suicide? He didn't expect the tables to turn, and it was his son's turn to cause trouble. Qin Zhe comforted his mother while enduring Grandpa Sheng's spittle. "Why are you yelling at him? Isn't it just a margin call? I'll pay." Qin Bao was furious. She glared and said, "Don't yell at him all the time." His sister put on, "If you yell at my brother, I'll fall out with you" attitude. The air suddenly became quiet. Grandpa Sheng looked at his daughter in disbelief. "When did my daughter become so stubborn?" Qin Zhe looked at his sister in disbelief. "When did my sister become so domineering?" Qin Ma looked at her daughter in disbelief. "Did she take the wrong medicine today?" Qin Baobao's courage weakened. She quietly took a step back and said, "I have money. I'll pay the margin call for him." "Do you know how much it will cost?" Grandpa Sheng glared. Qin Baobao soared on the singer platform. It had only been a month. How much could she earn in a month? She would probably have to empty out her little treasury. "I still have a house." Qin Baobao said. "That's your dowry," Qin Ma reminded her. "Just take it as giving it to Ace in advance." Qin Baobao suddenly said something nonsense. Huh. They were Grandpa Sheng and Qin Ma. Just take it as borrowing it from him." Qin Baobao panicked. Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa Sheng waved his hand. "It's your money. I haven't retired yet." He took out a bank card from his pocket and said, "I've saved 2 million over the years. There's also your mother's 300,000. I still have a few 100,000 in my securities account. I'll transfer it to the card tomorrow. It should be enough for you to pay the margin call. If not, Bao will give you some." Qin Zhe was touched. He thought to himself, "I'm really his biological son." Grandpa Sheng was a professor after all. He wouldn't panic like ordinary shareholders. He knew that there were ups and downs in the bull market, so he didn't panic. It seemed that he didn't need to be beaten today. Grandpa Sheng sneered. "Your problem isn't that you lost money in the stock market. It's that you didn't discuss such a big thing with me." He touched his belt and patted Qin Zhe's shoulder. "Son, come to the study with Dad." Qin Zhe immediately looked at his sister. His sister couldn't muster up a second breath. She could only pretend that she didn't see her brother's pleading eyes. Qin Ma took her daughter's hand and said, "Come to the room with Mom. Don't worry about your brother." It was natural for a father to clean up his son's mess. It was also natural for a father to beat his son,